Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments or Gold for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, the player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover, and Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and playstyles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. but due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in-game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1. Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive enhanced normal attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2. Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive enhanced normal attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3. Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, Coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious, Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways. Hope pays. Heroes moving silence when them say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. From your honor I declare, I'm riding to the air.
Welcome to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Kiyang, and we welcome everyone to today's grueling best of 7 series. We have in the upper bracket one team against V Gaming, and in the lower bracket it's Bacon Time against
Bikertopia. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup after their incredible performance during the upper bracket semifinals and the lower bracket quarterfinals. We have a similar scoreline as well in their series. One team winning their game against Talon Esports in a 4-2, kind of a reverse sweep fashion, but not really to the fullest extent, and V Gaming having a dominant performance during their match against Bikertopia. They suffered just one defeat with a scoreline of 4-1, and well, for in the lower bracket quarterfinals, we had an experience of Bikertopia coming back this time against Valencia CF and Bacon Time redeeming themselves against Talon Esports. So now they're the ones who are going to be facing off in a best of 7 series. Let's see what will happen in this match.
Yeah, definitely. We have the top 4 teams here in the AIC, and it's going to be pretty interesting who's going to be coming up from the lower bracket semifinals. We have two of the teams. It's Bacon Time, who historically actually fails against, in other international teams. But they did show that they're still the top team coming in from the RPL when they eliminated the Tech Talon on last week's series. And, it was kind of different for its Bacon Time. They have been the more aggressive team. And as we move on, it is going to be a rematch in the lower brackets. It's Bikertopia again, and they're going to be facing its Bacon Time. The last time that they faced in the AIC, it was a 3-0.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure its Bacon Time is ready to go, maybe to get, the justification wherein they are going to prove themselves the better team in this second go. But anyway, we're here on the schedule. We are already at the semi-finals from July 2 to July 3. We are going to witness mostly the semi-finals tomorrow, the lower bracket finals as well. And of course, whoever is going to be winning the first series of the day between one team and V Gaming, they're going to be comfortably waiting in the grand finals at the July 10th.
It's going to be a gruesome experience for sure, and a challenging one, especially the ones in the lower bracket, because they have extra steps to climb in this ladder of the bracketing. And here we have seen many times already the AIC 2022 prize pool, which is a whopping $2 million. First place 700,000. It's 350,000 in the second. Third 200k. Fourth place receives 100k. 5th to 8th spot receives 40,000, and 9 to 16 10,000. Finals MVP gets an additional $30,000, and for the best lineup for each player, they receive each 13,000. And for the qualifiers and wildcards total, we have $315,000. That is a lot, totaling to what we said, $2 million.
Yeah, and the puck is definitely going to the first place, and whoever gets eliminated in the lower brackets in today's series, they're gonna be taking home $100,000. But why would you settle for the 100,000? Of course, you all want to actually go to the you want to have the prestige, the honor, and of course the lion's share of that prize pool. And we are seeing here the path that the teams have taken here as we approach the semifinals. In the upper bracket, one team had a lot of dominating matches. They had a dominating match against PCF, and they knocked down KFC Talon as well. And notably, one team is a team that excels against the teams that are actually on the other leagues, like the RPL and the AOG. And then we saw Bikertopia actually be knocked down into the bottom by V Gaming, and it's a very dominating match for V Gaming as well. If this is already something that we put into logic, V Gaming as a second placers here in the AOG, they have been performing very, very well, and against GCS teams, they haven't fallen off just yet. So against one team, they are definitely going to be bringing in a lot of heat. They are very, very well known. If you give them 1 inch of a ground, they're not going to give you it back easily. And that's how big of an aggressive team V Gaming is.
And it's actually quite challenging in a way for V Gaming as well, and one team, because they battled during the group stages already. V Gaming suffered a defeat against one team. So in a way, one team knows how to pull off a win against V Gaming, but through time in this tournament, V Gaming was able to adapt and improve themselves in a short amount of time. So now they're looking to have a much more stable performance, similar to maybe their performance against Bikertopia in the upper bracket semifinals. Let's see who's going to be coming on top here, as both teams are definitely ready in this extended series. A best of 7. We have seen a game number 6 already happening, but so far we haven't seen a game number 7 in the whole knockout stage. So maybe this is one of the 4 chances that we might see a game number 4. We have the same lineup here: Han, Wang Tiri, Maris, and the rest of the members. While for one team we have Zay, Kai, Wawa, NK, and Lunlun ready for this amazing series.
Yep, definitely. Looking at the playstyles, one team has a lot of unorthodox lineups. V Gaming, you're gonna actually see them field a lot of aggressive comps, early game comps and mid game comps. They sometimes field late game comps, but they always have heroes that are gonna bring in the aggression in the early game. And you're gonna see here the team matchups. There's a lot longer of a win time condition for V Gaming, while one team always trying to finish it up. The average actually just went up for one team when they reached the 35-minute mark against KFC Talon, and you know, statistics doesn't always say it all. And moving forward, I think one team, as you know, the premier team here in the AIC, has been doing a lot more, you know, innovations in terms of the compositions that they're fielding.
Yeah.
Because of that kind of flexibility and adaptability, one team can field basically a lot of lineups that are going to be effective all throughout the series, even if we reach game number 6.
They pulled off a Valheim in the mid lane to counter the Razpic of DTAC Talon. They pulled off a L'Oreal and a Bennett in their game number 6, which is quite crucial because they already have the momentum in that particular series. And one team as a team really is confident in these kinds of situations and lineups, and they're able to pull through these kinds of picks. So V Gaming having a dominant performance as well during the knockout stage should be really careful against one team, because they're not gonna hesitate at all in trying to take down V Gaming.
Yeah, in terms of team play though, V Gaming, I think, has been showing us a clinic of how to actually go and overcome the leads that their opponents had. Going into the series, there were some of those, you know, nail clenching fights against Bikertopia, and they were able to overcome even with a 5k gold lead. And that's how good they are in terms of their mid-game to late-game macro plays. While one team, I do agree that they have a lot for them as well, but I'm not yet sure because we haven't seen a big of a comeback coming in from one team. Usually we see them win whenever they get the lead, but whenever they actually fall off in terms of the gold lead, they actually don't perform that well. But looking at the key matchups, it's gonna be Maris against Wawa, two of the most solid mid laners here in the AIC. Wawa has been making a name for himself. He was winning the 1v1s against iPad Pro. V Gaming's Maris, he's more of a team player than, you know, a solo player that you actually see that can dominate. But that also brings into question on how big of an effective mid laner Maris is.
Yeah, we also see how big of a trust V Gaming puts onto Maris whenever he picks up his hero, and they kind of believe that he will be able to carry out what needs to be carried in the game and make the necessary plays, make the necessary setups for the team as well. That's how big of an impact Maris has been in this game. And for Wawa, he has been doing the same as well, this time with a much different approach, because we have seen him pick up a marksman mid lane as well, and the others are kind of similar to the ones of Maris. So it's going to be a really battle of skill set here in this game number 1. We will be seeing a lot of measurements from both teams, looking to gauge how the other team is going to pose against them. And for the meantime, in this pick and ban phase, we are witnessing a pretty standard bans. Roxy is not going to be seeing the light of day for a short while, same as the Lorian, and this will give a Nelsu priority towards V Gaming if they are going to opt for that standard poke composition. But they are going to be doing with their usual works. The Nakrot has been one of the most first pick heroes of V Gaming in their past few series. They did this the same against Team Flash. They did it in their match against Bikertopia, and it has worked for both of their games. So now one team has this time the chance to pick up that poke lineup. They will pick up the Elsu and pair it up with the Iggy.
Yep, and that is going to be a lot of suppression on the side of one team. It gives into, you know, the early game definitely for one team, because when the Elsa shots are going to hit, especially when you don't really have a lot of defensive items, you're definitely going to be hurting. You're going to be forced to recall back into the base to regenerate, and you also have a lot of assurance as well, because when clashes start, definitely the hero composition that you have, the team fights are going to lean heavily on your side, because you're going to be able to secure a lot of kills. But on the side here of V Gaming, we are going to see them actually hovering into a taint pick to actually maybe deter the snipes coming in from the Elsu, and they picked up a Kali for good measure to actually counter the long range effectiveness of what one team actually got on their first two picks. But what's interesting to see, and also to actually point out, I think one team's Lulun is one of the best Darkslayer laners out there here in the AIC, and one of the fact here is that when he performs well, one team performs well as perform better. They actually have better leads, and this could also be a key for V Gaming. If they're going to be able to shut down Lun Lun and Wawa here on this game, I think they're going to have a bigger chance to take game number one.
It is a big responsibility, of course, here for Lun Lun with the Zuka pick that one team has picked up here. It's going to be a little bit surprising given that they haven't picked up this particular hero in quite a long time. They haven't used it in their match against Talon Esports and also during their match against Adobe Team. So this is gonna be a different approach that one team wants to make against V Gaming, and these are the surprises that shouldn't be much of a surprise for us. They want to shake things up a bit to kind of gain an edge against their opponent, and this kind of balanced lineup that V Gaming is opting to draft is trying to be countered here by one team, or at least matched upon with the proper front lines and engage as well with the Zuka pick, given that V Gaming already has one front line and a similar poke hero with the Kali because of the ethereal pulse that can actually help up zone the members of one team. So with these final bans coming into play, one team is kind of anticipating some of the possible counters here, especially in the late game department with the Leville and the pick potential that he does have with the double trouble, while V Gaming is opting to remove a possible double marksman composition here by removing the Elandor. And the Baldum actually has been one of the premier support picks of one team during their match against Talon Esports and during their match against Valencia CF rather, not Adobe Team. It has been one of the better front lines that they had, but this particular support as well, the Lumbar, can actually counter the engages of V Gaming, so it's not gonna be so bad. They have two front lines already that can provide that safety net for the Elsu and the Iggy.
Yup, and definitely with the first pick Nacron, you actually see a lot of the teams pick out the Zuka as a counter to Nacron. But in most of those contests, yeah, in a 1v1, the Nacron is definitely going to be falling off against the Zuka. But in terms of the impact that a Nacron can bring, I think Nacron is something of a hero that you get a lot of space because of the mobility that he has. So the split push capability, the ability to rotate fast, even if you show up into the bottom lane and then bait a rotation there, you can actually just escape and then join your teammates and taking on objectives. And that's how big of an impact Nacron has in terms of the kit that he brings into the game. And one team actually is going to be finishing up their composition with Hover on the Yena because of the Richter, and that is also giving them a lot of mobility. The problem, one of the problems here is that there are two heroes that one team is going to need to protect. If they are going to be in the receiving side, they're definitely going to have the deficiency in terms of the Lumbor is not going to be able to tank all the damage that's going to come from the gaming. But in terms of the composition as well, they have an Iggy, they have an Elsu. If they are actually gonna make this work, they are just going to need to land the snipes coming in from Elsu, and of course, especially in the mid game and the late game, the Iggy is definitely someone that's gonna be suppressing most of the carries of V Gaming. So what V Gaming needs to do is to take a very, very big lead in the early to mid game.
Yeah. And it is going to be possible given the composition that they do have, but I think one of the key factors here as well is that the difference of the lineup here for V Gaming and one team is that one team has built a 3 front line with 2 pokes and a proper burst in their lineup. What they would want to do here in this game is to try and bully their laners and try to keep as much distance possible, preventing the engage here of V Gaming, while V Gaming is gonna be trying to get more options across the map given their flexible lineup. Actually here they do have a relatively good split push, they do have a good amount of engage, and what surprisingly is that they added the Kali as well so that they can poke out the members here of one team. And with the Wisp is actually a pretty early comfort pick that V Gaming opted to get, which is kind of risky given its 33% win rate. It was only won there by Talon Esports during one of their matches, and it doesn't have that much really of a success rate. So V Gaming opting to go with endurance in this series will have a big of a risk, but here we're seeing on the screen the total goal difference per game. V Gaming having almost double the amount here of one team given how aggressive they are usually in their games. But in this particular series, it might actually be different given the skill set here of one team as well.
Yep, and there is going to be a snipe here from Kai hitting down Han. Han is going to be definitely a big wall here, as he still has his passive. He's just going to be regenerating most of the damage as he goes there. And one of the things that we are gonna actually look out for is if Wong TD is gonna be able to use the shock and awe to actually deal a lot of damage onto the backline of one team. And so to speak, Bird LB gets his best, one of his best picks, which is the Richter. So this is also going to be playing out well, as they're going to be having an engagement here in the top lane. NK is going to be forced out there. The Sentinel is going to be onto the side of the gaming. He's not going to be able to contest that. And with 8 seconds on the clock, with 2 of the objectives being spawned here, the Dark Slayer is going to be taken by the gaming for sure, while Abyssal Dragon is going to be traded out here by one team. The rotations right now is going to be dictated by V Gaming, as they're the first one to actually take this. The shocking noise is going to be used. NK is going to be able to actually secure the Holy Dragon, and Kai is gonna be sniping Han here. Not much still. That's the damage that you're gonna be expecting from that Elsu is still gonna be non-existent as long as he's not gonna be able to hit the carries like Wong TD and also Maris. The sniper is gonna connect. Kai is gonna be stealing that objective onto the river. NK is back here being spotted out by Bird LB. They have a lot of information that NK is still on the top. The interval falls is gonna be used by Maris. He is going to win the exchange against Wawa at this point.
Yeah, Maris does have a better wave clear as well because of the Ethereal Pulse. So what this does is that he will have a faster lane priority compared to Wawa, which will give him an edge in responding to the side lanes or the objective takes. But speaking of lanes, Bertleby is getting consistently ganked here on the top side, but he's able to disengage successfully. No first blood yet. Both teams have been playing this quite effectively and safely, giving respect to their opponent. We have seen quite a few rotations here coming in from one team, but no commit so far, given the possibility of V Gaming to actually turn the tides, and it's really risky to do so, and we do understand them playing the safe for the meantime. I think they're going to be waiting for the objectives to spawn up first because it will definitely attract a team fight. Looking at the stats once again, one team has a faster, a much dominating tower take here than V Gaming, especially that they mostly played out effectively in the early game to give them an edge towards mid to late game. And for V Gaming, we do see them more farming up and playing defensively during the first few minutes of the game. So now as we do see them grouping up here at the bottom lane, can we see them engage? Han does so while Wong TD tries to close in the distance as well. That's a lot of damage that is being thrown out, but Wong TD might actually get caught. Kai tries poke with a snipe and they do get the kill onto Wong TD. Han is also low. That's going to be the ultimate being popped there by Wawa, but not much damage being taken there by Han. First blood already secured here by one team.
The one team is still going to take that advantage, and V Gaming is going to take that with Salt. And as the game progresses, we're going to see a better late game for one team. So V Gaming actually losing out the first blood, and also the probable first third of the game is going to definitely be felt by V Gaming. Quang Hai does his best. The shock and all was used by Wong TV, but it is not going to be on time enough to get that kill. The attempt for a pickoff onto Wawa, but he still had his foot already, and in case going to be securing the Missile Dragon. Yet again, the second Missile Dragon of the game. Kai is there. The splitting urn is going to be used. He is going to be punishing Han from that exchange. He's going to be forced to call. The Slayer has been traded out yet again by Quang Hai. But there is going to be a 1k gold lead here onto the side of one team. NK is just going back into the to get all of his resources. Lanes are definitely on the side of one team as they have a lot of the supremacy on their side. They already have one tower. They got the first blood, and V Gaming still has no power to actually contest most of the exchanges against one team's long range skills. It is going to be a fact of the matter. V Gaming is actually going to lose out as, you know, we get a lot more items onto the Elsu, onto the Iggy. The Iggy already has his Barrett's Agony. Bird LB is going to be rotated here by NK. He's not going to be taking that though with that gang. Han is going to be spotted now.
Oh.
Wow, it might be taken here. We're going to see a Jury Fury, but the Splitting Earth is going to deter V Gaming's engagement there. Wong TD is going to be running for the high heels. He knows that if he stays, one snipe and one Emperor's Gaze is all it takes to get the kill. Zay is going to be spotting out Han there. He is going to have a vision standoff here as Bird LB pushes down that the top lane. While the mid lane, you can see the suppression Kai and WoW is already bringing to the table.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage that Wawa is actually dealing towards the members of V Gaming. And it is actually helping out in terms of zoning V Gaming away from one team. This can affect V Gaming's approach towards taking these objectives against one team, and also contesting whenever one team tries to actually get the priority, as they are trying to push up top side. Kai is gonna opt to disengage for the meantime, given the ethereal pulse being thrown out there by Maris. They're gonna engage onto the top lane though. Wawa getting caught out, not really the best of trade there. The Spirit Sentinel for a kill, it's not gonna benefit at all, as one team still though is ahead by 1,000 gold. They are gonna be forced to disengage or play defensively though after that small hiccup, and this might give V Gaming the edge. They're ganking Lunlun as of the moment. That's a lot of damage he's actually taking, but he is safe under his tower for now. Holy Dragon and Infinite Slayer open for the taking here for both teams, but they are deciding to play this safely for the meantime, because it is kind of risky to start an objective given the possible retaliation coming in from the enemy team. But bot side, NK is gonna take a bit of damage, will be able to fall back safely.
I guess that was a miscommunication on the part of one team. I think Wawa thought that Ze and also Kai was in the area to actually help him take the Sentinel, but there was a miscommunication. He was left out in the open, and what can Iggy actually do when someone actually closes the gap? The shotgun on is going to be used here for Skate, as well as splitting Earth. It's going to be used here by Ze. They're not going to be able to connect, but they're going to be forcing a recall yet again. NK and also Lulun is here. There is going to be a duel here. Bird LB is going to be silenced, but he silences Lulun as well. Chakram is going to be thrown. Kwang is going to be joining the area, and with the damage onto the side of V Gaming, one team is actually going to fall off if they go for an engagement by themselves. The wave is going to be clearing himself. The Ethereal Pulse is going to be used. Sniped by Kai. He's not going to connect. Zid still spotted out. Han here. He's going to be pushed back. He's not going to be able to use the full crowd control of that shield charge. Han is just hovering, looking at the vision. Wawa and NK is in the area. Skyfall is going to be used by NK to disengage. He is going to be living another day. Wawa is still in the area trying to put the shadow bombs onto the faces of Kwang Hai. Han is going to spot out NK. NK needs to get back because the objective might start already. The B Gaming is already into the blue side of their camp. They're actually positioning themselves to take the Slayer, and this is going to be a vital objective for both teams, because whoever gets that Slayer, they're going to be able to get an opportunity to push. And Kwang TD is going to be caught out. Spinning Earth is going to be used. Shocking Noise still not going to be available, but the Ethereal Pulse is going to make Kai and the others run through the high hills.
Yeah, this is actually a really good job that one team is doing, poking out and zoning V Gaming, but V Gaming is trying to spice up things. They are committing onto the Slayer, baiting out the members of one team to engage on them. NK actually does, and it gets a kill onto Wang TD. Now, here comes the full commit. Zay might actually need to disengage, so he is very low in health. The Ethereal Pulse is doing a lot of damage, but one team already secured the Slayer. They're now grouping up as 5, but Lunlun is the first to fall down, as well as Wawa, as Birdleby does a successful flank. So they spawn the Slayer on the top side. They might get the tower here, but V Gaming actually made their team fighting work.
Yeah, that was a very, very good clash here, as V Gaming was able to bait them up into a very narrow space. NK actually did well in initiating that fight. They got the kill that they want, but the problem here is that the skills of Kai wasn't able to land onto any vital targets, and that's a problem with the L2. You don't have a lot of sustainable damage, especially here. He's not going to have the maximum return to the attack because Spinning Earth is going to be used. They're going to be trying that, but Kwang Hai is going to be able to secure the Holy Dragon under the noses of one team. They were watching as he was able to secure that. And definitely this is something that V Gaming needs. They were able to overturn that to actually equalize the gold lead that one team had. But this is going to be a problem because no objectives is yet available for V-Gaming. They were not able to secure any towers yet onto the side of one team.
And they need to do that. And it comes to show, you know, we saw the stats earlier, 40% compared to the 80% tower takedown rate of one team. And we're seeing them being really effective in terms of pushing V-Gaming back towards the safety of their towers and constantly taking objectives across the map. So even if V-Gaming is being able to equalize in terms of gold, they're not really being allowed to actually close the distance here towards one team due to the fact that they have 3 tanks that can effectively push them back. V-Gaming is trying though to split push across the map. They have been sending Bertleby and sometimes Quang Hai pushes the side lanes as well. However, the quick rotations here of one team and them grouping up as well forces V-Gaming to group up too, and it's not helping them that much in terms of what they intend to do. So as the game goes by, as one team tries to scale up, same as V-Gaming, it's going to be a lot more difficult for V-Gaming to close the distance given the tankiness here of NK, Lun Lun, and Zay. Wawa is going to be much more difficult to handle as well. Same as Sky because of the damage they can actually deal. And right now, Bertleby is getting caught out as a lot of damage that he has taken. Forced to go back towards the base once again. And as this happens, one team again is gonna try to group up, try to catch out a member of V-Gaming, and keep repeating that until they get the objective that they want, which is in 35 seconds, the Dark Lord Slayer, because we're now reaching towards the late game. It's going to be an eye-opener here for V-Gaming. They have to commit right now. They have to prevent one team from securing this objective, or else their base is going to be opened wide.
Yeah, well, definitely that is an option. As one team is pushing them back, they're trying to get the positions that they want before the Dark Lord Slayer actually spawns. And they try to actually damage the members of V-Gaming here. The problem here is that Han, even if he receives the damage as snipes coming in from Kai and even the shadow bombs from Ava, he's not going to be deterred easily. He's not going to reel from the pain. Ember's Gate is going to be used. But there is going to be a pause here.
Huh. Well, we have to make sure that the players experience the best possible performance here in this game. So all issues has to be addressed accordingly to make sure there are no problems in terms of gameplay. And it might take a while, but we are going to be here talking to you guys for the rest of the technical pause. If we look at the game though, as the time progresses, we have seen one thing being consistent. One team being able to protect their carries and get something across the map. They have taken all outer turrets in all tier 1 turrets from all the lanes. They have taken the Infinite Slayer a while ago, and now they're attempting to take the Dark Lord Slayer when they are given the chance to. V-Gaming has tried many times to try and draw out some of the members of one team towards the side lanes, but they have yet to find a successful bait towards them. They have tried to engage on them as well, or at least zone them out through the Ethereal Pulse of Maris, but they're being unshaken as of the moment. How do you think they should handle these struggles right now against one team?
Well, they need to actually go hard, especially they have the advantage still. Going to the late game, if we reach the late game, the only saving grace here is that we don't have a lot of sustainable damage on Kai. He is definitely going to be able to, if he's going to be able to land a snipes, that's one thing that's going to work for one team. But if he's not going to be able to secure it, maybe if it's just going to be hitting Han most of the time, then definitely it's gonna be difficult to actually expect a lot of the damage coming in from Kai's normal attacks. It is a fact of the matter wherein as an Elsu you always want to position yourself far away from the fight because you want to snipe safely in the distance and be able to make an impact. And that's usually the playstyle of an Elsu. So most of the time you don't see him actually having a lot of good looks whenever he enters a fray. Elsu is a very slow ADC in terms of when he's not on the camouflage mode, the movement speed that he has is definitely going to be on actually subpar in terms of the other ADCs out there. But we're going back into the game yet again. Kai is going to be using that snipe. He's not going to be able to catch out anyone without any vision. Here, he is going to be planting here another ward to actually take in the advantage as Mong TV is going to be hit by that snipe. He steals that blue buff as well from Kwang Hai's hands. And he is going to be depriving a lot of the cooldown and mana regeneration from that blue buff. Kwang Hai sorely needs that onto the Nakra to actually maximize his ability to go for split pushes. And they're just actually playing it as safe as they could. Bernal B is going to be catching out, and K used that Skyfall to actually deal some damage. And they already have an advantage here. They are harassing here as Mars is going to be in the receiving end of that snipe. And also the Empress
That hurts.
Without Varys, they are not going to be able to win the clashes. They're going to be starting the Dark Lord Slayer, but with Kwang Hai in the area, they're not just haphazardly actually starting that, because there is going to be a possibility of a steal, and Kai is going to be sniping on yet again. More exchanges is going to happen.
Yeah, the challenging thing here, or what one team is scared of right now, is that Han and Kwang Hai, given that they are still alive or relatively healthy, there is a big chance of them being able to steal out the Dark Lords there. They don't want that. They don't want that. Even if it's just a 1% chance, they don't want to take it, given the possible consequences it actually might have onto them. So what they're opting to do right now is keep repeating what they usually do: zone out V Gaming, poke them out. If they can force 3 sets, then it will be the time for them to actually start the Dark Lord Slayer. They have all the time in the world. They will continue to scale up. They do have a relatively good wave clear as well, and their wave management has been on point for the past 17 and a half minutes, having to take 4 towers away from V Gaming and have all their towers very healthy, unscratched in all of this game. What V Gaming is doing a really good job though is still catching up in terms of the economy. So like what you said, all they need is that one chance in closing the distance to Wawa and Kai. If they are able to do that, then it will be the turn of the tides here in this game. So far, it hasn't been the case. They have been attempting so many times already. This Dark Lord Slayer is going to be the bait of them all. One mistake will determine everything, and it has to come, the starting of the objective has to come from one team. They are doing a really good job not doing so, which kind of affects the rotation here of V Gaming, because they have to check the camp. They have to make sure they aren't starting the Dark Lords there just yet, and slowly but surely they're losing more towers. The only outer turret remaining here is the top side, and one team is already happy with what they got. They can push the top side as well, or maybe force a push onto the bot lane inhibitor tower, which will distract V Gaming even more. And as the time goes by, we can actually expect right now this might go on for a longer while, given the Dark Slayer dance that both teams are doing.
Yeah, definitely. This is actually a waiting game for V Gaming. They need to get a chance to actually pick off someone from one team. 4 of the members are actually positioned here from one team to maybe force a Dark Lord Slayer take, but they're not taking any chances just yet. one steal is definitely something that one team is going to be scared of. One mistake, if the Dark Lord Slayer goes into the side of V Gaming without taking any of the members there, they're going to be able to go for a GG push. And they're very scared of that possibility. Kwang Hai is going to be spotting out Lulun here, where LB is going to be trying to play that. NK might be taken here, but he still has the mobility. Bird LB is going to have 2 knocks up for himself. Zay is going to be using the splitting earth. NK is in the area. He's not going to be spotted by Kwang Hai and Bird LB though. So this is definitely some a recall that is going to be beneficial for them, because if NK is still full in health, there's no way that V Gaming is going to be starting that Dark Lord Slayer just yet. NK is going to be spotted up at the top. Lulun might be in danger. That roll pulse is going to be used. The Mark of the Hunter has been procced here. Lulun was silenced, but the damage from the members is not yet enough. But I think the turret here in the bottom lane is the first turret for V Gaming. In the top lane, NK is actually just securing the resources of Kwang Hai as he steals that blue buff. They are starting the Dark Lord Slayer now. NK is going hard at work here.
Wang Tiri is low.
Spotting that Han here. That is going to be splitting Earth. He's not going to be hitting Kwang Hai though. NK is going to get that. The Apple's Fury is not going to be enough. It is a second too late, and V Gaming is going to be taking the first Dark Lord Slayer of the game.
Yeah, this is the chance that they have been waiting for so long. V Gaming tried to get something across the map. They tried to take a tower in the bot side, but what is the cost? One team having the better positioning for that Dark Lord Slayer take, and they managed to slip it away from V Gaming despite the Avalanche Fury attempt there by Hamad. Now, ooh, Kwang Hai taking a buckload of damage, and now, because the Dark Lord Slayer is still relatively healthy, this is a big chance for one team to actually take this mid inhibitor down. They're also attempting a push on the bot side, which is splitting V Gaming as of the moment. They will take the bot lane inhib, might as well take the top side and mid as well, given the separation that they have caused here towards the members of V Game. That's a nice knock up onto Han. They are attempting to force one team to disengage. They're able to do so, but at the cost of the mid inhibitor as well. So slowly but surely, one team is able to take a lot of resources from V Gaming.
Definitely a lot of resources. They got 2 inhibitor turrets, and that opens 2 lane paths here. Splitting Earth is going to be used, or it's going to be a slow here. Lulun does his best. Zay is going to be taking the bulk off the Ethereal Pulse. The Shotgun is going to be used by Wang TD. There's going to be a Judy Fury, and also the Judgment's Blade. And we might see a dead Bird LB as he gets taken out by Kai. There's no resurrection left for him. That's a Shadow Bomb being used. Splitting Earth again is going to be used. Kwang Hai is going to be in danger. He is going to be stunned. The Shadow Bomb is going to connect, and the snipe as well. Wang TD is falling down, and one team takes a lot in that clash. All of the resurrections almost from the members of V Gaming are already down and out of the count. Kwang Hai is the only one with the Blade of Eternity, with Bird LB out of the picture. There is not much that they can do actually in that counter initiates, and this is the problem that they have. They don't have that late game capability in terms of the skill and suppression that one team is actually fielding in their lineup. Wawa is going to be showing herself up. He's not going to be taken here. Kai secures another snipe onto Maris. Kwang Hai and the others are definitely going to be looking to defend the top lane. The only inhibitor turret lane left for V Gaming.
It's a tough challenge right now, and the pattern still keeps going here. The strategy of one team zoning out V Gaming and positioning themselves better than them towards the Dark Lord Slayer is happening, and they're only waiting for the last 20 seconds before this Dark Lord Slayer spawns up. And this time the situation is much better. They have waves crashing into the mid, they have waves crashing onto the bot lane of V Gaming as well, which can actually deter the movement here or the pathing of V Gaming because of these constant pushes that is happening across the map. and one team will be able to have a better standing right now towards this Dark Lord Slayer. They're just waiting actually for a possible rotation here from V Gaming, or a mistake, which might be Han overextending, force out that flicker away from him. So lesser chance right now for V Gaming to actually steal out this Dark Lord Slayer. Ethereal Pulse gonna be forced out right now, and not much damage being taken yet here by one team. Half health already for the Dark Lord Slayer. Are they gonna be able to commit? Are they gonna be able to steal this out? Avalanche Sphere already used, and now one team is opting to actually engage onto them. They're turning, and Lun Lun is closing the distance. Quang Hai might actually get taken down, has a second life, and pops that orb. However, it's not gonna save his life. Actually do so in the nick of time, but one team still complete right now. With Han dead, there is a lesser chance for V Gaming to actually steal this Dark Lord Slayer, but they have successfully delayed the take. But Quang Hai will get caught. That is a noopsie, and one team has planned it all out from that death trap of a bush. Now they're opting to push the top lane. Are they gonna attempt to push the inhibitor tower? They can actually do so given the number advantage that they do have. Bertle B is taking a lot of damage, might actually need to flicker out. He does, and actually dodges that Ember's Gaze. One team opting to make the game-ending push right now, and they can just take game number 1 against V Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. That was one team. All throughout, they knew their winning condition. They knew that they have the advantage in the late game, and them actually just farming up, just going with the flow, and not letting V Gaming have the advantage in the early was one of the key factors here on game number 1. That was a very, very hard fought game number 1 for both teams, and one team securing this definitely secures the momentum of this best of 7 series.
It's an incredible feat that one team has made in this game. A pretty standard composition, but what defines them as a better team compared to the other ones right now is how they execute this kind of draft. No successful engage has happened coming from V Gaming all throughout this 20+ minute game. They have attempted to dive onto the members of one team. They have caught out Wawa and some of the members through their nice pick-offs into the game, but no proper team fight was made here by V Gaming. That's how big of a zoning one team has made here in this game. So kudos to their front lines, kudos to their back lines as well, being able to perform really well in this game, taking all the towers, taking the Dark Lord Slayer, and in that last fight, they actually baited out V Gaming to commit onto that Dark Lord Slayer. They took out Han quite early and forced Quang Hai to actually go into a risky face check onto that particular brush, wherein he got caught out, and one team just decided to ditch the Dark Lord Slayer and end the game.
Yeah, definitely. That was, a lot of. I can say that this was a perfect game for both teams. V Gaming had a lot of mistakes. Yeah, you see a lot of mistakes coming from one team as well. Miscommunication, but moving forward into the team composition, you already know in the draft what kind of scenario is gonna happen whenever you go to the mid game, to the late game. That's how you build and compose the heroes that you field in the game. And it's just that V Gaming needed to be more aggressive in that game, but the problem here is that they can't actually reach Kai. They can't reach Wawa in most cases as long as Zay is in the area. So the winning condition here is that if they take out, you can also put into the equation of NK. If you take out NK, Wawa, or Kai, any one of those, then the formation of one team is going to be crumbling down. But the problem is because of the mobility of NK, the far-reaching abilities of Wawa and Kai, it wasn't just possible for V Gaming all throughout game number 1 when we reached the 15-minute mark to actually close out the game cleanly. we saw the potential when Kwang Ai was able to zero in onto Kai. But at that moment, it was just a little too late. He was able to burst down Kai, but his team can't actually help him in that instance anymore because they're just going to be boxed out by the damage that Wawa, Kai, and NK is bringing to the table. So mostly when we see a face-off scenario, they try to actually kill out the Lombor as fast as they could, but the damage that they could bring is just not enough. The Ethereal Pulse coming in for the Kali is just going to be doing, it's just going to be dodged most of the time. It's a linear ultimate. You can actually just sidestep. You can actually just try to get crack step back, and it's not gonna be overreaching in most of the scenario when you don't have any vision. And basically that's why Kali is not really the best. But in terms of this, it was a nice try. They were able to use Ethereal Pulse on actually zoning out the Iggy and also the Elsu. Whenever Elsu is going to be in a second position, you're going to see the Ethereal Pulse being used to actually stop him from sniping, and it has been effective all throughout the early to mid game. The late game, not so much. It's not so hot. Marius is just going to be an easy target for anyone whenever he uses the Ethereal Pulse. He doesn't have that mobility. You have some speed ups, you have your flicker, but when the flicker is not ready, she's just gonna be a sitting duck in most of the scenario, and she hasn't been that effective. You have crowd controls, you have slows, but you don't have stuns. And one of the vital things that you need to look into what is the composition, what is going to be the meta. The meta right now in the AIC is how mobile you are, how you're gonna be able to outplay the other. And heroes like Kali is one of the things in the past wherein she's basically someone that's gonna be an easy target. You see a lot of the long range suppression here. You can justify Iggy, who doesn't have the mobility, that she doesn't have any hop flickers. The only thing that you have in terms of mobility for Iggy is the speed up as well. But you can justify that because Iggy is a hero that deals a lot of damage in the long range, and you can also justify what else you can bring. He's very slow. He has a disengagement though with his ultimate, and he has a very, very long range. That's the only thing that can actually overcome the mobility part. Because if you're not using mobile heroes at this point, it's just so hard to actually deter the gap closers of the usual heroes that we see. The Nakrot, you see the Zuka, you're also gonna see the Yenna, you're also gonna see the Richter. Those heroes have a lot of gap close. So the problem here is that we're gonna be fielding a Kali. It's not gonna be for the late game.
And the MVP actually is gonna be one of the immobile hero players here on the side of one team. Kai with his incredible performance on the Elsu, landing so many times his snipes on the crucial members of B Gaming. He hit a lot onto Maris. He hit a lot as well against Wang TD. And if we do check the comparison in terms of damage on Wang TD and Kai, Kai actually dealt 3 times more damage than Wang TD. That's how big of an impact he has made in this game. And for Wang TD on his Wisp, well, we didn't see it that much being effective in this particular game, so maybe this kind of hero isn't that much preferred yet, especially when in the initial parts of the series, because it has a relatively low win rate, and right now it will have a much lower win rate after the defeat here of V Gaming in game number 1. And we saw the struggle of V Gaming, especially against the gap closers here of one team, plus the pokes coming in from both Wawa and Kai. So maybe in the second game they can try the same lineup, or maybe have a different approach this time, because one team is a team that will keep on experimenting these kinds of compositions and will be able to pull off these kinds of lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about just the win rate. I think the hero the user of the hero is more important, and what kind of composition you're going to be fielding that hero. At that point, it's just so hard to use the Wisp. He's not going to have the good looks. He's not going to have the range as well. In terms of range, Wisp is, middling. There's a lot of heroes that's going to be outranging him. Violet is out there. You could also argue that, Slims is a better hero than what you're going to see a Wisp actually doing. So I'm actually pretty curious why they actually picked up Wisp. And I really don't understand how they made that composition. Just because I think Wisp excels in against heroes that have middling range. Maybe against a Laville, it could actually work. Maybe against a Thorn as well. Those heroes that don't have long ranges. But at that point, maybe the only thing that I think the only reason they picked out Wisp is to actually just go for fast wave clears. They were able to actually utilize the shotgun in most of the situation, but in terms of being able to use the ultimate of the Wisp against heroes, it didn't work out well because you have limited range. You have insane damage onto the L2, you have insane damage onto the Iggy, and they're not gonna let the Wisp use his shotgun willy-nilly where he's just going to be stuck in one place, and that is a fact. So whenever he uses a shotgun, he's just going to be punished for it because the range of the snipe in the Emperor's Gaze is enough.
It's too high.
Actually deter him from actually keeping up his ultimate, the shotgun. He gets a lot of opportunity, but he's just gonna be a sitting duck out there. Han is always preoccupied to save out his teammates, so he's not gonna be having the time to actually body block everything that is gonna get a hit onto Wang TV. And that was a fact in game number 1. But game number 2, with the momentum on one team, they invested a lot onto game number 1 and it paid off. Maybe because of that investment, we're going to see a very dominant game again on game number 2, because usually whoever wins game number 1 has the aggression, the confidence, and the capability to be more aggressive because they have already a 1 point up against everyone. V-Gaming needs to play this well, but Lorian was actually given to one team as their first pick. That's going to give a lot of utilities, a lot of capabilities to stun, a lot of outplays as well on that hero. You can put out the Barretts and then you put out the Gaia, and he is going to be one hell of a tank into the mid game.
Yeah, it has a lot of synergy on engage heroes as well, so there's a lot of options here for one team. They can add in maybe the Hayate here for the extra kunai blitz whenever Wawa is going to be engaging into a team fight. And for V-Gaming, since the Elsu has been taken away, they can't really use this particular hero for the meantime. They have to find a different approach. They are hovering the Airi as of the moment, and Kafeni here, so it will be an aggressive lineup that V-Gaming is opting to have in this game, and I'm wondering what support they are going to be putting in for Han this time, because normally we do see him picking up a tank support. Maybe this time a utility one would suffice, but they have to be really careful on the possible 3-4-man gank here on the side of one team, and especially in terms of engage, since they have the Lorian.
And right now, with the hover onto the second and third pick, they need to actually put up into consideration what type of combo they're going to be able to utilize. There's a lot of zone control onto the Lorian, and they're going to be pairing it up with a hover onto a Richter to actually bring a lot of, vision control onto the side, the capability to go for fast ganks as well. Richter is one of the most mobile heroes in terms of the speed ups that he has using his passive, and of course it is also a fact that the silences and the damage it could bring, even if you go for a tank build Richter, is a big factor wherein you're definitely going to be able to put the combinations into the hands of one team. While Gaming, they went for a very sustainable first three picks. The IRE is definitely for the late game, has a lot of stuns for himself, and of course the damage potential, the damage spike from the Kafeni is going to be vital here. They're going to be able to farm the Kafeni quickly. They're definitely going to be winning some of the exchanges. The first middle game clashes are definitely going to be on the side of Gaming, because they also added a Quixie to the mix who doesn't really fall off. But in terms of the solo kills, I don't think Quixie is definitely going to be better alone. But they're going to be able to use that on their rotations, then definitely the Quixie pick is going to actually shine onto Gaming's composition, who doesn't really have a lot of utilities right now. They need to finish this up with a lot of crowd control for themselves and a lot of protection for that Kafen to actually make this work.
Maybe the Baldum would be a good tank here for the side of Gaming, given the Wild Prison being able to catch out some of the members here of one team. They do have a lot of AoE damage to throw out though in the team fight, given that Maras is holding the Crixie and Wang TD is going to be using the Kafeni. So that's a lot of AoE damage, a lot of mobility as well in a sense because of the Crixie pick. They do need to invest a lot of front lines, I must say. And one team already removing one with a good amount of potential. The Baldum already preemptively taken away here for the next pick phase.
Yeah, I could see Baldum actually taking advantage here. Whenever the Star Sky is going to be used, the Wild Prison is just going to be lying in wait. And definitely with that kind of option, one team taking out the Baldum is going to give them some easy looks for themselves. Yeah, you're not going to be able to use a Wild Charge to initiate and then put it into combination with the Quixie. And not much that you can actually think, but Sunyil is being picked out here by Gaming. They're going to be putting a tanky support here onto the front with the Sunyil. If the Sunyil is going to be picked out, they're going to have the capability to actually save themselves in some of the sticky situations with the Angelic Splendor. But he is not, the hero that you're definitely going to be relying on in terms of the engagement. I think Malleus is going to be very, very slow in terms of getting the jump stun from Sunyil. And the answer here by one team definitely is something to consider. When the Angelic Splendor is going to be used, he's just going to be pushed back here by the Thane. And I can already play out some of the scenarios that's definitely going to be perilous for Gaming whenever they try to aggressively engage with the Sunyil.
This is going to be a tough battle here for Gaming, given a lot of the counters that one team is putting in their lineup. They also have a sizable amount of damage and crowd control in their composition. The Tullen pick is gonna target those squishy members here of Gaming whenever they overextend even just a little bit. So they have to be very careful, especially in the team fights, and not only in the team fight but also in the laning phase, because it is possible that guy is gonna be NK is gonna be trying to gank as much as possible. I have thought about this Ellender pick coming into play here for Gaming, given a lot of safety that the Sunyil can actually provide, and this will increase the overall damage here of Gaming. What's scary about this lineup though is that one team still has a lot of engaged tools in their composition. If Gaming again makes even the slightest of mistakes, similar to game number 1, they will be prone to the punish here of one team.
With the composition actually being read out here, it is definitely on the early side with V Gaming, with the kind of lineup that they're fielding with the Yolander, the Crixie, the Gafeni. Early game is definitely theirs. They have they have the damage to actually make up for their numbers, but one team looks strong in terms of the clashes that's gonna happen. They have someone that can tank full on the damage coming in from V Gaming with the Thane. You have someone that has a lot of gap closes. You have some finishers here with the Tulin. You have long range damage as well coming from the Violet, and then you have the zone control coming in from Orion. Well, this is going to be scary for V Gaming if they're going to be able to spiral this game into their control and the opening clash is the first objectives. I think V Gaming has a shot here. Late game, they still have a shot, but it is definitely going to be increasingly difficult because they don't really have a lot to show for in terms of the team fights that's going to happen.
And team fights is definitely one of the things that one team is going to be opting to try and happen here in this game, given the amount of crowd control and engage tools that they do have. So let's see here in game number 2, can V Gaming strike back and equalize the score, or will one team have a better lead in this series given the wonderful lineup that they have in this particular game? It's gonna be a standard start here for both teams. Both junglers starting on their top side camps for the meantime. Well, we do see a lot of pokes coming in here from Wawa and an attempt actually on invading the blue side jungle here of Guanghai. They are successful in doing so, but this is already a sizable lead that one team has made in this game in terms of cutting down some of the resources here of Guanghai. They are trying to retaliate towards the top side jungle here of NK, taking just one camp away from NK, but it's not a buff, so this will slow down the potential here of V Gaming a little bit. And if you look at the stats here, one team being the more aggressive team in this tournament, they have a 87.5 first blood rate compared to the 53.33 here of V Gaming.
Yeah, most of the time when one team actually takes the lead, they don't fall off most of the time, and with them actually missing out one wave, there is going to be some gold deficit there. It's not going to be that felt by the side of one team though, and NK already used up the Thunderbird to actually put some damage into Maris. One team is now going hard here. The Kafeni might be in danger. Wawa is in the area. He's not going to be using the Star Sky just yet. They secure a lot of the advantages here by forcing the recall onto Wong TV. They're having the dragon, and it was traded out here by V Gaming by taking out the Slayer. The blue buff is definitely going to be open to them. They still have the secure here by NK. The blue buff for one team has been secured by Lillian, so no trades are going to happen whatsoever just now.
Yeah, it's a slow start again, similar to game number 1. So I'm kind of curious how the initial objective will happen here for both teams. We do see a similar approach though on the bot side. One team still having the edge in terms of farming and also poking the lanes. V Gaming forced to be on the defensive here against one team, and they're constantly being threatened of a potential dive coming in from Wawa. The knockup might actually happen. The good dodge there coming in from Han. If he got hit there by Wawa, it might have been the first blood already. And one team constantly threatening those ganks here against V Gaming. With the resets happening, we're seeing on the top side though, Birdle B being quite aggressive here onto Lunan, taking a bit of his HP away. But on the bot side, Zay might actually be in trouble after overextending just a little bit. First blood handed over here to One TD.
Yeah, that is going to be a disaster for them. They overstepped their bounds and they were punished for it. V Gaming had the idea that there was going to be an aggressive play coming in from one team there. But still, fact of the matter is, Zay is the one who actually fell down. Not much that's actually going to be affecting the game. He's still going to be tanky even with minimum defensive items. V Gaming right now is looking to make some plays. Maybe if they get Kai, NK, or Wawa, I think that would be a big difference here. And NK is just going to be farming up yet again, taking in the bulk of the resources here to the mid lane. Wawa and NK is definitely going to be a scary duo here with the magic damage that they're going to be dealing in most of the clashes. Han is just going into the area and Lunlun goes in for the clear. He's not going to be taken now, but that was an almost kill here by Kwang Hai. Almost, you know, if they get that kill, it could actually translate to, you know, bigger leads for V Gaming. And Kwang Hai is going in hard. They're going for the pull. Who is going to be used. The Stars Sky is going to get a hit though. Beardal B might be in danger, but Wawa is going to be down here. Kwang Hai taking a lot of free looks. That was a good attempt from Wawa, but unfortunately the orb was ready for Birdel B.
Yeah, that was a very good outplay that V Gaming has made onto the top lane. Wawa got the knock-up onto Kwang Hai, he pops out, or Birdleby took out the tower, and Han with Angelic Splendor increased their defenses and allowed them to actually get that kill. And well, there is a trade onto the bot side here. We check the replay of what happened. Lunlun was actually a little bit late into that fight. Birdleby still managed to disengage while Kwang Hai got the kill. There is a trade of tower on the bot side, and now one team is trying to accelerate this game even further. That's a lot of damage that Maris and the Han took here in the mid lane. They're gonna be forced to fall back for the meantime. In terms of gold, V Gaming this time is having the lead, which is a good sign coming in from them, but still they have to be very careful from those engages here of one team, because if Wawa is going to be able to land that knock-up, it's going to result into a disastrous engage here coming in from one team. There is an attempt in the mid lane of poking out the members of one team, but they are still able to disengage successfully given enough safety that Zay actually is providing for the team. V Gaming though is trying to spread across the map. While Birdleby is split pushing into the bot side, the rest of the members are here in the mid. That's a really good ultimate there by Wawa. That's a lot of damage, and despite the protection of Han, it's still not enough. Fusselot gonna be used here by Wang TD, but to no avail. Kwang Hai is still dead. It's not translating into anything as of the moment, but we do see the potential now of those engaged, and now Zay catching out Han. That's going to be a dead support here for V Gaming.
This is the problem. They don't have the capability to actually win the Vision Wars with the Richter on their side, and also Tane, who definitely has a bigger utility against a Senyo. The only upside of a single support right here is that he's going to be able to go to the aid of anyone who's going to be low health, no matter what happens. It's a global ult. But with the damage that we're already seeing piling up for NK and also to Kai, they're not going to have a good time in the clashes. We saw it happen. There was a lot of damage coming in from V Gaming, but it wasn't enough. There was a lot of tanks here. Wawa and Zay can actually tank some of the damage, and you can't underestimate the magic spellbound passive as well coming in for Wawa. And it's going to be a back. Lulu is going to be starting that again. That's going to be the mark of the hunter. The metamorphosis is going to be used. The teleport is ready. Zay is going to be taking the bulk of it. The Star Sky is going to be used as well. He is going to be using that fire in the hole, hitting up Kwang Hai. Are they going to be in danger? Wang TD is in the air, uses the railgun, gets a crit. but it is not gonna be that felt just yet. Lunlun is gonna be recalled back into the base. They're not going to contest onto that player they give it, as they know they are lacking in numbers. NK is just putting in some magic damage into the face of Maris. He's gonna be forced to recall back into the base. Wang TD and Han actually go back. They know that the cavalry has arrived here for one team. They are going to try to secure this. Diablo's Fury is not going to secure that red buff. While any others are there, NK is going to be using the Thunderbird. He's just spamming that up. He is not afraid to actually have that into their utilities, as they are going to be taking the second chance onto the top lane. Well, there's a duel here. Lunlun is going to be in the losing end, as Bird LP takes the bottom lane first year turret sneakily under the noses of one team.
And this is the problem here for V Gaming. The pokes and the burst of one team is definitely affecting V Gaming's movement. They try to defend a tower, but due to the engaged potential of one team and NK actually hitting his spells to the members of V Gaming, they can't properly defend their towers, and it's costing them to lose a lot. 4 in total compared to 2 that V Gaming has secured so far. In terms of gold though, they are still relatively equal, so V Gaming is still able to catch up against one team. This is kind of the similar situation compared to game number 1, and it comes to show how resourceful V Gaming can actually be. But now again, an engage. Wawa tries to do some damage here towards Han, but they're not committing onto the dive just yet. They're just forcing out the disengage here of V Gaming, putting them back in their place, while in the meantime they're sending out all their members to clear out the side lane so that they can have the edge on the upcoming objective, which is the Holy Dragon and the Infinite Slayer as well. Birdleby took a lot of damage there from NK. That is gonna force another recall here for V Gaming, and they do have a few more seconds to set up here for the Holy Dragon. They are gonna be taking some camps here again from Quanghai. There's zoning V Gaming so well in this game, and if they're gonna be deciding on engaging, it can actually be a good decision, provided that they land the knock-up onto many members of V Gaming. But as of the meantime, they're happily just taking more towers away from V Gaming. Only the bot side remaining. This is a similar situation from game number 1. One team dominantly kind of controls the early game, and V Gaming still looking for ways to come back.
Yeah, and as the time progresses, late game is going to be difficult for them. They don't have the capability to win on the clashes unless they get a easy kill against NK or Kai. Wawa is definitely going to be hard to kill, just because you can see Ferrets is going to add some of survivability. But I'm pretty curious. She actually made a the Reaper maybe to counteract the Confetti ever, and even the Islander in this case is Han is going to be spotted out of members of one team. He's not going to be competing just yet. He's going to be using that shield, and not much right now that they can do, because Zay is definitely going to be able to tank some of the damage here, and Wang TD is going to be hit with that concussive shot, fire in the hole as well. Zay is going to actually be in the thick of it, taking and soaking up some of the damage here. NK one more stack to actually take the his passive up, but that was a good attempt by that was a good kite by Quanghai, being able to lure out the blue buff to his side, and that actually enabled him to actually just secure it safely. One team though has a 500 gold lead, not much. This is like the same game number 1. We don't see them actually go hard against V Gaming, because they know they have the winning condition. They have the late game for themselves, and Bird LB is going to be spotting out Wawa at the moment. He's going to be regenerating some of the damage that Bird LB has done. And basically, if and Kai is still going to be able to live before the clashes start, I don't think V Gaming has the capability to win the clashes.
Yeah, they are just being zoned away so many times here due to the engaged potential of one team, and now with the Slayer push in the mid, it buys enough time for one team again to set up for these cross-map plays, taking some objectives or taking some camps here away from Quang Hai, and also rotating across the map, gaining vision in order to maybe set up again for a play, because all it takes is one knockback from Zay, one knock up from Wawa, and everyone will follow up. That has been the pattern here in this game so far, and V Gaming doesn't really have that much disengaged tools to actually shove the members of one team. They do have some damage coming in from Maris, Quang Hai, and Wang TD, but if one team is going to be able to close in the distance, it's going to be negated for sure. There is a possible fight here on the bot side. Wawa actually took a lot of damage, but oh! Bertleby tries to close in, but it gets closed out instead, and now that's a big punish by one team, taking out two members already from V Game. Although NK got slain in the process, Lunlun though has a flank from the side, and now it's causing a lot of problems here for V Gaming. Good damage being thrown out there, especially from Maris and Wang TD, but they will lose in that fight for now. One team can actually position themselves onto the Dark Lord Slayer, given that kind of simulation that they had on the bot lane fight. They know that they can have the edge on the team fight, and they can just set up here for the Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, we see actually Lockeye onto NK already having an orb in place as his last item with the Staff of Null. So he's definitely going to be able to burst down Quang Hai, Maris, and Wang TD if he has the, the ambush. He has the initiation. Bird LB as well actually felt that from that exchange, and it's going to be a pretty scary prospect. That's going to be a Star Sky being used up by Wawa. They don't have the ultimate here ready. They are going to be zeroing onto Quang Hai. He's going to be forced to use that all day. He's almost going to be taken down as well. The orb has been procced out. NK is going to be taken by the Bird LB. Wawa does his best, but he is not going to be zeroing in on some of the members of V Gaming. But Quang Hai and NK being taken down opens, negates the capability of both teams to actually go for a commit onto the Dark Lord Slayer.
That was just a trade of junglers, and they invested quite a lot in that fight. That was pretty crucial. If ever either team got an edge onto that, it might have translated onto a Dark Lord Slayer take already. Hando is taking a lot of damage there from Kai and Sei, and is going to be forced to recall back into his base. Not much risk being put there in that short interaction, since Lunlun is just building up a wave on the bot side, while NK might try to catch out the wave onto the top. So V Gaming going to be a little bit late on the Dark Lord Slayer take, given that Quang Hai is located towards the bot, and Bertleby is just trying to assist him if there's gonna be a possible rotation coming in from one team. Now it's going to be a dance once again, a tango here by both teams onto this Dark Lord Slayer, and we have seen in the previous game how crucial a fight can be given the threat of the Dark Lord Slayer. One mistake is all it takes, and no team wants to have that in this next upcoming team fight. But right now, Quang Hai might actually get caught, takes a bit of damage there from Lunlun, and is forced to disengage. There is a possible flank coming in here from Zay, and a push actually being built up here by NK towards mid, which will draw the attention of V Gaming, given that they are located towards bot side. One team quickly rotates towards this Dark Lords there. They're starting it. Han spots them out. But little to no time already to retaliate. They will try to get the steal, but is unsuccessful. Han already is dead. But B Game is still commit onto the fight. Zay with a nice knockback. Wang TD gets obliterated there by Kai. And it's already a disaster for V Gaming. One team now just going with a cleanup. And a clean wipe out ace they get. And they might as well just end the game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a victory run now for one team, but that was a crazy play coming in from Zay. Zay able to actually zero in onto Wang TD. It actually overturned that clash. It was open for V Gaming to actually take that advantage because they were the ones actually starting and initiating that clash. But because of the outplay coming in from Zay, it actually stopped that momentum, and it actually blew up into the faces of V Gaming. And one team taking game number 2 is a big thing, because in this series we're seeing one team just going in ham. They're going in serious now into the series, and we've seen one team before, and they are a team that's definitely going to be very, very consistent in the matches that's going to come into this series.
V Gaming is still a long way to go if ever they would want to come back in this series. Both games, they are unsuccessful in finding ways to defeat one team, even in a single team fight. One team is too clean in their execution. Well, there is the instance here onto the top side given the help there of Han. But in overall 5v5 team fights, one team has been really flawless in their execution. And that knockback there by Zay onto Wang TD was a cherry on top. He was like, oh, finally, I got you. And right on there, we already saw the game, the curtains closing here for V Gaming, given that Han is already dead. Wang TD got caught out, Dark Lords there being taken, and it's only a matter of time. One team has definitely the utmost momentum in this series, and they're just 2 games away from winning a dominant series here against V Gaming.
You can see in the last highlight how it actually went. It was starting it up, and then we see Linlin close it up the kill onto that Kafeni. And you know, that was the problem there in terms of the clashes. You don't see a lot of protection on the side of V Gaming. They don't have any counter abilities to actually push back the Thane, and that actually was a big fumble there. In the late game, I already actually predicted that you don't really have a big of a chance on the V Gaming because they don't have something like AoE combos that's definitely going to be working out for them. On the side of one team, you're going to see a lot of, most of the crowd controls that they have is mostly an AoE. And in terms of how the composition work for V Gaming, they have a double marksman combo. So most of the time, you're actually going to see the marksmen onto the backside of their tank. And that's the only correct position that you're going to have. Because if you're going to position yourself in a different place, you're going to be open for the gap closest. So it also makes it easier for one team to actually execute the plays that they have. Because the Star Sky is going to be an AoE crowd control. The knockups coming in from Richter, it's also going to be an AoE crowd control. The pushes coming in from the Thane, it is also an AoE crowd control. So a lot of these crowd controls are just going to be piling up in an area wherein there is going to be a concentration of marksmen and also the mages like Maris. And that also puts into perspective on why I think V Gaming right now is fielding aggressive compositions, but they are not able to make aggressive plays in the early, and this affects the late game because they're not building their compositions for the late game, not like what one team has, who's definitely going to be very solid in the foundations. And definitely, if V Gaming is still going to be having this type of compositions and they're going to have very conservative plays, they're going to be losing out most of the matches in this series for sure. Game 3 is definitely something that they need to win. They need to gain back the momentum, because if they give a 3-0 to one team, they're definitely going to be punished for it. There's still a lot of compositions that we've seen one team actually use. There's not much because of the big hero pool that we're going to see from one team. I don't think V Gaming is going to be able to last if they don't get 3-4, or maybe take the second part of the series.
And we talked about this before already. No team has ever came back from a 3-0 deficit in a series. Not here, not in AIC 2021. So V Gaming has a lot of pressure in their hands right now. Towards the next game, they have to give everything that they got to try and have a better chance in turning the tides around against one team. Because so far, one team has been playing this smoothly. May not be flawlessly, but it is as smooth as it goes here, especially against V Gaming, which we know already as a really strong team. But one team has been dissecting them, not only in this series but also in their previous one during the group stages. So they're looking to have a better performance right now, and it's gonna take a lot of effort and a lot of planning and execution here from V Gaming if ever they want to come back in this series. And if you check out the stats here in game number 2, we do see the goal difference over time kind of jumping up and down given instances and how close the game was. But if we check out the pressure and the damage department as well, we do see more coming in on the side of one team, especially in how they are able to craft their team fights against V Gaming. We do see them getting more objectives: towers, abyssal dragons, holy dragons. The slayers, well, V Gaming has taken a lot more from one team, but in terms of pushes, it didn't actually translate much. One team just keeps on pressuring V Game to fall back, and they're able to take a lot from them.
I mean, the damage that you can see from V Gaming is big, but one team actually made a bulk of the damage because they had a lot more of the open looks. You're not gonna have a frontliner for V Gaming, and that's one of the biggest problems. Signal is not gonna do much. It's a team you're up against who's definitely just gonna be pushing you and gonna be soaking up the damage coming in from ADCs. And the MVP of this game is going to be Kai on that Violet. Another perfect game, 704, 100% KP as well. He did a big number against them, and this is it. Basically, with one team taking the 2-0 on the first part, it is definitely going to be a big game for one team if they win game number 3. And if this is still the gameplay that we're going to see from one team consistently, I think we can already call the series already good as theirs. But V Gaming, they are a tough competitor, so definitely they're not going to be letting this easy into the hands of one team. But before we go to game number 3, we're actually going for a very short break. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Giyang, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through any
money, don't belittle me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes lose silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes lose silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. From your world, I declare, I'm riding to the end.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyan Gaming, and we are already in game number 3 of the first series of the day between one team against V Gaming, and one team already has a 2-0 to start this best of 7 series.
Yeah, and well, we still have yet to see a possible comeback here from the side of V Gaming. So far, they have attempted two kinds of composition that didn't really pan out well for them. Well, we saw more of a smooth performance coming in from one team, especially in this second game. I want to give a good commend on the side of their support, Zay, on that really nice knockback onto Wang TD after they're able to successfully take down Han. The retaliation or the desperation play coming in from V Gaming definitely did not pan out well for them, and it allowed one team to just close out the second game. Coming into game number 3, there are still some lineups that they haven't tried out in this series, and well, for V Gaming, I'm kind of nervous though, because they haven't really made a comeback in the series all throughout AIC 2022. We more so see them having a dominating performance during their match against Bikertopia, during their match against Team Flash, and even during their match against Bacon Time during the group stages. But in this series, we haven't seen them having a fantastic performance in the early game. We more so see one team dictating the flow of the match. So this kind of puts V Gaming in a much more tougher spot as they experiment their approach in this series and also in the game. They have to come out of their shell. They have to really step outside the box to find that weakness of one team, because so far they haven't really, or at least for one team, they're not really showing that much of a weakness in towards this game. They're being able to proactively rotate across the map, find some picks, find a weakness onto V Gaming, and we see V Gaming being on the receiving end of that pressure and them kind of just reacting towards these strategies. So it's going to be tough for them, although it is still possible for them to kind of turn the tides around. I'm wondering though if they're going to be able to be at least as aggressive as one team, or maybe be more aggressive than one team and be the ones to actually drive the game.
Yeah, I do agree. V Gaming so far is a team that starts hot, and this is not the hot start that we're actually expecting from V Gaming. Surprisingly, they are the ones mostly in the losing end. You see a lot more aggressive plays coming here from one team. You saw an early invade, even with the Ellender pick, because usually if you have an Ellender, you're the one that actually has the capability to go for invades. But in terms of game number 2, it was mostly one team as well. Game number 1 was a mirror, just because you already see a lot of early suppression on their lineup. But game 2, it was actually very surprising that they were the ones actually reeling from the early game damage coming in from one team. And one team, I can imagine the the confidence right now, the ability to actually be more aggressive going to game 3. It's a very scary thought here for V Gaming, who is definitely receiving a lot of the pressure because of how one team rotates. They always try to take an objective for themselves. They take some kills, and they also go for a lot of early invades. And V Gaming needs to have a counter for themselves. Maybe they need a fresh strategy. Maybe they need a new start going into this series. Maybe the break is going to be a reset in terms of the momentum that one team is gaining. But I highly doubt that. One team is a very consistent team. And if V Gaming is not going to be able to punch a hole onto the composition of one team, I'm afraid V Gaming is going to be knocked into the lower brackets, and they're going to be having the danger of being eliminated before they reach the finals. But one team right now, they're going for the first pick, Nacron. They still have Zuka for themselves as well. So there's still a lot of compositions that you can go for the junglers of one team. And V Gaming, I mean, Zuka already was out, and K actually used out in game number 1. V Gaming actually went for a Zuka. That's a counter pick again for the Nacron. Let's see who's going to win in this type of matchup. Is it going to be the Nacron or is it going to be the Zuka? It's kind of a seesaw for both of these heroes that are pitted against each other most of the time.
Oh, well, the Brunilda does have a relatively high range when he goes into his form, but I'm kind of nervous because the Baldum pick is definitely going to be a big threat onto this Brunilda. You can easily counter him with just one Wild Prison, and it can even be a proper setup here for a team fight for one team. Joker can pressure the lane as well, given the kit that he does have as a marksman. So many approach, or at least parries here being made by one team just in the drafting phase, and V Gaming is still opening up a little bit on the damage department with the Tulin. It can be flex pick towards mid, it can be used in the jungle as well, depending on how they want to approach this particular game. But one thing's for sure though, one team does have a lot of engage once again. Plus right now with the Nakrut pick, they have a relatively good split push. So that's a lot of threat onto the lanes, but also onto the back line again of V Gaming, because with the Baldum, with the Nakrot, they can easily slip through towards maybe Maris, maybe Birdleby, or maybe Maris, maybe Huang TD, or maybe even Huang Hai later on, because most of the time we do see V Gaming having 3 damage dealers instead of 2, and they don't really that much invest on front lines, which kind of affects their team fight capability. So now one team again is removing some of the frontline threats that V Gaming can actually take, like maybe one more ban towards the tank department, because they haven't really picked up much yet here on the side of V Gaming. Scott is actually a good ban, but V Gaming right now is actually respecting quite a lot here from one team. Even the L'Oreal that Wawa actually pulled through against their match against Talon Esports will be taken away as well.
Yup, and the first 3 picks is saying a lot here. Going actually for they're gonna compete in terms of the damage that's gonna be dealt by V Gaming. They picked up Tulin, they have Bazooka. Brunilda is the only pick that I really don't like onto V Gaming. They've been using a lot of marksmen that, you know, falls off in terms of the utility, the usability, the mobility as well. Another speed up onto the Brunilda. The only time that Brunilda is definitely going to be working is if she's going to be left undisturbed, where she's going to be able to use her skills in most of the scenario. But there's going to be a Baldum there. He's going to use the Wild Prison for sure onto that stationary member whenever she's going to be using that entrench. They add someone that could tank on the side of V Gaming on the Amelie pick, but it's still not gonna be enough. We know that Joker is a hero, is a marksman that you could also consider as an assassin because of the skills that he has. The canned laughter, the killing joke, and then you have the proc of the passives as well, where he's gonna have maybe 4 to 5 shots. And that's gonna be big. In a Zenka hover here by one team. Are they taunting V Gaming by hovering onto this? Because I don't think that Zenka is gonna be picked out.
Never actually been used in the AIC.
Oh,
right?
right.
But whoa, okay. That is a flex of muscles here by Wawa. Picking up the Zenka. First time since AIC 2021. We haven't seen it yet, and now we're gonna be witnessing the Zenka plays by Wawa. Let's see though if it's gonna be a worthy pick here against V Gaming as they solidify their lineup with the key, and well, they picked up the Amelie as well a while ago. So in this kind of lineup, who do you favor more here? Because I'm kind of intrigued by one team's draft.
I actually hate Zenka, and I actually hate Brunhilde. So in terms of the draft, I think the composition for one team, they have a lot of pick-up potential. Zenka added to the mix, they're gonna have an AoE crowd control, same with the Baldum. On the side of V Gaming, they have a lot of damage on their side. That's a key, Zuka and Atulin. Those heroes definitely gonna be packing something. And NK needs to play this careful because even if he builds up a Leviathan, he is going to actually have a hard time here to actually close off because of the close range damage that you're gonna be expecting on that 3 picks that I said from the gaming. Brunhilde, definitely someone that you can work with as long as she's gonna be able to stack through and trench normal attacks. But that's basically it. That's the only thing that you're gonna be expecting from the Brunhilde, because if she's not gonna have a lot of opportunities to use her entrench, she's not gonna work well. And with Han using that Amelie, he is going to be a vital member here, as he's gonna be the only protection for the side of V Gaming.
I'm really curious how the interactions will go. This is a different start though. An invade, an aggressive approach here again by one team, trying to dominate V Gaming at the very start. But Zay might actually get caught out. There's a lot of trades and damage there from both sides. But one thing's for sure, V Gaming is still intact, and Quang Hai will still be able to secure his red buff. We're seeing an invade as well on the bot side. Matt is successfully taking one of the camps here of NK. So that is actually a relatively good start here by V Gaming, being kind of proactive across these map, and one team a little bit delayed on their farming for the meantime. It's not going to be affecting them that much, but we're seeing a different start here for V Gaming, which might be a good sign coming in from them.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression was still on the side of one team though, so they attempted that. And they suffered a 200 gold deficit, which is still negligible at this point. You're not going to be feeling that 200 gold that's an advantage for V Gaming, unless it's a 1k to 2k wherein you're going to have better items for sure. Maris is already level 4 as well as Quang Hai. They're going to be able to zero in on anyone here. And that target that they might choose is going to be NK, but Lundlund and the others are in the area. That's gonna be a slow. K is still going to take that, and Lundlund goes in with the waiting blade. Bird LB is late to the party. He's not gonna be able to do anything at that point. And NK actually having the better reflexes to take the punish there, secured them the Slayer, and in turn gave them now an opportunity to get that first blood.
Yeah, not only are they successful in taking the objective, but also are able to make that outplay against V Gaming. I think V Gaming did not expect that kind of reaction coming in from one team, and now, well, there is a 50% win rate by one team whenever they get a first Spirit Sentinel, but it's just a little bit of a stats being shown here onto the screen. Han getting caught out. He actually got caught by that wild prison, and down he goes. Quang Hai as well is taking a lot of damage. Wang Tiri tries to poke the members here of one team, but it's not gonna result that much good on their side. That's a second kill here by one team. V Gaming is able to at least equalize the objective takes with them being able to secure this Abyssal Dragon, but again, one team in this early game, a similar playstyle compared to both two games earlier, them being able to just be aggressive against V Gaming is putting them in a really tough spot here for V Gaming. They are rotating once again here towards top. Birdleby might actually get caught with a lot of damage there by NK. Quang Hai a little bit late, but Birdleby is still relatively safe. Here on the bot side, Wild Prison not imprisoning anybody as Han is able to dodge away, but Wang Tiri actually being a little aggressive here. Deals a lot of damage onto Zay and Kai, and is gonna be successfully zoning them out. Another invade comes through, but one team this time is successful in taking Quang Hai's buff.
Yep, and now one team is going for the rotation. Gonna have that advantage. Kai is gonna be scaring Wang TD. He knows that he's gonna be losing out if he duels with Kai at that moment. Han is just gonna be regenerating, and that's the good thing about the Amelie. She has high regeneration as a support. But that's the only good. That's the only good thing that you have, because in terms of the capability, I think what Baldum has you know, a lot more of the utility that you can bring into the table. He's gonna go for the wild charge. Gonna miss out Han. It is going to be another Dust Devil being shown here by Wawa. Still has his ultimate ready. The stunts that are gonna be proc while the skills of Wawa is active is definitely gonna be a key here.
And so far, one team still continuously trying to get anything across the map. There is Zay rotating towards bot, but they are not committing onto the bot lane. Top lane though, they will get Birdle B. A while ago they attempted to get that kill, but Quang Hai was there to protect him. This time, Quang Hai is being threatened under his tower. They are able to at least cut down the wave after getting the kill onto Birdle B, and they will have the luxury of taking this Slayer as well. V Gaming still a little bit confused here in this game on how to answer the aggression of one team. This is starting to be a little difficult once again for V Gaming, and one team is going to be more than happy to take any wins that they can.
Yeah, and definitely with V Gaming still trailing here, they need to make some plays. They need to get the pickoffs that they want. They have a lot of the heroes here that's gonna help them. And Wang TD is gonna be stopped from using the entrenchment. The Wild Prison being used up. He is going to be using that Sunbreak. No one's gonna fall down just yet. And that was a good disengage from Wang TD. If he actually kept on using that entrench, she would have been caught out by that Wild Prison. And there's a lot of combinations that you're gonna think with Wawa already there at the moment. And Fred is going to be used yet again. Wawa almost taken out. Kai is not going to be able to take the first turret just yet, but that's only one hit away. Zay is going to be pushed back by Maris, and Quang Hai and also NK are going into exchanges. Jury Fury has been used. Han uses the Enrage. He's going to have the empowered regeneration there. NK might be in danger, uses the Jury Fury to get away. Wang TD is in the air to go for a push. That is an entrench being broke out here. And this is the problem. Wild Prison is going to catch him. Well, is she going to be taken? Yes, she is. NK goes in with the Judgment's Blade and the Jury Fury.
The outplay.
They get another knock up there, another kill for themselves, and 2 deaths, 3 deaths actually for V Gaming. Birdle B tries to go for a save, but with him alone, he's not going to be able to defend the first tier turret. One team is aiming to get the second tier turret, yet again Birdle B is just going out in the area with Zay there. The wild charge is ready to deter him from getting that protection up, and they secure another objective with the Slayer.
One team is just too good. If you check out that replay, NK was 1v2ing V Gaming, and that Wild Prison actually baited out Han, and NK dived once again to get those 2 kills. And despite Quang Hai being able to disengage with a sliver of health remaining, Maris still got caught out, and that led to that push into the mid lane. Now they're trying to push bot lane with Infinite Slayer marching there as well. Han is trying to prevent them from closing the distance, but it might actually be threatened with a dive. They're able to take a tower here on the bot side, and V Gaming are forced a little bit back even more. One team threatening once again a dive, and they are able to take this mid inhib uncontested, as V Gaming are just forced back towards their base, and even inside their base they're not safe at all. One team is just getting all these towers for free. And this is just an Infinite Slayer, not yet a Dark Lord Slayer. Now they're engaging once again. Han is getting caught. He tries to tank a lot of damage, is able to do so. But the base, the core, is already half health. One team can actually close out this game. They're just trying to get another wave, and they will just end the misery here of V Gaming. 3-0 already. One win away from taking down V Gaming.
Oh man, feels bad, man, to actually lose to a composition with an Azenka. It's
yeah. First Azenka since AIC 2021, and it's also a dominating win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen some of the plays and the compositions here for one team, and they made it work. And one of the biggest factors here is that the Azenka was actually using a flashy boots to actually reduce his cooldown. And I know the thinking there. There's not much Fennec crowd control on the side of V Gaming, and that actually gave them a lot of breadth in terms of the itemizations that they can actually use. They are using non-gilded. They're using boots with non-gilded greaves, and which is not gilded greaves, which gives them a lot of utility as well, because they know that not much that you can expect in terms of the crowd controls that they could actually bring, and in terms of how big the gold lead that they were actually building, they weren't scared in terms of harassing the members of V Gaming under the turrets as well, because they have a lot of reach, they have a lot of range for the Joker. You have the capability to actually stomp them and zone them out with the Wild Prison, and you also have the Sandbraid, the Dust Devil, the knockups coming in from the Azenka. It was just so hard for V Gaming to actually go for that entry, which the Zuka pick actually needed a lot of. Bertel P wasn't actually creating a lot of space for them. Most of the time, you're actually just seeing him trailing off. He wasn't part of the rotation. In part of the counter plays as well, he was definitely always late to the party. Not like what we've seen from Lunlun's Ryoma, who was always in the area dealing a lot of damage using the Wailing Blade. And they were able to secure a lot because of how versatile the rotation was going for one team. Everyone could actually rotate because no one actually was defeated in the laning phase.
Yeah, laning phase, objective taking, rotations, team fights, it's all one team, and we did not see at all a sign of light here coming in from V Gaming, which is kind of new to us, but one team has already done this before, and they're doing it yet again in this series. 3 times in a row now in this series they have won their games, and we can check out the stats. No comeback again from a 3-0 deficit. So this is a really high momentum from one team right now, and they're just one game away from actually taking the victory here and putting down V Gaming to the lower bracket and giving them another tough time in the lower bracket. So V Gaming, we can talk about how V Gaming can actually turn the tides around this time, but there's too many things that they have to patch up. It's just too difficult right now. The laning phase, well, they have improved a little bit during the first few minutes of the match, but they still have no answer from the aggression of one team. They could not handle all those outplays that one team has been doing in this game and all throughout the series, and they keep making the same mistakes here for V Gaming, and it's going to be a lot more difficult not only in the next game, and even if they win the next game, they still have a long way to go. This is like 4 wins that they have to win, and there's only a few more, or at least lesser choices of heroes that they can actually pick up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot. This is still a game for a lot of the hero pools. Heroes that you usually use in the AIC is still available. A lot of the marksmen as well. There is going to be an option for V Gaming to go for an Egi and Elsu as well, but in terms of how big of an investment was made for one team, I don't think that it's a big investment. They still have a lot for themselves, especially in the mid lane. You actually see a Zenka being used up there.
Yeah.
We can expect a lot more. Tulin, not Tulin, was it? Lorian is already out of the table for one team. They don't have Iggy, and there's still a lot that you can pick up. So far, we're gonna see here the stats already in full view. 8-0 in favor of one team. That's an 8-0 wherein you shut down V Gaming all throughout. And that's a very big thing. It's subjective.
It's a flex. Using
yeah,
an Zenka.
It's subjective. It's subjective. Because once in taking in this win against a high damage comp V Gaming, and V Gaming with a high damage comp not even able to secure one kill, man, that must feel bad for V Gaming. And you can see here on the graph,
That's a slap.
it's about one team all throughout. They didn't, whenever they get the lead, they haven't made any kind of mistakes that could actually tilt the favor to V Gaming, and that's a big factor for how big of team play, a lot of mechanical skills and also team play that comes into one team. And NK is going to be the MVP for game number 3 with a 304 perfect KDA for the Nacron, 87.5 KP, and with a big roll goal difference. It is a fact that NK did a lot better than the Zuka of Shanghai. And going forward in game number 4, if this is still what's gonna happen, or V Gaming is gonna be fielding a composition and they're not gonna be able to capitalize on it, it is already marked there that maybe we're gonna see a 4-0
The curtains
sweep
are closing.
here.
It's
4-0
so
sweep
close.
is going to be possible here for one team, because if we go into logic, there's just not much that you can expect from V Gaming in the first 3 games. They are just, I don't know, that's a shadow of V Gaming, and they need to find it fast if they really want to go back here, because game number 4 is already match point for one team.
Yeah, it's match point already, and they have everything in their hands right now. They must be feeling so good. I mean, we see their celebration every time the game ends. They're really happy with their performance, and anyone would against V Gaming, because they have been dominating, not only, or well, not as dominating as AIC 2021, but here in AIC 2022 they have pulled off so many things, so many lineups, and also defeated a lot of teams coming into the upper bracket finals. And now one team again just getting ahead against V Gaming after in the group stages. Well, they have defeated them in a dominating fashion as well, but V Gaming improved after that. They were actually able to take down some of the teams that initially defeated them in the group stages, and now it's just a repeat of history, and V Gaming cannot change that just yet. Maybe in the next game they could, but it's going to be a much more difficult series for them. Might be the most difficult one for them since the AIC 2021, because this time they're on the back end. They're the ones with their ties on, with their hands tied, with their back against the wall, and they're the ones who actually have to prove themselves against their opponent, because one team is just one game away from actually sitting comfortably in the grand finals.
And the draft is gonna be starting, and I do agree. One team is definitely having the best series of their life against V Gaming here. No score at all from no answer from game 2, game 3, and if this progresses, I guess the spirit of V Gaming is gonna be crushed. But they still have a chance if they do go for the lower bracket, and they can make a comeback. But I'm not gonna say that this is already a finished series because we've seen a lot. Maybe if they take game number 4, it could actually go into their favor. Maybe they could actually reach game number 7, where they can outlast one team. One Team Esports, though, they're going for a first pick, Liliana here, as they banned out the Omen and the Elsu. Iki is still gonna be possible for V Gaming, but V Gaming banned out the Elander with the Aya, so it's gonna be opening some of the picks with Zuka and Nakrop already out for one team. Elander is definitely a viable ban here, as V Gaming is going strong with the first 2 picks. They have a Ferris and they have a hover onto Gordon as well, so
Yeah, they should lock
this
this
could
in.
actually play out well. Whenever you have Ferris, you're gonna be very, very aggressive. You have zoning control with the Lorian. Although Liliana is a assassin type of hero where you have a lot of pokes, you're gonna be able to finish a lot with the Foxtrot and have a lot of mobility as well with the unpredictable in Fox form. It is still not gonna be enough. I think Liliana is a niche pick wherein she excels on being able to zero in and take some kills for herself. And what one team actually finished their first 3 picks with, they went with a Hayate and a Roxy pick. Roxy so far on the last two series that Roxy has been played, it has been all losses. Let's see if it's gonna be different for this match number 4.
It's always really risky to pick up this hero due to its one job. Get that Agnes grip connected onto an enemy member. But if you're not gonna be able to do that, then you're gonna be rendered useless. Hayate being picked up here by one team kind of negates that team fighting potential of V Gaming, or at least what they intend to do, because the Hayate actually has a lot of synergy with the Lorian, but the Slims actually might work here in terms of pick potential if he's gonna be landing those flying spears onto any member of one team, given that some of their members are actually quite vulnerable or squishy. Then they can pile in their CCs and take a kill across the map. But as we see the second banning phase coming into play, Airi, the Kira, Ryoma taken away by both teams already, and well, that's a lot of front lines being removed here by one team, which has a lot of synergy here on the side of V Gaming, like the Yena, as they lock in that final ban. They haven't picked up Florentino. This is going to be very risky, especially that they do lock this in right now. It will be a battle of skill set on the Darkslayer lane, and whoa, one team actually flexing a lot of picks here. Murad, since AIC 2021, doesn't really have a really good win rate, but after the performance of one team, especially by Wawa on the Azenka, I'm not going to be that much surprised anymore on the performance here of one team. They are going to be deciding though on much more viable picks like the Laville and the Awi, which can just be locked in right now given the high amount of pressure they can actually do. And one team is not really that much unfamiliar with a mid marksman since they have done this before, even flexing a Valheim mid.
No, this is not gonna be a mid lane marksman. What they're gonna do is they're gonna counter the Florentino pick with the Hayate, and they're gonna put the Abyssal Dragon laner as the they're gonna give the Abyssal Dragon laner the Laville. So one team actually is gonna be fielding something more of a counter, but it is gonna be difficult because there's a lot of
risky.
A lot of plays that's gonna happen for V Gaming. They have the composition now to actually win the team fights. Macro plays definitely theirs. They also have a lot of pickup capability, and I'm pretty stoked if one team can actually make this work. This is a double marksman, but the usual double marksman that you see is you're gonna see a jungler, marksman jungler being used, and they pair it up with an Abyssal Dragon laner who's a marksman as well. But now one team actually used it at the Dark Slayer lane and an Abyssal Dragon lane. So definitely in terms of initiation, they're definitely gonna be relying hard on Tuze using that Roxy. Let's see if they are gonna be able to pull this off in game number 4.
A high risk, high reward once again here by one team, this time with a Hayate on the Dark Slayer lane as Lulun is going to be battling against the Florentino of Birdleby. And this is going to be very crucial given so many squishy members on the side of one team, and V Gaming does have a substantial amount of team fighting power, provided that they have a Lorian and a sizable amount of engage and crowd controls as well in their lineup. So early game is going to be very vital. A much more crucial factor here for one team that they have to make it happen, because if V Gaming is going to be able to keep up in terms of the economy, then objective taking is not going to be that easy anymore for one team. V Gaming can just engage anytime they want, and they have Quang Hai to actually start things up for them, and even Wang TD, given that he does have those flying spears.
No, but it's going to be a normal start. They are we're gonna see Maris and Han actually take some of the resources of NK. Seeing from the red buff, he actually went straight to the blue buff as well. So maybe we're seeing a rotation that's going to be centered on how fast they're gonna be able to actually go for a rotate here for the junglers. And Maris and Han is going to be a dangerous duo here onto the mid lane. And also Wawa needs to play this as smart as they could, because they are going to be into the brunt of a lot of the crowd controls that's going to be used. NK is just in the area hanging back, trying to bait out Birdleby, but it is going to be hard because we know Birdleby as a Dark Slayer laner to actually play safe as he could, and with the Hayate being placed into his front, he's not really gonna be that aggressive.
And it's actually hard to at least take him down, because one, Florentine is very slippery, and one team doesn't have that much crowd control on, well, for their top side, and NK as well. So V Gaming now using their advantage to its fullest, taking the Slayer already, while one team is actually kind of starting this Abyssal Dragon, but I don't think they are going to be committing onto this given the potential engage here of V Gaming. They're starting to feel the difference now in terms of lineup and the pressure that V Gaming has with their draft right now. So I think one team this time, for the first time in the series, is going to be forced a little bit back and just farm out for the meantime, which is not really going to be the best case scenario for them because of the power spikes here of V Gaming in the mid to late game, and they have to play this out more creatively than usual, because how do you catch out Bertleby later on? Yes, you can win a little bit in the laning phase, or at least keep up because of the range advantage that the Hayate has, but how do you play this out right now? You have lesser options. You can't really gank top anymore. You have to focus on bot. But V Gaming is going to be ready for that, with Quang Hai always rotating there, same as Maris. So one team right now needs to time their ganks really well, especially that V Gaming is always going to be looking for those counter engage. Now they're rotating towards bot. Maris and Quang Hai starting the Abyssal Dragon, since one team isn't really eyeing on this objective so far, but they spot out V Gaming taking it down. They're not going to be contesting at all.
And the Dragon is going to be secured yet again by V Gaming. They take the second objective of the game, and that's going to be building some of the leads on the side of V Gaming. One team right now is the one on the receiving end, and maybe this is the chance that V Gaming is waiting for. The chance to actually win and have the advantage in most of the exchanges, but that is still something that needs to be seen, as NK is going to be helped here as Bertleby spots out the members of one team that are going in for the rotation. There's not much of any openings that they can actually capitalize on. For now, we're just seeing everyone just going back to the lanes, going back to the farm. And definitely here, the Star Sky is going to be used. There is going to be a stun, but Zay was able to take out Maris with that turret fire at the last moment, and that's going to be big, as one team is there, and the Venom is going to be used. A Flying Spear as well is not going to get a hit on anyone, and it's going to open up the bottom lane for a push.
No.
As Sky is going to be taking the first objective of the game. Flying Spear again is going to be thrown here by Wang TV to no avail, but on the top lane there is going to be the knife blitz being used up by Lunlun. He is going to be taken down, but clears out the creep wave, so no push is going to happen in the top lane just yet.
Yeah, it was a good kill coming in from Bertleby and Quang Hai, but in terms of towers, one team still has the upper hand, and Zay right now will use that Agnes Grip. Quang Hai will not be able to escape. An easy trade here by one team, and they do have the numbers advantage right now, just in time for the Slayer.
Yep, they take a kill, they take an objective as well, and looking very well for one team. The gold deficit that was 500 in favor of V Gaming has been overturned here, as they take a Slayer of their own on almost 1k gold lead. There's 3 members of V Gaming right now, and the damage of Wawa is going to be substantial at this point. The Flying Spear is going to be pushed here, but Kai is going to be able to take that small cap under the nose. This is V Gaming yet again. They need to make some plays. They need to force out the rotations here. They need to be the one dictating. If they ever want to win on the bot lane, there is going to be some exchanges, as Lunlun's going to be clearing up the wave, pressuring. Gaming, that's a double getting a hit. It is going to be cleansed by Hando. That is the Agnes Grip being used. Han might be in danger. No Star Sky is going to be committed. He knows that the damage that they have is not going to be enough, and the engagement is just going to be falling over to the hands of one team yet again, who secures another objective. That's already a big lead that you are giving one team, and if you give them this lead, it is going to be increasingly difficult going to the late game.
Because they're just gonna be keep melting these towers pretty quickly due to their high siege damage, and V Gaming, they haven't reached their power spike. That's a nice Agnes Grip onto Maris. A quick takedown, and this might actually open up yet another objective, but V Gaming already taking this Abyssal Dragon for themselves, so a relatively okay response there coming in from them to answer that oopsie from Maris. But one team still has the upper hand in terms of gold and kills and towers, and it's only a matter of time before they take even more because the objectives keeps on spawning up. And V Gaming cannot really keep up as of the moment due to the pressure constantly being built up here by one team. There's a push on the top, on the bot side as well. NK is already starting the Slayer, and the Holy Dragon is up for the grabs here for both teams as well. Zay just setting up once again for the team. If ever V Gaming opts to actually contest the Slayer takedown here, and Lunlun just eyeing on this bot side objective as well as he clears up the wave. V Gaming right now again forced on the defensive. Han doing a really good job though, at least soaking up that double trouble from Kai, but still the damage is real. Han will get taken down. The Slayer spawn in the mid, and this tower will just be melted here, not waiting anymore for the waves. There's also a push on the bot side by Lunlun. V Gaming are just too confused right now. Where do they go?
Yeah, this is difficult to swallow as V Gaming, who had the upper hand at the start of the game, is now losing against the siege coming in from one team who initiates it with a double trouble, and then you have the Agnes Grip. Wawa might be in danger here. The Brazen Submission is going to be used. They're going in for the Venom. There is already a lot of the health of that third tier turret shaved off. So this is going to be an easy push.
Oh no!
Team that's going to be the Agnes Grip being used up. And that's a combination from Wawa. Look at the damage that is being brought by one team. They are packing a lot of heat, and nothing that V Gaming is doing is working for them. They're going in for the inhibitor turn on the bot lane. There's also going to be a push from the top lane. NK is going to be caught up. Brazen Submission is going to be used. Damage coming in from Wong TD is not going to be felt for now, and Maris is going to be used as Star Sky. Are they going to be able to catch that up? Wong TD does his best to get a kill for himself,
Attempting
but
to
it's
end.
also not going to be enough because they take 3 inhibitor turns. That's going to be the Kunai Blitz. He gets that kill with the Venom. Might be in danger, but Burnell B is not going to chase, and he knows because at this moment, all of the turrets of V Gaming is already out of the table. 10 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
And look at the towers here of one team. Scratchless as of the moment. Well, top side is a little bit damaged, but everything else is still intact, and V Gaming is just having the worst possible time right now and match point of one team. And as we check out this replay, one team actually tried to end the game already. That's why we see a quarter of the health remaining on the core. But right now, another Agnes Grip connecting. Retaliation coming in for V Gaming. This might actually choke out the members of one team. They get Kai. They get Wawa as well. And Bertleby is just slithering away towards the members here of one team. This is what they needed, and definitely it has helped them come back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a start for V Gaming. They have the capability in terms of the clashing potential. They are the ones that is going to be winning most of those fights, and a big factor is because of the AoE crowd controls that you're going to be expecting from them. This is the first time they have shown this kind of composition in this series, and it's actually working out very well for them since they really want to go for the late game. They're going to be starting the Slayer here, but maybe taking some advantage. That's going to be flying spear being used up. There might be killed. The Agnes Grip is going to connect on Roberto B because of the Gentleman's Duel. He is going to be alive still.
And a pause is going to be initiated for the meantime as there is a slight technical issue on one of the members here. So we have to make sure these players are experiencing the best possible performance in their games, and this issue is going to be quickly patched up in a short while. As we're seeing on the screen, one of the members here of one team so far is having a bit of problem in his setup at the moment, but the game is still gonna continue in a short while, so we do appreciate your patience, everybody. But again, if we talk about the game, V Gaming still has no answer here against one team. Well, they are able to at least take 2 kills after punishing that objective takedown of one team, but can they actually transition it into even more? Because one team still has the upper hand in terms of economy, and they're just one push away from ending the game. A quarter of health remaining on the core a while ago is already a very nervous situation for V Gaming, and they really have to make this work, or else it's going to result into a dominating 4-0 by one team.
We've seen them actually win up clashes. It's just the problem is because of the lane management. I think it's still going to lean heavily onto the side of one team because they need a wipeout to actually finish this game. If they can't get the wipeout, they're not gonna be able to actually push out unless there's gonna be some errors onto the side of one team, which I highly doubt. The lineup has some mobility on themselves. There is also the capabilities of the marksmen as well, so it is going to be a fact of the matter that as the game progresses, it is still going to be harder for V Gaming, because at this situation, we've seen this situation before and they lost this kind of situation. So moving forward, I think what they need to do is actually to play it a little bit smarter, a little bit more aggressive, as a fact as well. You can play it smart and be aggressive in these scenarios here, but it is going to be difficult because they have a lot of holes to plug for the side of V Gaming.
Well, this is in terms of smart. Well, they did a smart thing, taking the Slayer down while one team is still trying to catch up a little bit in terms of rotation. But again, the perks here of taking down 3 inhibitors is already into play. There's a lot of empowered minions marching onto the base of V Gaming now. They are attempting with a double trouble connecting onto Han. Han doing a really good job though in terms of zoning, but wow, might actually get caught on the second time. Kwang Hai and the rest of the members of V Gaming trying to close the distance. A good dodge there onto the flying spear from Huang TD is able to allow one team at least to breathe a little bit, but in a short amount of time right now, V Game is actually able to catch up in terms of the economy, and they're spawning the Slayer into the mid lane as well to attempt on taking down some towers for the first time in this game, but it is actually quickly negated here by one team. They have a huge wave as well, marching into their mid. Agnes Grip not really connecting onto a crucial member of V Gaming due to the cleanse here, but they are gonna lose as well a tower in the mid, so good job here coming in from V Gaming.
Yeah, well, they're actually being proactive here in the rotations, and you can actually see it. They're very, very proactive. They're not letting one team actually win the initiation. They do get to initiate with a double trouble, but the problem here is that Han is always the target. But they do get Maris here. They have proved it wrong, and it's a 4v5. They're going in hot. We see
NK
go in, but he is not gonna committing with Wang TD in the area as Kwang Hai tries to actually clear up the waves here in the bot lane, but NK
20 seconds
there in a 1v1 scenario. That's a Wang TD throwing up a flying spear yet again. Bird LP might be in danger. The Venom is gonna be used. They do get some stuns in, but London gets that kill on the London, and Wang TD misses out the flying spear yet again. It's a 3 versus 5. Death timers are going to be up for Maris. They are going in for the defense here though. Wang TD and the others are going in hot. Is being thrown here. Maris is already out. Sorry, Sky is definitely going to be a possibility to place in submission. Say is going to fall down here from Bird LP, and we see a stun here. Sky gets taken down with a flying spear, and it is V Gaming who is going to be ready for that Dark Lord Slayer take.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. 30-second death timers. V-Gaming can easily melt down this Dark Lord Slayer. NK is gonna be pressured right now. He has to steal this Dark Lord Slayer, or else this might actually be the turnaround that they need here. Kwang Hai still able to take the objective, and NK is dead. Dark Lord Slayer marching right now. We have a 40-second death timer on the jungle of one team right now. So in a flash, all the lead of one team is starting to vanish. And V-Gaming is hungry for this win. They want to get their first win into this series. And they are grouping up in the mid right now. There is gonna be enough time actually for NK to get back up, but it's not without a cost. This tower is gonna fall down pretty quickly in just one slash of the Dark Lord Slayer. They are also clearing out the mid. That's a lot of zoning tool right now coming in from Maris. Zay gonna try to catch out one with the Agnes Grip, but to no avail. They don't have that much siege damage, and they're constantly being zoned away here because of those setups here from the Flying Spear. Now they are gonna try and end this game right now. Kai is dead, and V-Gaming is mad. They took out everyone except for NK, but they will take the core and one win right now in the series.
It's gonna be a big thing. V-Gaming taking back the initiative here with a win on game number 4. In terms of the clashes, it actually is onto their lineup, and definitely one after another. A lot of mistakes coming in from one team actually enabled this win for V-Gaming. Then not being able to close it off is a big factor because they do not have the firepower, and definitely Wong TD on that slim is the one that actually kept this game alive for V-Gaming.
Yeah, that was a really good play and a performance coming in from V-Gaming, especially on the latter parts. It started with 2 kills happening on the bot side, transitioning into a Slayer take that allowed them to pick up more kills. Maris got caught, but V-Gaming still managed to hold out that game long enough for him to actually spawn back up. And when they actually got so many kills in the mid, they got the Dark Lord Slayer, took down NK, and well, they went with a game-ending push. And we already know the team fighting potential of V-Gaming. They just showed it at the very end, but it's the end that matters. It's the result that matters. V-Gaming now having the first point in the series. Still match point by one team, but momentum is starting to shift here towards V-Gaming.
They didn't have enough of, the crowd controls that you actually need. They do have a lot of sustainable damage, but it actually went against them going into the late game, and you're just gonna be forced to actually clash against V-Gaming's composition. And if you're gonna be forced to clash, that's very detrimental to what you have. You don't have a lot of protection. This Agnes Grip was actually countered a lot by the cleanse. There was always a timely cleanse coming in from Han, and that prevented him to actually connect his ultimate. And like I said, the only thing that you're gonna be looking forward to with the Roxy pick is the Agnes Grip. If the Agnes Grip is not gonna connect, it is
or if it's gonna get countered, then
it's the fact of the matter that you're not gonna be winning it as long as he's gonna be the sole initiator, and that was the case here. He's the sole initiator. You have assassins, you have some stuns, but nothing much that you can actually look forward to. The double trouble does get a hit. They actually use that in unison with the Agnes Grip, but I guess they were using it haphazardly, and it was easily counterable in most of the situation. Roxy, this is his third series where we're not seeing a Roxy actually take a win for himself.
And right now, well, the series is still ongoing. One team still has the upper hand And I think this is just a bit of a small hiccup coming in from them, because they nearly closed out this game earlier. They chunked down a big amount of HP from the core a while ago, but V Gaming, kudos to them being able to hold their base down pretty effectively, and also coming back from I think that was a 5,000 gold deficit at the mid part of that match, and when they reached their power spike, they were very, very confident in their lineup and how they can actually execute a team fight for themselves. So with this kind of mindset, I think they would be able to have a little bit of a grasp right now towards one team, or at least have a bit more confidence in themselves, because they are now witnessing some flaws on the side of one team, and this one is definitely going to affect a little bit on the performance here of one team. They need to patch up that kind of mistake, but they also have invested quite a lot in the hero picks as well, like the Hayate. I mean, the whole draft actually was a big investment coming in from them, same as V Gaming, but we saw again how crucial it is to pick up the Roxy with that Agnes grip. You mentioned earlier when we were in the drafting phase, the past two series has been a defeat whenever they attempted to get that hero, and again it still continues. I think the curse of the Agnes grip is definitely not that much helping in these kinds of games.
Yeah, I mean, if you rely on one utility, that's basically, a crutch for you instead of a lifeline, because you depend heavily on that kind of initiation. And if it doesn't work, you actually don't have anything to actually have. You don't actually have any backup ones left. And you could see at their lineup that they didn't have any kind of backup plans prepared in preparation for when Agnes Grip actually failed. And you can see here on the stats that it was a very close game. It was a game that was for one team. But the problem here is that they weren't able to finish it out when they got all of the lanes. They didn't go for pressure. They went for objectives and they were punished for it. You could actually see on the Abyssal Dragon thing, it wasn't necessary. You want to actually pressure all the lanes first before you take the objectives, because you want to have that kind of safeguard wherein not everyone on V Gaming is going to be able to commit, but V Gaming was able to commit because the waves in the top lane was actually showed, and that enabled them to go and contest that Holy Dragon, which turned to a disaster for one team, and that's where actually it all fell down. And the MVP here, I've already mentioned him, Wang TD on the Slims was very, very solid. He was one of the biggest reasons why they actually went and got this comeback win.
And not only are they able to land those flying spears and stuff, was able to be safe despite all those pressure that one team has made up all throughout the game, not suffering from any death, and he has a 2-0 scoreline as well. So very, very kudos to V Gaming. They still have a long way to go in this series, especially that one team still is on match point. I think it's gonna be tough, especially that normally we do see V Gaming rushing the series out and having an explosive start to try and finish the series early, but in extended series we don't really see them kind of popping off, especially after an exhausting amount of games. So maybe in this series they would look to patch that up, especially after their first win. Hopefully we do see a better transition as well here on the side of one team, given that they kind of made a mistake on that last part of the fight, wherein they attempted to end that game but ended up overextending in the base of V Game that resulted to them losing a lot of members.
And moving forward with the momentum actually tilting to be gaming, are they going to be able to get us to a game number 7? That is a what if, because it's still going to be a daunting task. It's going to be tiring already. They already went through 4 games. First 3 games they lost it, and they need a lot more mental concentration to actually finish this to their advantage. With game number 5, if they are going to be able to take game number 5, there is going to be a chance. Game number 6 is going to be open, and game number 7 is definitely a possibility. This is free gaming. They're not just going to take this lying down, and this is a change that they need. They need to play onto what their compositions is. They need to play the strengths, and they found it in game number 4 when they actually fielded this kind of composition where they are going to be winning the clashes most of the time.
And I think it's gonna be a big factor as well in terms of the global bans, because they have invested quite a lot already in terms of the picks. So while they still have some heroes left here in that they can actually fully utilize, but here we see on the screen right now the global pick and bans slowly limiting the possible picks here of both teams. One of the things that or the heroes that they haven't picked up here though is that, well, on the side of one team they haven't done the, well, they did double marksman, but not really on the jungle side, so Ellender's still available for them. V Gaming still has a bit of options on themselves as well, especially on the support side. They haven't picked up some of the high priority heroes that we have seen, like the Lumbar, the Baldum, and well, we have seen even in the previous games a priority on the Arthur that has effectively allowed teams to zone out so many members, same as the the Ta'ara that actually allowed some of the teams on that similar playstyle as well. So maybe in this game, well, since both team has used the Lorien already, they would have more options in their first banning phase, though Aya will never see the light of day, that's for sure.
Yeah, and definitely it's a pick that, you know, puts a lot of difficulties whenever she's picked up, especially if you pair it up with a tank. A lot of movement speeds, a lot of the capabilities to actually crowd control as AoE, some magic damage as well. You have some slows, and you have some shields as well for anyone that you're actually fused with. So it's a hero that's understandably high priority ban, but we're gonna see V Gaming actually locking into a first pick Omen, and we've seen Omen before. On the last series, he was seen. He was actually used by its Pagan Times Marquee, and it was able to actually outlast a lot of the clashes because of the skill sets, and the ability skill sets of an Omen is basically a better proxy. You have some damage reduction, you can pull back your enemies, you can lock in to anyone, and you can also lock into people. At that moment, that hero is definitely something that could bring a lot of impact into the games. And what Pre-Gaming actually did, they disrespected Awa and they took Loyal from their hands.
Well, I think it's more so a respect, stealing out the this particular hero, the L'Oreal, away from Wawa, because it would have been his choice coming into the second pick phase of this part, and now they are opting to pick up the Dirac instead, which has a relatively good impact into the game, especially that one team might actually go with a double marksman lineup against V Gaming. I think the Omen though would be a really big threat, especially in the split push department, because most of the time we do see the Omen winning in the lane, and also him having a lot of pressure being made across the map. And also the pick potential is gonna be increased here on the side of V Gaming with this particular hero. So now as they transition onto the second banning phase, well, Wukong gonna be removed here by one team, but V Gaming is going to try and limit some of the high synergy marksman that is normally paired up with the Elandor. So maybe they can also ban out the Kafeni here on the side of one team, since it hasn't been picked up just yet.
Yeah, telling us bad here for V Gaming. There's a lot of protection that you're gonna expect on one team. They picked up an Amelie, they picked up a Dirac, and that brings a lot into the table. If you added Telenas to the mix, it would have been a disaster. It wasn't easy. It's going to be an easy push, especially in the late game.
Yeah.
There's not much that you can do against the range of a Telenas, and then you're gonna have the protection from the Genesis barrier, and then if someone enters, it's just going to be the Amelie at the front who's going to soak up the damage. It's basically a rundown Tane wherein you're gonna be able to push people, deal some damage, and then you're gonna be able to soak and regenerate most of the damage that's being dealt to you. But there is going to be a hover onto a Thorn pick. So it's going to be a Thorn versus Joker. Thorn deals some magic damage on his skill set, so definitely it could work out well for them if they're going to be able to stack that Thorn into its maximum potential against the Joker. But the problem still is going to arise on the Omen pick, how they're going to be able to actually secure people with the Omen.
The Thorn, but actually a good scaling marksman that one team is opting to make instead of the, since the Telenas has been banned away. But Butterfly and the Rui, V Gaming again might actually opt to do the Rui play here against one team this time, and it's going to be an exciting game for sure.
Yeah, definitely very, very exciting, as a Butterfly has been picked here, first pick here in the AIC. But the Rui pick, in terms of
it's
how,
scary.
I'm not scared about the Rui, it's just how you're actually fixing your kind of playstyle to being dependent on teleporters. And we've seen this before. Those that rely heavily onto the skill sets of Rui actually fail, especially if the placement is not going to be the right places. I hope Khan actually learned from the mistakes of other predecessors who've used Rui before here in AIC, because Rui right now is not really a big pick. But in terms of one team, they finish it off with a Zip to protect their marksmen. It is going to be a key factor here if Zip is going to be, deciding factor in terms of he's going to be able to save his marksman, he's going to be able to initiate with the Zip roll or disengage with the Zip roll as well. It's a big factor since in combination with the Dirac, the Amelie, they are a solid trio for zoning.
And Zip can actually do a really good job protecting, not only the backline members, but also the frontline members of one team that will be soaking a lot of damage. And speaking of protection, that is a lot actually that one team has. You have the Zip, you have the Amelie, you have the Dirac that will try and protect the double marksman that they do have in their kit. So this is going to be an exciting match. Team fighting is definitely going to be kind of tricky here since there's a Rui on the side of V Gaming, but let's see who's going to be coming on top here. Still match point for the side of one team, and V Gaming looking to extend this series even more. Can they actually do it? Let's see in this game.
Yep, and game number 5 is actually starting with a match point for one team. They only need one more win to push this to a 4-1, and it is definitely something that's going to be possible for them. They are going for a fast clear here for the side of V Gaming. Maris is actually in the area to actually contest here as Bird LB takes another objective here as a small camp falls onto his side. Bird LB is going to be suffering damage from Lundlund though, who hasn't cleared up the lanes just yet. He is waiting for it to actually go into his hands. Bird LB is now level 2. In terms of the experience, there is going to be a boost onto Bird LB. Wong TD is going to be harassing Kai here, and yeah, we're going to see a win here for Wong TD. One of the reasons there, but Bird LB is going to be falling down.
Oh no!
NK takes that first blood.
Yeah, they kind of forgot one thing. One team always is aggressive in the early game, and Bertleby did not expect that early gank coming in from the Elendor, and this is going to affect his laning phase for sure, given that NK is going to be ganking a lot. Now this time Automaris forced that flicker out so that he can survive that onslaught coming in from NK and Wawa. And now they're looking to rotate again across the map. Maybe this time onto the bot side. Might as well take everything right now, as one team is definitely looking to be explosive in this early game, because they know V-Gaming later on will be trying to be a lot playful in their rotation, so they have to really step up their early game right now. So far, V-Gaming is still ahead in terms of the economy, and one team, despite that first blood, is still being forced a little bit back on the defensive. Zay takes a lot of damage, forced to use that ultimate just to disengage, and they have to respect that damage coming from Han. Ooh, Zay actually stayed a little bit there into the lane, so his going back onto the base is going to be a little bit delayed.
Yup, he disrupts the creep wave here in the bot lane, so that's going to be a late start here for V Gaming. They're not going to be able to actually just go for a rotate easily just because of how destructive Zip is. He's just going to be taking in most of the creeps, and because of the delayed timers, the rotations are going to work well in favor of one team. 3 members of V Gaming though are going to be found here. Maris is in the area. He's going to be spotted out by Lunlun, who's just walking there and creating a war for himself. But NK is going to be taken here as Maris zeroes in. That is an overestimation on the teleportation ability of that Elder.
Yeah, and they're gonna be looking for more. This time on to Lunlun. Can he actually survive? Maris is also here. So the answer is no. One team getting those small hiccups, but if it's going to continue even more, V Gaming is going to be more than happy punishing them and increasing their lead. And right now they are trying to deal a little bit of damage here onto the bot side tower, but yeah, Han is going to be able to disengage successfully, but not without some damage being taken here by the support of V Gaming. Top side though, there are members of V Gaming actually grouping up after taking a tower, trying to zone NK away, while one team is investing quite a lot here onto the bot side. So there's going to be an interesting approach here by both teams, as they are both attempting to take a tower, but one team is going to struggle taking this bot side tier 1. They have sent out NK as well, but they might get caught here. NK taking a bit of damage, gets knocked off, but the AoE damage coming in from one team is just too much. They lost Quang Hai, Birdleby, and now Wang TD in a blink of an eye, plus a tower here on the bot side. So suddenly, one team again is gonna be ahead.
Yeah, that was a good clash and a good call for one team. They went for a narrow area, and that enabled them to win it, as all of the damage coming from Wang TD was blocked, and NK follows up another kill for himself, a revenge kill against Maris. There is going to be a defense here being started. Birdleby doing his best. That's a fatal attack being used by Kai, but there is still going to be a creep wave clear with the Joker using that killing joke to finish up the creep wave.
And this is a tough battle here by B Gaming and one team. We're seeing B Gaming grouping up towards this Abyssal Dragon, and quickly they will secure it. Oh, NK actually steals it away. So Sadders for V Gaming. One team will get a chance as well to take that Dark Slayer onto the top side. Birdleby getting ganked here though. Wawa is gonna commit on that dive, but they will decide to take just the turret for now, as they're already starting the Slayer takedown. V Gaming not gonna be attempting at all here for a steal, given the pressure, or at least the deaths that they encountered earlier when they tried to dive onto the members of one team on the bot lane. So now in the mid, one team again attempting to push. That's a lot of folks being thrown out here by one team. Maris is actually quite low, so we might need to recall for a bit.
Yep, and right now it's one team who is actually taking the advantage yet again with a double marksman comp. But now they have a lot more of a defensibility, so they have the ability to win the clashes as well. So in terms of what is happening, it's going to be increasingly difficult now for V Gaming, as they're actually falling off in terms of the AoE crowd controls and the AoE impact of the skills that they have. We see a lot of people who's going to be dealing a lot of damage onto the backline, and there's a lot of safety as well coming in from that Zep pick. Not like what we're going to see from V Gaming, Screwy, who is just going to go for who keeps on using the teleporter. The Sacred Ground is going to be someone here at the top lane. That's a commit from V Gaming. There is a defensive some defensive thing happening here with Lunlun being able to outlast everyone.
What?
Into
4v1?
4v1? Oh my gosh, Lunlun is just too tanky.
Oh my, and the tower, well, it is very low, but still standing. So that is a good defense coming in from Lunlun. And now with objectives spawned up already, well, one team can actually start the Slayer. I think they will try to take down this Holy Dragon first, but V Gaming might opt to take the Slayer as well, and as a trade. They're starting to push top side, and we see Quang Hai actually hovering towards the Slayer as well, so they might be able to take it. Wawa is in the vicinity. That's going to be an attempt of steal. They don't get it, but they are dealing a lot of damage. Good job by Han teleporting everyone out, so skedaddle for a bit, and they are able to take top side tower as well due to the wave successfully crashing there.
Yeah, but that was a very dangerous attempt there. If Wawa was able to push back, or anyone else could have pushed back them from the teleporter, it would have been a disaster waiting to happen. And we're seeing here one team going for the defensive strategy. They're not letting any easy pickings go into the hands of V Gaming, as we see Han actually adapting a strategy to go for split pushes with the Omen. The Sacred Ground is going to be used. It's going to be difficult. Zed, who almost gets taken out, is going to teleport back into base. He is going to die with Kai in tow, but there is the cavalry arriving with NK.
Oh!
He is going to go for a teleportation metamorphosis as well. He goes and tries his best.
Oh, Kwang Hai.
He is going to be taken out by Kwang Hai though. He is in danger. Kai is going to be entering the fray, and Kwang Hai is left.
Oh, Wawa!
Territory, and Wawa finishes off with a Genesis Blast, and they overturn that clash into their advantage.
Oh, it started with V Gaming actually having the best kind of position there. They took out NK, but suddenly the defenses were just too much, and Wawa even landed that Genesis Blast onto Kwang Hai, allowing them to actually have the upper hand in that team fight. And now they are trying to push bot side. V Gaming is trying to push top as well, with Han assisting Birdle B, constantly shoving those waves to the towers of one team. And this allows them to actually prevent one team from grouping up, since they always have to answer a lane being pushed up. And it prevents them as well from grouping up and trying to gank any member of V Gaming. This is how V Gaming won some of their games with this particular pick, and they're looking to have a fantastic performance with it as well in this game. It's gonna be a tough one though, since one team is still able to win some of the team fights here despite the numbers advantage of V Gaming. It's like a cat and mouse battling right now, and this cat is definitely really tanky. Lun Lun being able to soak up a lot of damage and not much being affected actually. NK split pushing into the mid, actually winning a little bit against Wang TV, not without a lot of HP being torn apart from him.
Yeah, and we're seeing here in the bot lane, it's Birdle B trying to go for a push. Lunlun is going to do his best to actually deter that push. He is going to be able to take that second tier turret. NK takes the Dark Slayer. That's a steal, as Kwang Hai is going to be forced out to get out of that area. Teleporter is going to be used again. And this is the strategy of V Gaming. The problem here is in the late game, this strategy is going to be falling off. They need to play this wherein they're going to be able to take someone from one team. That's going to be easy once the sacred ground is going to be played. The top lane, we see a 3-man rotation yet again. And then is going to be eating that. And that's going to be Pro. And he's going to be missing that Zepro though. And it is going to be a push. There is people here onto the side lane, and they just show some of the health there. It is a 1v1 that's happening in the top lane. It is going to be difficult to say.
This is a fight.
Because this is
a long battle.
It's going to be a long fight. Sacred Ground is going to be someone here as Birdle B is going to be safely teleporting back into his space. And this is the strategy that they've been employing so far, and it has been effective. And Zed was not able to actually take into his stomach that catapult creep. It would have been a chance to take the mid lane, but yeah, it is still a hard fight moving forward here in game number 5.
Yeah, they have a Slayer marching onto the top though, so we might at least buy some time here, since V Gaming has to answer that wave. It's not a Dark Lord Slayer yet, so it's not that tanky as of the meantime. One team is kind of struggling with the push here, constantly being made by V Gaming. So their hopes right now is on the Dark Lord Slayer for sure, because it will force V Gaming to actually commit on a 5v5 team fight, wherein they cannot just skedaddle out and go back in, because it's gonna cost the mid lane inhibitor tower falling down. It might be even more, as one team is also grouping up in the bot lane. They might actually commit onto this. This is a 5-man rotation, and they are able to take that outer turret down. Top side is the only tier 2 tower remaining here, so one team might also opt to push that as well. Birdle B is able to soak up a lot of damage, and this tower might actually fall down. Lun Lun is soaking so much, and oh, this is not really the best possible time for a pause, but here we go. Some of the players here are experiencing a technical difficulty, and we have to assure everything runs smoothly. So things has to be put on pause for a while.
Yeah, it is gonna be a big problem. The clash has already started. This could actually affect how the game is gonna end. And it's been difficult to say who's gonna have the upper hand. There was already a start there, but mostly one team actually has the damage on their side. Unless you're gonna be able to take Kai, NK, and NK, then it's definitely gonna be impossible for V Gaming to take that win. We all know how careful they are on positioning themselves up. They're always near the Dirac, and that's a big thing. Because if the Dirac hasn't released the Genesis barrier just yet, it is already a fact that some of the members of V Gaming are going to need to sacrifice themselves to actually secure the kill.
And I think it's gonna be this fight might actually be the most crucial of them all, because one team is already inside the base and already successful in taking down that inhibitor tower. If V Gaming makes even the slightest of mistakes, then it's going to be game over, as one team is just really hungry for this victory already. If you look at the gold as well by both teams, NK has been performing really well on the farm department. He is about 2,000 gold up compared to his counterpart, and they're constantly looking for ways to actually land those siege damage onto the towers, because once they open up the base of V Gaming, even with just the push onto the bot side, it is already enough for one team to actually have enough pressure towards the Dark Lord Slayer, because a wave is again gonna be constantly pushing onto the bot lane of V Gaming, and it's going to interrupt their rotations for sure. So big responsibility this time for Wang TD and maybe Han in terms of allowing these rotations to happen faster than usual, because one team is definitely not going to hesitate at all in taking a Dark Lord Slayer in case or if ever this team fight disperses.
Yep, and one team having the advantage of taking another tier 2 is this is the same thing that happened in game number 4, but the different thing is the composition right now is ready to actually face up in a 5v5. It's not a pickup composition. It's not a composition that is going to rely heavily on one person. It's going to rely heavily on two defensive zoning capabilities onto Ze and also into Wawa's Dirac. And we've seen so far that it has been very, very effective. They were able to actually win fights wherein they were able to utilize the weaknesses of the Ruby pick. The problem here is that the Sacred Ground is already an area wherein you can just preemptively put some skills, especially on the Dirac, wherein he can just hold his second ability, where he is definitely going to be able to place it effectively and be able to pin down a lot of the people that's going out on that Sacred Ground.
But the Rui pick again, you mentioned earlier that the Rui pick is gonna fall off much even more towards the latter stages of the game. So we're starting to see that actually, especially when the team fight is happening closer towards the base of V Gaming, and especially when one team has the advantage of a Slayer. So I'm wondering how they are gonna be trying to deal with all those damage and sustainability as well from one team, because they're starting to struggle, honestly. The only thing that's allowing them to extend this game right now is well, the portals of the Rui, allowing them to disengage and transfer towards another lane. But if they have no lanes anymore to go, what do they do?
Yeah, there's not much that they can actually do. In terms of sieges, it is going to be difficult with the Dirac. In terms of defensive capabilities as well, it is also difficult with the Dirac and also the Zippin, so they're just going to be able to roll in and go for an offensive, or they can actually go out. And before we actually go back into the game, we're just gonna go for a very, very short break. This is AIC 2022. My name is Visorio. With me is Young Gaming. We'll be right back.
Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments, or gold, for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle has begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？ほら、最初から私が行けばよかったじゃない。次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私がそれで怖がるとか思ってるの？ほら、最初
Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the two sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this,
And we are already concluding game number 5 with a stomping win for one team to get the 4-1 against B Gaming.
Wow, that was an incredible performance there by one team. They definitely have proven themselves that they are the ones deserving to be waiting at the very top, at the very end of this tournament. The grand finalist now, one team after winning a dominating 4-1 series against V Gaming. V Gaming had them at the last match, but this time they had a much more solid execution, much more smooth gameplay, and all they needed was that fight in the bot lane to get this win. And we saw V Gaming trying to come back in this game through those split pushes and through those miraculous escapes, but overall, one team definitely has proven that they are well deserving of this victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem with the rule we picked. Yeah, you can actually go with that kind of play, but in terms of, sustainability to the late game, it actually, the effectiveness of that actually falls apart. And we've seen a lot of wins coming in for V Gaming because of that kind of play, but they cannot sustain that in most of the scenario, and that's already a given. One of the reasons there is that you're not gonna have big initiation with the Roxy. You can't initiate with the Roxy pick. You can probably delay the inevitable, but that's basically it. They don't have anything that could impact a clash. Sacred Ground is good, Teleporter is good, but you're still in the kill. You're basically teleporting back into your kill zone if you do put the Sacred Ground into the thick of the clashes. And that's basically what happened all throughout here, especially when everyone has the damage, the capability to sustain themselves. It was just so hard to make what the composition of V Gaming has. They have some damage, but they can't capitalize on it. The butterfly can't actually burst down people because basically he's gonna be scared. He's just gonna be kited away by the members. You still have Zip to worry about. He can just safely save his members from the damage that's gonna come, and then he's just gonna be releasing them yet again. And basically the team fights wasn't really suited to what V Gaming had. They had the ability to pick off, to get pickoffs, but basically them fighting up the clashes was just playing into the hands of one team. If they continued to actually get the pickoffs, it would have been a bit different story. It would have been them actually taking in some advantage. Maybe you reach up and take Dark Lord Slayer, where they're gonna have the advantage. But in terms of the fights, it was always one team baiting V Gaming to start it, and it was always prolonged because of the Zip pick, because of the Genesis Parry coming in from the D-Rack, and it gave a lot of room for one team's other members to actually catch up on farming on Kai and also to NK.
And overall, V Gaming, they tried multiple times. They tried the Khalid in the first game. They tried the double marksman in the second game. They tried the Brunilda in the third game. fourth game, they had a fantastic run, especially with the Lorian and the Slims pick. But in this last game, we saw them attempting once again, because they had a really incredible performance with the Rui pick on their past few games. They are actually the only team that is able to pull off the Rui pick, but unfortunately in this particular game, one team is already more than prepared for that kind of gameplay, and they know as well the flaws of it. They know how it's usually done, especially by the likes of V Gaming, and they definitely made the necessary counter plays. We saw them pinning down some of the members there of V Gaming in the lane. We saw them forcing some rotations as well from V Gaming, since they know that the Rui pick will always try to save out the allies. So one team instead attempted on closing in towards the base of V Gaming, knowing that if they limit the rotations there of V Gaming, then they won't be able to fully utilize the Rui pick anymore. And those objective takes, especially the Slayer takes, definitely had a significant factor towards their end goal. And when they wanted to end the game already, all they needed was a push. I think though that V Gaming still has a little bit of fight left in them, and it would take a much more difficult road though for them to come back up towards the grand finals, because they have to face whoever is going to be winning in our next series, which is Bikertopia Esports versus Bacon Time. There's also a similar and an interesting series, because they battled before during the upper bracket quarterfinals, and for sure they're looking to have a proper redemption towards themselves.
And moving into the clashes as well onto this game, V Gaming, I don't know, was kind of underwhelming in terms of how aggressive they are. We've seen them actually go for NK. We actually saw them actually taking a lot of kills as well in the early parts of game number 5. But you know what actually made me remember a lot was Lulun going for a 4v1 and still he lived. That was one of the biggest things that I could remember in game number 5. If Lulun actually died there, it was already an easy access for V Gaming. All the lanes were shoved that time, so they could have actually went to a inhibitor push, but because of Lulun being able to survive the 4v1, they were actually the one on the losing end, because a lot of the resources was taken by one team. And you can see here in the stats that not much of a goal difference actually. V Gaming was gaining traction on the 12-minute mark, but it all came crashing down when the clashes were starting, where everyone is actually protected, especially on the side of one team. Protection on the marksmans are one of the key things why they actually won this match. Wawa on that Dirac was very oppressive as well. He didn't let anyone get near onto the backside. If everyone actually jumps in and closes the gap, he is there to actually just use his second ability and to pin down anyone who comes in. And rightly so, he is going to be the MVP with a 105 perfect KDA, 85.7% KP, and the damage that he's done is 29%. 5 MVP counts for himself, and this is a dominant finish for one team. A strong statement for anyone who's going to be contesting them for the AIC championship, as they are going to be waiting in the finals next week. And for V Gaming, they still have a chance to get back. You know, whoever wins the series between Bikertopia and its Bacon Time definitely is the one who is going to be facing them for the chance to win the AIC championship. And moving forward, we're going to see Bikertopia. Maybe they're gonna have a 4-0, but maybe Bacon Time is gonna have a better composition, a better drafting, and better rotation. But before we witness the second series of the day, we are going for a break. And my name is Vittorio, this is Kiyang. We'll be right back after this short break.
Has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of Skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 2, Passive Enhanced Normal Attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's Ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 3, Passive Enhanced Normal Attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use skill 3, skill 1, enhanced normal attack, skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by skill 3, normal attack, skill 1, normal attack, the second part of skill 3, skill 2, skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with skill 2's movement and skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyoung Gaming. We're now down to the second series of the day. It's gonna be Biker Tomia facing off. It's Bacon time, and this is a best of 7 series, lower bracket. So whoever loses this is actually gonna be out of the tournament, and everyone wants to have the biggest chunk in the prize pool, the biggest honor here in the Arena of Valor International Championships.
And whoever is going to be winning in the series will be the ones to battle V Gaming in the lower bracket final as well. So this is going to be huge. They battled already during the upper bracket quarterfinals, wherein Bikertopia won a dominating 3-0 against Bacon Time. But things can change, teams can improve, and results can be different as well. As this time, it's not going to be a best of 5, but a best of 7. So a lot of things has to be considered. One of the things though is that during their match in the upper bracket quarterfinals, Bikertopia actually had a wonderful performance, pulling off stuff like the Raz in the mid, Yorn marksman as well, and also the Taara as a support that was actually one of the most irritating supports that they handled during that particular game. And I think it's one of the heroes that they will be respecting as well towards Bikertopia, given the experience that they had in that particular game. So do you have any assumptions or analysis that we can actually see here between Bikertopia or Bacon Time? What are your thoughts about these teams?
Well, Bikertopia has been a very, very aggressive team. In comparison, Bacon Time actually starts slow. So if Bacon Time can actually change their playstyle to actually match Bikertopia, then they could definitely make Bikertopia run for their money, just because of the gameplay that we've seen them actually play it out against KFC Talon. But it is still a fact of the matter that Bacon Time lost a 3-0 against Bikertopia because they couldn't handle how aggressive Bikertopia is. If they still don't have an answer to Bikertopia, this could very well be another series under the bag of Bikertopia. The RPL champions are definitely going to look different here on this best of 7 series. They proved themselves in their local home ground. They are the RPL champions, and they did it and reaffirmed the strength of its Bacon Time against KFC Talon. Now it's time to make a statement here against Bikertopia, because so far in the international scene we don't see a lot of success for its Bacon Time unless its Bacon Time is actually match out against their local teams as well. So moving forward here in the AIC, if they want to prove a point, they need to make a dominating statement against Bikertopia moving on to this best of 7 series. So let's hope that it's Bacon Time actually prepared in advance against BRO.
Yeah, it's a tough time for sure, and Bacon Time has a lot to show, especially against Bikertopia, given their past experience. And I'm already looking forward to what adaptations they might actually have to show here against Bikertopia, because they like what you said, they have proven themselves during their match against Talon Esports. Although it was a struggling early start of the series, they suffered 2 defeats in their games before having a dominating 4 consecutive wins against KFC Talon. But maybe in this time, since you also have mentioned that Bacon Time likes to play things slow, and also I want to add out that most of the time they pick out these stable lineups wherein they prefer to have a grasp on the meta picks and also have the usual lineups come into play. less see them pick up the other comfort picks or have a surprise hero in their lineup whenever they match upon the other team. So maybe in this time they can actually go out of their shell, or maybe have a better grasp as well with their usual lineups, given that those meta picks already have a high high reliability in terms of the game. So I want to see them kind of matching the double marksman composition of Bikertopia, because they have a relatively good amount of success with it, and also maybe have a bit of success with their very own comfort picks as well, because this is going to be an extended series for sure, a long battle between Bikertopia and Bacon Time, and it's going to be a battle of attrition for sure.
Yeah, because everyone wants to stay here in the AIC, but you can't always be a winner. There are always, when there are winners, there are losers. We don't say losers with maybe unfortunate. In terms of what they can show us, I feel like a lot of the teams that fell off in the early parts of the AIC has something, but in terms of circumstances, you always need to play your cards right if you really want to stay. It's not just about luck, it's not about just skills, it's also about how you go for the drafting compositions. And we saw that in the last series. The drafts for V Gaming all throughout game 1 to game number 3 doesn't really say a lot, and it says a lot about how they should play it. They should play it as aggressively as they can, because those are pickups compositions. And what we saw coming in for one team, they always went for stable late game picks, which are definitely going to be excelling in the clashes. And definitely, if that's the kind of composition, the compositions that are going to be played out in the series, where they're going to be playing the strengths of that composition, whether it's a pickup composition, if it's a macro composition, or it's a split push type of composition, we'll see whoever is going to be able to take their winning conditions to the maximum efficiency.
What I'm looking forward to see as well is maybe the adaptations of Bacon Time towards the other teams, because during their match against KFC Talon, they actually picked up the Kali as well in the mid lane, which helped them so much in their game. Yui as well has been one of the new picks here of its Bacon Time during their match against Talon Esports, which is kind of different compared to their performance during their series against Bikertopia, because we have commented there before that they usually just go in with the typical standard lineups, and they kind of fall through and kind of fail to answer the aggression of Bikertopia, because they are really aggressive. They always make the invades happen at the very start of the match, and they make sure to bully out at least one lane. Sometimes it's the Dark Slayer lane, sometimes it's the Abyssal Dragon lane. They invest additional two or maybe one hero to rotate across the map and try to help out those dual laners so that they can get an edge. Maybe take a tower and transition it onto an Abyssal Dragon, and they start their momentum from there. So if Bacon Time can actually prevent that from happening, or maybe if they can be the ones to actually make those aggressive plays, then it's going to shock Bikertopia for sure, because Bikertopia is a team that mostly gets the early game, but if they can't actually get their momentum from the early game, they are going to struggle in their mid to late game. So that's one of the kryptonites, I guess, on Bikertopia.
Bacon Time has been very, very solid in terms of how they draft I don't see a lot of the draft being wasted on 2. There was just some nonsensical drafts coming from KFC Talon way back on their series, and that's one of the biggest factors why it's making them as actually winning, because they have brilliant drafts for themselves, and if they can play that out, maybe have the confidence to be aggressive, to be someone that can actually dictate the game. Because right now, if you're not aggressive, you are always in the receiving end. It's not a good sign, because you also need some kind of aggression if you want to have a control of the game. And usually, teams that have been aggressive, like B Gaming, One Team, Bikertopia, teams that usually dictate what is going to happen, where the clashes are, whether they're going to be taking the Dark Slayer, and then you're going to be able to trade the objectives as well. Those teams, characteristically, they are the teams that always has the capability to go for counter plays as well, because they have the confidence. And that's the difference between the teams that were knocked out, like VCF from the last series. They didn't have enough of the willpower to actually contest, and when they did get you get the lead, that's the time that they get aggressive. But whenever teams don't get the lead, they always think that we just need to farm up. But it's not just about farming up, about the economy, because sometimes you also need to make to make some plays to make the difference. And we saw that from One Team. There was times where V Gaming had the objective, but One Team were still making plays of their own. They're not letting V Gaming always have the upper hand on the initiation, and that gave them a lot of boost in terms of being able to win the games. Because one mistake here in AOV is definitely a mistake that you're going to be punished for.
Yeah, even just one pick off can actually lead to a game-ending push. That's how crucial things can be. One pick off can transition into a Dark Lord Slayer take, and one Dark Slayer take can lead to a game end. Sometimes just one pick off can lead to a game-ending push as well. So it really implies how big of a responsibility it is for not only the team but individual players as well, being able to do what they need to do in the laning phase, and also when they attempt these kinds of rotations, because especially for Bikertopia, it takes a lot of confidence and familiarity as well for each member on their approach when they want to be aggressive in the early game, because it's always risky, because not only are you attempting to get a kill or maybe an objective for yourself in the early game away from the enemy team, but also you are risking a possible first blood, which can enable the momentum for the enemy team. And given the high amount of success rate for Bikertopia, it comes to show how well they know each other and how well they know their enemy teams are as well, given how well they have performed against the other strong teams. So it's going to be interesting right now, given that it's going to be another series for Bikertopia and Bacon Time. So they have, well, both of them have to really switch things up a bit and be more unpredictable. Again, for Bikertopia, it's the same lineup: T1, Zirui, Shin, T-Lin, and Pika. And for Bacon Time, we can actually safely assume it's going to be the same roster as well, which has been consistent all throughout the tournament. Tao X, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Almond P, and Marky.
Yup, it's Bacon Time, and they're looking serious here for both teams. They know this is a do or die series. No second chances is actually going to happen.
This is the last chance.
Last chance. So definitely, performance is to be expected from both teams. there is a shorter win time for Bikertopia. That shows how much of an aggressive team they are. So anytime that they actually have the upper hand, they're not gonna prolong it, and they're gonna finish it as cleanly as they could. We see a lot of the percentages, 18-minute win percentage still onto Bikertopia, even as a very aggressive team. And 13 to 18-minute win percentage is 70% for its bacon time. So that's also big for them. But mostly, whenever we reach the later parts of the game, they actually fall off in effectivity. So that's something they also need to look out for. In terms of the 5 minutes and 13-minute mark, though, they are the same with Bikertopia. Team matchups, we also have the statistics here.
First blood
rate 80% onto whenever Bikertopia is in the game, they actually always takes the first kill. And looking at the win rate with first blood, 81.3%. They are fifth because its bacon time is able to actually up that with an 85.7% win rate whenever they get the first blood. But it doesn't matter because they don't get the first blood that often, 36.8%. So if we're gonna base that on macro statistics, Bikertopia is still gonna have the upper hand against its bacon time.
they're like the
KDA 1.28, 1.36 onto bacon time, and basically these stats say a lot. But a lot of the wins are always on. A lot of the games are always won by Bikertopia. While it's bacon time, they have prolonged series. That's why they have that kind of statistics. But let's see if it's still going to be the same. PRO has the experience that they've beaten its bacon time before in a sweep. It could always be the same in this series again, and its bacon time knows it. They need to surprise Bikertopia if they want to make a difference in this series.
Yeah, we can make all the analysis that we want, but it's up to the players and the teams as well in how they are going to execute this game. It's either of the two. It can be an extended series. It can be a one-sided stomp, and we have seen a one-sided stomp already made by Bikertopia against Bacon Time. The key player introduction, well, Zirui has a relatively good performance in the marksman department with Hayate, Vile, and the Kafeni as his highlight heroes here. A relatively impressive MVP count of 6 and a KDA of 4.3. I'm wondering which one is going to be the key player here on the side of Bacon Time, because every single one of them actually had an impressive feat and an impact in their games. But here in the screen, we are going to be showing Kim Sensei instead in the mid lane with a substantial amount of 5 MVP count here. And if we compare the stats compared to the ones of Bikertopia, well, the KDA is definitely higher on the side of Kim Sensei, but on the other stats, the roll goal difference, damage, and the kill participations, it's actually much higher on the side of Bikertopia, given that, yes, they are really aggressive in the early game, and most of the time they close out their games at the 13-minute mark. So Bacon Time has to be really careful in their composition this time and execution, because one of their highest success rates is the ones from mid to late game. So if they are able to stall out the game and keep their inhibitor towers safe, then they have a much higher chance of winning against Bikertopia. And well, Bikertopia is going to be on the blue side, Bacon Time on the red. So first pick priority, Bikertopia.
Well, in terms of early and late game, based on statistics, it is Bikertopia who's going to be in the lead. And I don't put much stock into what the statistics say, unless we see a high win rate hero. Because in terms of having high win rate heroes, you see them very, very effective in most of the composition. But we see a lot of heroes that have been used here with low win rates. And it doesn't say a lot. And one of the reasons is that I think compositions play a vital role in this. Like the Roxy losing out in most of the situation because she's only the initiator at that time of composition. And that also affects the winnability of a hero. It's not just about how good the hero is, it's about who you partner that hero with. And we see the first two bans by Bikertopia on an Omen and also an Elsu. Hayate has been banned out as well. Lorian is going to be open. Nakrot as well. We see a lot of the open heroes are still available here in game number 1. Because that's usually how it goes. Are you going to be playing out the strongest composition that you can in game number 1 and investing the momentum and hope for, better picks on game number 2, or are you going to be saving in game number 1? But Lorian is going to be hovered here with Bikertopia with 20 seconds left in the clock. I think this hover is already a lock-in for BRO.
Yeah, Bacon Time gives a chance for Bikertopia to take the lawyer. They're not gonna hesitate on picking it up. I honestly don't want to see a Roxy anymore in the games due to the past results that we have seen on the games already, especially with the risky plays or risky role of this particular hero. If you don't land the Agnes Grape, or if it's gonna be cleansed out by the enemy team, then you're not gonna be able to fully utilize your objective here. Bacon Time might actually commit onto this. They are gonna be pairing it up with the Liliana as well, so lots of mobility and burst in the mid department here for Kim Sensei, and we have seen already him having a fantastic of a performance with the Liliana. Superman, we haven't seen this being picked up just yet, so this is going to be new on the side of Bikertopia as well, given that we have only seen the Superman used once, and actually it was for Bikertopia during one of their games in the AIC 2022, and if they pair it up with a Violet, well, the Superman can be flexed in the support or maybe even in the Dark Lord Slayer lane. So this will provide a lot of tankiness plus a substantial amount of crowd control even, which has a lot of synergy with the Lorian pick.
Definitely they could break this work. He can go for counterplays, initiation as well, and the ability to be in every corner of the map is definitely something that you want to bring to your composition, and Superman brings that. Speeding bullet, the speed up while on flight mode, being able to actually contribute on zoning out members as well. Re-engagements is also possible with that pick, and there's a lot that the Superman can bring. And with the crowd control already on the side of Bikertopia with the Starry Sky, you can put that in combination with the Speeding Bullet, where they're going to be able to re-enter the enemy composition into their own kill zone. There is a lot of damage onto the first 3 picks of its Bacon Time. A Ryoma and also a Liliana. A very scary combination. Stuns that are definitely going to connect. Although these are single target stuns that you're looking at.
So maybe Bacon Time wants to be aggressive this time, especially in the early game, provided that they do have the Roxy and the Ryoma, which can actually set up a lot on the small skirmishes part. But I think on 5v5 team fights and objective controls, Bikertopia is gonna have the upper hand. Bacon Time removing one of the possible picks here of Bikertopia, the Baldum and the Kira, while Bikertopia is respecting a lot of the small skirmishes department heroes like the Nakrot, which is very swift across the map and can actually provide a lot of threat in terms of dive. The Elendor gonna be respected as well, given that Bacon Time still hasn't picked up a marksman just yet. So it is one of the options here on the red side team, which is gonna be a good ban as well. But I'm wondering what marksman are they gonna be picking up, since Bikertopia already showed their cards with the violet pick. So Bikertopia is switching things up towards the late game scaling, and Bacon Time is gonna be responding with the Kafeni pick.
Yeah, that is gonna be a over, and they're gonna be expecting a lot of protection out of their Roxy. It is gonna be difficult though, with a lot of the people on the side of BRO. First 3 picks are actually picks that can go for a gap close. With the Lorian, you have a Superman, and then you add to the mix a Yenna, and then if they finish it off with a Flash as well, all those heroes can definitely disrupt the backline, and it is going to be pretty difficult. And if they add a Varus to the mix as well, which they're still maybe deciding on, then it is a lineup that is very, very scary already. A lot of wombo combos that you're going to be expecting, but the Cricknack has been overlaid here by Bikertopia, which is pretty curious. We haven't seen a lot of successful Cricknack picks. One of the reasons there is that once you go for a drone drop, and if you're not able to actually burst down the hero that you're going to be using the drone drop on, you are actually going to be punished for it.
Big risk on the Cricknack, especially that Bacon Time right now is gonna be hovering the Sinestria, which is actually really scary as well, which was used already in the jungle. Sometimes we do see it on the Dark Slayer lane as well, but Bacon Time is gonna be putting it in the jungle to help out Marky on the top lane. So with this kind of composition, it is already concluded. Bikertopia is gonna opt to go with a team fighting based composition, as the Superman is on the top, and will have a sizable amount of early game pressure, but they do have late game security as well. Bacon Time has the same as well, but I think this is going to be a much more aggressive early game for them because of the possible setups on the bot lane. One Agnes Grip with the help of Kim Sensei and Almond P is definitely going to result to a kill, and one of the best possible targets is definitely the Violet, since it will take some time before she actually scales up, and early game she is one of the most vulnerable ones.
Yep, and we're gonna be starting it up. The only thing that I don't like on Bikertopia is going to be the Cricknack pick, but the rest is definitely gonna be a threat. All of the picks of Bikertopia is definitely gonna be synergizing well, while on the side of its Bacon Time, it's all about how they're gonna be able to actually protect the Kafeni, who is gonna be dealing the bulk of the damage. You're actually gonna see the Liliana play a big part here. If she can actually reach Zerui or any of the backline heroes, it is going to be a disaster for anyone who is going to be landed, because one crowd control can lead to a chain of stuns. You start with Kim Sensei's stun, you'll have the Wailing Blade coming from the Ryoma, then you're going to have the Agnes Grip.
And once you add the Agnes Grip, everything follows. That's how chain of events can happen here for the side of Bacon Time. What they need to be very careful though is that, well, Bikertopia has a lot of CC chain on their own, and what's scary about this is that Bacon Time does have single target ones. Bikertopia has AoE, and if you check on the screen, well, Bikertopia does have a much more total gold earned or lead at the end of the game. This is how big of a lead they usually have against their opponents, and we saw this a while ago, the first blood rate. This is really scary, but we're seeing now Pika actually being onto the bot side. There is a switch in terms of roles here, and they are attempting on this first blood already, nearly getting that kill onto Muan and AIC. Bacon Time able to disengage successfully, which is actually good. If they were pretty closer to that tower, then Bikertopia would have gotten that first blood.
Yeah, and that's a one-way miss by the by Muan here in the bot lane, and definitely they're gonna be feeling that an early advantage to themselves as early as the 2-minute mark. It's Bacon Time focus themselves onto the Slayer, but it's going to be traded by Bikertopia. T-Lin focuses on to the Abyssal Dragon, and the range coming in from Zerui and the confidence is definitely there. Agnes Grip is already ready for Taux, so it is going to be a key. He can't be that aggressive anymore, and then Agnes Grip might be possible. Fire in the hole is going to be used. They're not going to be able to contest that Seagull, so at the moment Bikertopia knows that the rotation is here onto the bot lane. And
they are gonna be constantly ganking bot lane with Shin landing that knob. Oh, the speeding bullet will allow Bikertopia to secure that first blood. Pika nearly gets traded out there by Kim Sensei, but he's able to disengage successfully. That is how big of a crowd control Bikertopia can dish out against Bacon Time. And with his first blood, things are starting to accelerate a little bit in their favor. Well, Bacon Time is still answer back. They actually have Marky constantly zoning out or pushing up the waves towards the tower there of T1. So this might be a lane that they can fully utilize later on. Good dodge actually by Marky. If ever he was located towards top, he might have been prone to a gang there by T-Lin. So now as they position towards mid, I think they're trying to catch out Shin, or Almond P is trying to bait out an engage there by the Lorian. But in the bot lane, Bacon Time is just constantly rotating across the map, making sure that Muan actually is able to scale up pretty well, because Zerui is already 600 gold up against Muan. And ooh! Now Pika trying to catch out Tao X, and they are gonna be landing all those crowd control, and you have no escape. If you get caught by at least one, expect many more CC coming up to you.
Yep, Taux is again taken out at that moment, and they're not scared to actually do it. T1 might be caught out here. Marky is gonna have the advantage. They're going in for a hard push, and they're gonna be giving up the turret here onto the top lane. Not much the Yena can do at that moment, but they trade it out here onto the bot lane. A lot of the damage is going to the side of the Abyssal Dragon. Yes, there is some kind of advantage here to the top lane for Marky, but it's not that big. We all know that the sustainable damage coming in from the AD carry is definitely something that you need to be scared of, because Violet on Zero's hand is going to have much more impact in terms of the damage that he's going to bring, not like what Mark can bring into the table. And the Starry Sky is going to be connected.
Oh my god!
The speeding bullet is going to be used. He's not going to be able to secure it though. And Pika gets taken back. T1 does his best.
Oh shit.
And it is going to be Shin trying to get that kill. Marky is going to be traded out. Some objectives are going to be taken here by Bikertopia. They lose 2 members, but 1 member is only going to be taken in its Bacon Time, but it doesn't matter because they're going to be able to take the mid lane ticks. Turrets over heroes. Turrets don't resurrect back.
Yeah, and Bikertopia, I think they kind of hesitated a little bit there, and Pika resulted to overextending in that particular fight. If Shin actually committed on engaging, then maybe they could have closed out much more kills. Right now, they are successful in taking out turrets. 2 turrets already secured from mid and top, and they are also able to secure the bot side a while ago. Now, this opens up the map and a much deeper vision access here for Bikertopia. Pika might actually get caught out there. Luckily, he is able to create some distance away from Tao X. But onto the bot side, that's going to be T1 taking a lot of damage, and T-Lin is already dead. T1 trying to flee, but Kim Sensei will just take him down, investing the flicker, but it's not so bad. That's 2 kills in exchange for nothing.
And that was an overextension. And one of the reasons why I don't really like the quick knock pick. You don't have anything once you can't burst down the your target. And we've seen this. T-Lin not being able to burst down Alma P turn to an counterplay for its baking time. Kim Sensei just had the time of his life, getting a lot of free looks to himself, the pokes, the Fox form, the Foxtrot, and Bikertopia actually had their lead reduced by 1k. It is still onto their hands though, since they have the capabilities in terms of the clashes, because they have AoE crowd controls on their side, the Speeding Bullet, and also the Star Sky, as long as the cleanse is not going to be ready.
If the cleanse is not ready, that's the way to go here for its bacon time. For Pika, he has been looking for the Speeding Bullet. Bacon time is trying to take this Dark Slayer. They are successful in doing so, although there was an attempt by T-Lin on stealing it out. Good job by Amon P landing that proper timing for the punish, and now they are transitioning towards quite possibly the Holy Dragon, which can help them in terms of the economy as well. But Bikertopia is trying to shove up a wave onto the top side and maybe bait out the members here of Bacon Time. It's going to be crucial here, especially for Pika. He has to be the one to engage here and land a perfect angle on that Speeding Bullet to aid Shin on landing his very own knock-up. And so far, we have seen attempts working, we have seen attempts not working for him. And those attempts not working is where Bacon Time actually flourishes. So, Bikertopia has to be really careful. Pika lingering onto the side, that might be the engage that they are looking for, but since it's only Tao X closer to the vicinity, they will disengage for the moment. And also, there is an Infinite Slayer marching into the mid lane. They will just focus on taking it down for now, while Bacon Time is slowly building up a wave towards the top side. This should be a lot of pressure that Bikertopia is experiencing right now, but they're trying to defend their lanes as quickly as possible. Pika might actually get caught out, and Marky will be the one to take the kill, as Muan also invested that Fussalad as they do take the tower at top 2. While T-Lin is split pushing into the bot, they will be able to see at least equalize the number of turrets taken down in a short amount of time. But they have to be much more careful right now, because Bacon Time has been setting up these picks.
Yeah, definitely this has been very good for this Bacon Time. Biggest problem right now for Bikertopia is they can't actually go in hot. One of the reasons is that the damage of T-Lin is not that big to actually burst down Muwan, Kim Sensei, or Alma P. He needs some supplementary damage coming in from the others. And not all the time are they going to have that capability. The Star Sky is going to be used. It's not going to get a hit on anyone though. Zerui rolls in, and T1 it actually zeroes into Marky, who is just going back and trying to look for a lot of resources for himself. he knows that T1 cannot overextend himself here to the bot lane as 2 turrets are already down. So they need to actually take the second tier turret onto the top lane and then destroy the mid lane turret if they really want to go for a deep clash. And Tox is going to be entering the bushes.
Ooh.
He has the opportunity to stay in his grip, but he doesn't. He saves it up to the last moment.
Yeah, they want to prioritize this Infinite Slayer that is open for the taking. Top side though, this might be crucial. T1 is taking a lot of that. Pika tries to set up with a speeding bullet, and they do take Tauex in the process, but while that's happening, 2 members are low and Bacon Time sees it. So they seize the opportunity and will be able to secure this Infinite Slayer. Again, as Bacon Time gets more objectives, this helps them take more structures away from Bikertopia, and all they need to push is mid and bot, and they will have a much clearer vision control here on the top and bottom side jungle of Bikertopia. We're seeing Pika though trying to close the distance here onto Kim Sensei, although it's gonna be a little bit hard to do so against a Liliana, but we do see him at least zoning out Kim Sensei in the process, because they do want to set up a death brush here towards the bot side river. I think though it's going to be a much more difficult situation for Bikertopia, given that Bacon Time actually is spreading across the map. They prefer to drag Bikertopia onto the side lanes and force them to be divided. And if Bikertopia is going to be divided and separated, it's not going to be the best possible case for them. One small hesitation, one small mishap on those combinations can lead to the demise of Bikertopia, especially on team fights, and that's what Bacon Time has been trying to do all throughout the game. Marky almost actually got caught there, but now in the mid lane, this might be a crucial fight. T1 and T-Lin taking a lot of damage from Muan as Shin tries to zone them away. Marky though is eyeing on a possible flank, but with sliver of health remaining, Bikertopia is able to disengage, and Bacon Time will just opt to take this Holy Dragon.
Yep, Bacon Time actually securing a lot of the resources here, the objectives as well, and there is an almost there's almost 2k onto their gold lead. Not just almost, it is already at 3k actually. For Bikertopia, they've been trailing hard here. Star Sky is gonna be used, Tux is not gonna be hit, and that's basically it. They can't engage right now because the Superman support can't actually take the damage coming in from the carries of its Bacon Time, and that's one of the biggest K-bats if you have it as support.
Okay.
And that's a weighted blade being used up. One more hit, and it is already a done deal. The mid lane turret is no more. Bot lane is going to be cleared by T-Lin and T1, but there's a possible engagement that's going to happen here on the top lane as more of the clashes are actually being controlled here. Not much that you can expect from Bikertopia, who is basically busy on going for the defense. They want to clear out a little ways, but that's not possible. They don't have the capability to go in deep and to shove the lane up to the up to the jungle part of its Bacon Time. They still have nothing. Marky goes in, Wailing Blade is going to be used as a splitting bullet, getting being used up by Pika. He might be in danger, but he uses up his Purify to get away. And still, we're seeing a lot of fight still on to the hearts of Bikertopia as the Darkness Slayer is already available for the taking. Whoever takes that is going to have the upper advantage.
Oh, Marky!
Might be dead. That's going to be Gogotham shot. He's going to be using the 2 pinwheel to get out. T1 is going to be locking on to blocking onto Amo P, but Amo P uses the flood Bramble, and then Marky with that brilliant pinwheel was a thing of beauty. Sin is going to be zeroing into Marky, almost getting that kill. T Lin is just going to be in the backside, going for a sneaky recall. He doesn't catch up Marky though. Kim Sensei, Alma P, and Tux are in the area. That's a vision being used up here. Alma P is still half of his health. There is going to be a start here as Tux goes and zeroes in.
This is risky.
Lane not going to continue that Dark Lord Slayer, though the Star Sky is going to be connected to the Tux, and nothing is stopping Bacon Time. 4K already onto their boards.
Yeah, that fight actually was really interesting because the fight was separated into two. Pika tried to engage, nearly killing Marky, but he miraculously escaped, especially because of the pinwheel. Now, let's put it onto the pause for now because Dark Lord Slayer again is being attempted to be taken down here by Bacon Time, and Pika is being zoned out too much. Agnes Script being invested as well. That's going to be the Dark Lord Slayer here for Bacon Time. There's a fight here. Tao is gonna be traded out, but that is already worth it. You have traded out your support. Yes, you lost a member, but you did take a really crucial objective. So all you have to do is disengage, go for your reset, wait for the wave again to reconnect. But now they are actually gonna get caught up. Pika got taken down. Shin tries to do some damage onto the backside, but Kim Sensei is on the flank. They have taken out 3 and might actually be the most crucial one as Shin tries to disengage, but Marky has the second life. Kim Sensei is also on the back. Zirui might actually get taken down. Marky is the one to fall, but they have a Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid, and all that Bacon Time is doing right now is trying to delay everything. Kim Sensei nearly gets blown up. He cancels the recall, and now Muon is pushing out in the mid. Can they actually end the game? May not be so because Shin is able to actually catch up as he's trying to desperately take Muon down, but one slash is all it takes. And Bacon Time now starts the series off with a bang of a 1-0.
Yeah, that's going to be a good start coming in from its Bacon Time, and they actually proved us wrong as we see that they have the capability to overcome the statistics. It was all Bacon Time here as we saw them control Bikertopia. And one of the biggest things here is that the Superman support didn't go hot for Bikertopia. He was hot on the opening stages where Clintz wasn't available, but when Clintz was there, it's just so hard for the Superman to go for a setup. And the problem here is that they actually use the Superman support instead of actually using a reliable tank. And a Superman support does its job well, but the problem here is that you're not gonna have the dandiest of times in terms of how you're gonna be able to play out, because you're not actually very tanky when you actually use that as support. He doesn't have the itemizations to actually outlast anyone, and you need to go to the latter part of the game if you really want to make them pay. And that was also a lot of mistakes on the side of Bikertopia when they actually duel there. And T-Lin using the Quicknack actually proved the fact that that hero isn't really
the best pick there.
The brightest of picks that you would want for your team, because after everything, the problem here is that you don't have after you go in, you don't get that kill that you want, that burst down. You're just gonna be a living liability, and the Quicknack was basically that. Once he doesn't get and secure a kill, he doesn't contribute to the table, because once a drone drop actually is used, most of the time you're gonna be taken out even with the protection, unless probably if there's going to be a Tain or a Baldum to aid you in the advance. And at that moment, it wasn't a Tain or Baldum, it was a Superman who gets taken out at the opening stages of the clashes, because it's so hard to tank the damage coming in from the Liliana. You're gonna tank some damage from the Kafeni, you're gonna tank some damage from the Ryoma, and then from the Sinistrea.
Yeah.
So there's also a slowing effect for Roxy, who was actually sporting a Frosty's Revenge. So basically, they countered that Superman pick very, very hard. I still think that the Superman Dark Slayer lane would have worked better instead.
It would have been better for sure. Yeah, because if you don't CS, you have lesser item. You couldn't really buy much items. If you have lesser items, so you're not as tanky as you want it to be. And we saw it multiple times. Whenever, even if Pika just gets poked out a little bit, he takes a lot of damage, and it forces him to actually be on the defensive side. And normally, you wouldn't want the Superman to actually be hesitating on engaging. And it comes to show how complicated things happen for Bikertopia with this kind of draft that they opted to have. And Bacon Time, with this win, this is going to be really helpful for them, because Lorien is already taken out. They Bikertopia invested a lot of heroes into this game as well, and Bacon Time will have the priority later on in the series to take the Lorien. So Bikertopia is going to be forced to keep banning this particular hero, and also trying to match the aggression this time of Bacon Time, because we saw how aggressive Bacon Time was in this game. We talked about the pros and cons of both lineups, AoE team fighting based composition for Bikertopia and small skirmishes for Bacon Time, but Bacon Time made their draft work better than Bikertopia. We saw them split pushing across the map, dividing Bikertopia as much as possible. And in this game, we saw the amount of turn as well in terms of the gold department, because there were times wherein Bikertopia actually won a team fight and it led them to have a sizable amount of gold lead. But Bacon Time, once they got their momentum and once they were able to take down more turrets than usual, it caused Bikertopia to be scattered across the map.
Yeah, you can see here the damage being dealt. That Bikertopia was the one actually dealing a bunch of damage against its Bacon Time. You can see Sin with a 120k. You're gonna see Zerui with 100k for himself, and not one member from its Bacon Time that was actually able to reach the 100k mark. And that's a big thing, because this is statistics for Bikertopia. They have better stats, but it didn't translate well for them because they weren't able to capitalize on the damage that they were dealing. They were not able to take the vital members like Kim Sensei or even Muwon in most of the scenario. The only kill here from Kim Sensei, 513 KDA, was on the last kill when he prevented the recall of the Violet of Sin as well. So it was a very, very vital play coming in from Kim Sensei, a well-deserved MVP for himself. If he wasn't able to delay the recall of the Violet and also the Lorien, then the push coming in from Muwon wouldn't have resulted to that win.
Because he was really going for it. I think he was with Marky during that time, trying to chase down two members of Bikertopia, and well, Marky died trying to delay them in recalling. Then Kim Sensei went on that really nice outplay, and while everything was happening, Muwon was just happily guiding the Dark Lord Slayer into the mid and allowed them to secure that game number 1. It was a tough, a crucial moment for Bacon Time, but they made it work at the 18.5-minute mark. So Bikertopia this time, again, win conditions. Bacon Time really flourishes into the mid to late game, and they managed to reach the mid to late game in this particular match. So Bikertopia, if they want to take down Bacon Time, they have to be much more aggressive than the first game. They invested some into the late game scaling parts like Zeroes, Violet, and well, since Lorian is gonna be able to have an impact all throughout the game, but Bacon Time has more of a control in that particular map, especially with the amount of split push that they made during the game. So Bikertopia, if they want to prevent that from happening, they should be on the aggressive side. Maybe invest more on the early game heroes, maybe have a much more dominating pick potential lineup as well, and try to shut down Moan and Marky pretty early. They were able to kind of prevent Kim Sensei from having a lot of damage dished out, but the threat of picks there from Marky, Amon P, and also Tao X definitely prevented them from having that intended initiation, especially coming in from Pika's Superman. So maybe a different approach would allow them to win the next game, but for now, Bacon Time does have the momentum.
Yeah, game number 1 for Bacon Time. It's gonna be a big thing. They just need this kind of foothold to actually gain the confidence, and them being able to capitalize on the mistakes of Bikertopia is also a big thing, because it's also gonna put into the minds of the members of PRO that whenever they commit and they actually make a mistake, it's Bacon Time is actually gonna punish them for it. So maybe we're gonna see a more conservative Bikertopia as we move on to game number 2. And game number 2 is gonna be starting. We're gonna see here on game number 1 that a lot of the heroes that have been effective has been picked up here. 3 picks that are definitely meta picks for AIC in Violet and then Lorian. But on the side of its Bacon Time, they picked up the Rioma, a Liliana, and a Kafeni. You don't see much of Sinistrea. And Roxy, I think, is arguably still not, you know, more of a situational hero as well. Most of the time, we've seen Roxy fail. But in this series, it brought victory to its Bacon Time. So that could also, you know, that could also spell well for its Bacon Time, because they were the one to dispel the drought of wins for the Roxy pick.
And those kinds of plays, actually, them being able to make this Roxy pick work, allows them to have more options as well coming into game number 2. And now as they transition towards the blue side, they would have the first pick priority. Either the Elsu or the Lorian. Bikertopia has to choose, and Bacon Time will prevent them from having access towards the Omen. They can ban out the Nakrot as well, which has been one of the most preferred bans as well. But having to ban out the Zuka might actually state that Bacon Time might want to pick up the Nakrot here for game number 2, which will be a similar playstyle towards game number 1. So I'm kind of looking forward to this. Bikertopia, what do they remove? Do they take out the Lorian? Do they take out the Elsu? Do they try to take down the Nakrot in this second ban? Things are going to be more crucial. They take out the Nakrot instead. So Lorian available for the taking here for Bacon Time.
Yeah, its Bacon Time can definitely pick up the Lorian, because the Nakrot has been banned down as well. This is a natural reaction since Zuka has been banned out by its Bacon Time. There's just so much of the heroes that could actually be countered by a Zuka pick. And if Nakrot was picked up here by its Bacon Time, Backyardtopia would not have any answer on the Nacron pick. And Richter is actually being first picked here by its Bacon Time to start off their composition. They still have the capability to pick up the Lorian because Backyardtopia has already expended that pick. And looking at the pick rate here, 39.1%, 52% win rate, but you can actually see how big of a factor Richter can bring into the clashes because he's able to actually reach the back line and be able to actually add some crowd control for the initiation of his team. Usually you always combine your ganks with a Richter starting in with the Mark of the Hunter. You get some slows or you get some knockups as well on his kit. So definitely Richter is still a top tier pick that you want as a Dark Slayer or as a support. Jan has been picked out here by Backyardtopia and they paired it up with a Elsu. If they actually pick up an Iggy as well, it could play into their hands the advantage of having that long range game.
Playing to the long range game is definitely gonna be effective if they're able to zone out the members of Bacon Time. But Bacon Time right now is investing a lot on frontline members, Slim as well, which has been one of the matchups or answers towards the Elsu. It can be a good lock-in hero here for Bacon Time, and they haven't picked up the Lorian just yet. Maybe they're gonna be saving it for the latter games, or maybe they are gonna be picking it up in the second pick phase if ever Backyardtopia is not gonna ban it in this second banning phase. So this is kind of a mind game that Bacon Time is making right now towards Backyardtopia, because they don't ban out the Lorian, it can be picked up by Bacon Time. But if Bacon Time is not really gonna be picking up the Lorian here, then Backyardtopia is gonna waste one ban.
Yep, and an Arthur being picked up here by Backyardtopia. I guess they could actually use this to box out members of its Bacon Time. Arthur is a very formidable tank in terms of the utilities, the ability to actually soak up damage as well. You can consider this as a warrior version of Tane. And the last time that we've seen them pick this up, they paired it up with an Annette as well. So already a scary prospect if this is the same kind of draft that we've seen. It has been an effective draft wherein they were able to finish the game at around 11 to 12 minutes, and this could possibly be the thinking of Backyardtopia. They're going to be adding a lot more of sustainable heroes because Jan is already a hero that you can't really just burst down easily if he has his abilities available to him.
And Annette, having to pick up the Annette will enable much more protection on the side of Backyardtopia. Oh, that's going to be really scary. So maybe Bacon Time has to ban it out, but they're not. They still have one ban slot left for them. Backyardtopia, since Bacon Time hasn't picked up a mid laner just yet, or a mage for them, it can be the possible ban here for Backyardtopia. But ooh, Elendor actually might be a better ban for them, given that Bacon Time does have the slims. So if the Elendor is gonna be taken away, then it would lessen the possible damage dealt here by Bacon Time, especially onto the Arthur, which is already hard to kill. Can the Slims kill the Arthur? Maybe, but it would take a long time. So with the Elendor taken away, this is going to be a much more challenging game for Bacon Time, especially in the mid to late game. So Bacon Time right now will be opting to remove the Varus. So Annette's still available for the taking here. Bikertopia. Depends though if this Arthur is going to be on the support side or on the Dark Slayer lane.
And right now, there's still a lot of picks that's going to be available. Mages are still up in grabs. Lubu has been picked up here by Bikertopia, and it's already a scary looking composition here as we see three solid heroes are going to be in the front line of Bikertopia if they do lock in onto this Lubu pick, and they could finish this off with an Annette to add to the survivability of the heroes. Also, is definitely gonna have a field day if he's not gonna be zeroed in because of this
So many bouncers.
And definitely they do lock in onto that Lubu. She is gonna be adding to the mix of the sustainability, the tankability, and the ability to go for the backline with his gap close. And it's making time needs to actually put into consideration how they're going to be able to peel these guys off, how they're going to be able to stop the Arthur and the Lubu and even the Yan. They are answering it with a Tulin Hoover and a Tachi Hoover. Tachi is definitely going to be effective in terms of the crew damage that he's going to be able to deal with the stacks that he has. Tulin as well, as long as they're going to be able to actually decrease the life of the first three picks. The three tanks of Bikertopia, the Arthur, the Lubu, and the Yan. And L'Oreal is actually being over here maybe to match out against that Tulin pick.
L'Oreal, that's going to be quite interesting. But what I'm more scared about right now is the amount of frontline power that Bikertopia already has and the amount of protection towards Zero-A later on the Elsu. Bacon Time is gonna be needing to be quite creative in how they are going to be approaching this game, especially against Bikertopia, because, well, they do have Slims to try and land those flying spears. They have a relatively good backline access, especially with the Richter and the Tachi, but same goes for Bikertopia. The Lubu, the Arthur, they're not going to be hesitating reaching Kim Sensei and Muon. They're just going to be going straight at them later on because they do have a lot of sustainability in their composition as well. So early game, I think, might be very crucial for both teams because, well, Zero is gonna try to land those spokes. Muon is gonna try to initiate with a flying spear. But if we do check out the aggressiveness of both teams, I think Bikertopia will still opt to go with the ganks here towards bot side, given that they do have Thielen on the Lubu. And what's interesting about this is that Shin normally rotates as well alongside with Thielen, which we have seen earlier during the game number 1. So momentum is going to be crucial here for both teams because they both have a really balanced composition. But what's scary about this is that Bikertopia does not change their playstyle despite the composition. They always go with the aggressive approach, and they do have the necessary tools for it as well. It's going to be a big responsibility for sure for the Slims and also the other members here of Bikertopia to set up for them.
Yup, and we're starting the game. And in terms of invasion capabilities, I think Bikertopia has something going for them. Kim Sensei is going to be hit by that snipe, uses the enhanced restore immediately. Sin is going to be hit by that push by Tunks. And they are going to have the earlier start here, as Tachi is going to be mirroring the start of Lin. he's gonna be on the same side as that blue boom, maybe to prevent an invasion that might happen because of how sustainable the heroes of Utopia is.
I wonder who's gonna be the tankier later on. Is it gonna be T1 or Alex? Because both of them are gonna be soaking up a lot of damage later on. But I'm also interested to see if Almond P, Marky, and Alex are gonna be able to soak up the damage and the pokes that will be coming in from Zerui later on, because he's gonna be consistently attempting to land those snipes, and one snipe or maybe two snipes can actually be really crucial already to both Kim Sensei and Muwan. So a lot of pressure for sure, not only on the squishy members but also onto the tanky ones, because they have to protect their carries. And okay, I was just boxing out T1 there with a knockback, as Almond P might actually get caught. Kim Sensei is taking a lot of damage, nearly gets landed there by a snipe, but fortunately he's able to flicker out.
Yup, and this is going to be smart. A knock-up by the other Soul Dragon. They're going to be boxing out the members of its Bacon Time, taking in the small caps for them as well. Dark Slayer is going to be traded as the objective by Almond P, but it was a hot start here, as we're seeing T1 actually hovering into the area on the red camp by Almond P. A possible invade might happen, but with T-Lin far off in their camp, they're not going anytime soon. Yan is just going for a fast clear here, as he's gonna be spotted out by Marquis. Not much of an engagement is happening. They're just playing as safe as they could. Its Bacon Time is trailing by a few hundreds. Still not felt. This is still going to be winnable for them. Muwan is going to be safely dodging that snipe coming in from Zerui.
Yeah, bot side focus here for sure by Utopia. We have seen Shin constantly lingering towards the bot side there, but in the mid, Almond P gonna be using that ultimate, clear out the wave, and also have a sizable amount of shield. But Kim Sensei, if he actually face checked that brush, he might have been taken down. But now, onto the bot side, that's a lot of damage that Taox is actually taking. He is able to disengage successfully, but this will force a fallback right now from Bacon Time. Zeri actually nearly caught out Taox there in the brush, but in the mid, Pika trying to go with an outplay there onto Margi. He opts to disengage instead, as Utopia is trying to take this bot side tier 1. Maybe a little bit late Almond PS, but they are able to at least prevent that tower from falling down.
Yeah, and more of the engagements here, as we're gonna see tank ability into the side of Utopia. They're not afraid to actually engage the members of his Bacon Time. Flying Spear almost connecting to Zerui. That could be a start, and a start that they actually are trying to find on his Bacon Time. One fire is all they need to get hot, and not much of an opportunity is being presented to them, as we've seen how hard it is to kill Pika, how sustainable T-Lin is, and how hard T1 is on that Arthur.
Bot side once again. This has been the pattern here for Utopia. Ooh, that was actually nearly got out Zerui there, but the snipes. It's definitely leaving a mark onto the HP bars of Bacon Time, and they might be successful this time in taking this tier 1 tower, as recalls have been forced there onto the members of Bacon Time. So Vessel Dragon now up for the grabs here of Utopia. Well, Bacon Time is actually preemptively starting this layer right now, so they will be faster in terms of these objective takes. But onto the top side, we're seeing T1 actually diving, takes a bit of damage there. Is able to disengage successfully, but you need to be very careful because Tawag is going to be landing that knockoff. Almond P pops out an ult, but Bikertopia still able to disengage quickly, rotates towards the top. That's how fast they go. And Bacon Time, they should be very, very careful in their lanes because one miscommunication, or if you don't catch them rotating, they're gonna be surprising you pretty quickly.
Yeah, man, a snipe coming in from Zerui. Deep impact is gonna be used, repositioning T1 at this area. Almo P actually joins the fray, just going to go for a clear wave, but he's not gonna be able to do it. He's gonna be needing to use that cliff breaker to actually finish that off. He's not gonna be able to seal out that small gap. Another snipe is gonna connect. And suppression coming in from Zerui is substantial. All the shots are hitting its mark, and it's definitely being felt. The Splitting Earth has been used. It's not gonna get a hit of Sin, as he was able to see the marks of the Splitting Earth.
Splitting Earth, that is one of the most crucial skills here for sure in this game, because that's going to be the perfect setup here by Bacon Time later on. If Ty's gonna be able to catch at least 2, then Bacon Time is not going to hesitate diving and funneling all those damage onto a Bikertopia. But so far, we have seen it happening, but in terms of kills, no one is dying just yet. I think this is the longest time that we have seen a game progress without anyone dying. Like, it's already reaching 8 minutes, and both teams have been getting, or at least trying a lot of times already to get a kill. So I want to commend them actually for playing this in a controlled, aggressive play style against each other, while they are able to successfully take down some turrets here, especially for Bikertopia. Well, for Bacon Time, they haven't secured just yet, so they are down 2,000. It's going to be hard for them because of the amount of sustain and tankability T1 does have, which kind of affects how Bacon Time tries to approach a team fight. They need to play this reactively in a way and wait for Bikertopia to make a mistake. But so far, they haven't been making one, and Muwan might actually be the one to get caught out. Fortunately, is able to disengage. So now, this buys enough time again for Bikertopia to rotate. They will try to catch out mid instead, but they will be seen. Can they actually commit onto this? They will spawn the Infinite Slayer here in the mid lane to take out yet another turret. Can they actually get 2? They still have a cannon minion marching, which is trying to be taken down here by Marky. But Zerui is opting to land those snipes along the way, while Pika is actually guiding the wave on the bot lane. So this is a 3-lane push being established by Bikertopia on top of this Infinite Slayer marching onto the tier 2 tower, and this might be the engage there that they are looking for. Almond P, Tawex lands that ultimate, but Bikertopia still able to disengage. So they will just transition onto the Holy Dragon, and Bacon Time will be able to stall things out for now.
Yep, they are starting it hard here. Bacon Time is now trailing by almost 2k. With Bikertopia having this kind of lead, it is going to be harder even if we reach a late game, because they have heroes that are going to be able to outlast the members of its Bacon Time. Almo P can do so much at this point. He can actually just rock his passive with the Cliff Breaker. The problem here is that if he can actually use the capabilities of his teammates, he needs the damage coming in from Kim Sensei, the damage coming in from Muwan as well. So it's not going to be an easy task, since a lot of the heroes of Bikertopia is just too tanky. They need to zero in. Deep Impact has been used. Almond P is going to be zeroing in from the damage there. Oh, zero might be taken out, but Kim Sensei just needs one Thunderbird and also one skill shot to actually finish him off. We are seeing Sin going for the predictable transforming in front of them all. T1 just in the area giving vision to their members. We'll almost see Muwan being hit by that.
Nice spear.
Gonna get hit. Zerui still able to disengage because of the cleanse. And T1 is just going for a lot of zone control for himself, while Marky is able to clear that wave. T-Lin is not going to be able to easily take that turret. 3K already into the deficit, as the pressure from Bikertopia is definitely being felt here by the members of its Bacon Time.
Yeah, 12 minutes, still no kills, no casualties, but Bikertopia has been popping off in this game, taking all the objectives for themselves, and slowly but surely they are making the push happen. And Bacon Time still haven't picked up a single tower in this game. Marky might actually get taken down. That's the first blood in 12 minutes, and Bikertopia will also be able to secure this top side tier 2. They dive onto Muwan. T1 is very, very tanky, so it will force Bacon Time to actually retreat for now. All the outer turrets nearly destroyed now by Bikertopia. Plus, there's the Infinite Slayer marching into the mid. Marky is still dead for the next 12 seconds. And now, here comes Almond P with the ultimate, but they have to be very careful because Shin is onto the backside. They are dealing a sizable amount of damage, but Shin actually overextends. He takes a turret shot as well. Kim Sensei gets traded out. They successfully defended their mid tower at least. But Bikertopia is still not done. After taking the outer turret in the bot, they're looking to maybe at least damage this inhibitor tower. T1 might actually get caught there, but he's able to disengage. That was a close one for Bacon Time. If Chen actually did not die, then Bacon Time might have lost their inhibitor tower.
Yup, and we're seeing it in Lin and Pika having an easy time, as no members of the Bacon Time can actually go out of their base without the harassment coming in from Zerui and T1. And it has been a fact that, yeah, they were able to secure some kills, but they are still stuck in the same situation wherein they need to defend hard against the pushes from Bikertopia. Marquee is definitely going to be vital here. As long as they're going to be able to zero in onto Zerui, it is still a fight that is going to be manageable. Because if Zerui is out, the snipes that actually reduce the health of the members of Bacon Time is going to be gone. And Almond P is going to be slowing the members here. Taux might be in danger as Pika uses his ultimate. Mountain Crusher has been used. The Clip Breaker as well. Kim Sensei is again going to be taken out by Zerui from a long range snipe. One more snipe, and Taux is also going to be a casualty. He is going to be using this disengage to actually reposition himself up. D-Lin is definitely in danger, but Almond P cannot commit because he knows if he uses all his dashes, he's just gonna be taking out two turrets on the base off. Its Bacon Time have already taken one turret left, and it's already holes left in the base of its Bacon Time.
The curtains are closing once again here for Bacon Time this time. Bikertopia successfully have established a really good early game control, and now they're trying to secure this Dark Lord Slayer. Marky is attempting to prevent that from happening, but there's a lot of control that Bikertopia has. They all are starting this Dark Lord Slayer as well. Kim Sensei taking a lot of damage. A snipe nearly connecting onto him, but T-Lin as well did take a lot. So he is down to half health as Tawex is just being zoned out here by T1. He is very tanky at most, not getting some damage there. But onto the bot side, there is a split push happening and they are able to take down Pika. But at what cost? Dark Lord Slayer still taken by Bikertopia and they will be attempting on closing out this game now.
And with its making time losing a lot there, it's just a matter of time unless they're gonna be going for a counter play. They did get a kill onto Pika, 20 seconds on the clock. It is still a sizable time before the before Pika spawns, but they're just gonna be delaying the push of the Dark Lord Slayer. And Kim Sensei spots out Sin. That's a deep impact being used by T1. A lot of damage are being hit on him. That's going to be a Thunderbird being used up. He is still going to be tanky. T-Lin is going to be disengaging. He's not going for the triple threat there. He knows that without Pika, they don't have the sustainability just yet. Zero is going to be missing. Now Kim Sensei, look at the poke. Almost bursting down Kim Sensei in a matter of seconds. DP pack is going to be used. Tox uses the Earth Splitter. That's the mark of the Hunter. Zeroing out to Zerui. Zerui instead. P gets a kill for himself. And Marky is going to be joining in the fight. Pika is going to have a lot of regeneration. The resurrection from the Blade of Eternity is going to be used. And they actually win that. But they cannot close it up because T-Lin, Pika, and T1 are just too tanky.
Yeah, that fight though was quite impressive, especially when Bacon Time caught Shin and Bikertopia did not anticipate that happening. That's how tricky team fight thing can be because yeah, Bikertopia does have a lot of mobility, but if you get caught even just one time, one flying spear can end it all, and Shin definitely had that coming for him. And despite the tankiness of the other members of Bikertopia, actually, we saw some hesitations coming in from T-Lin, so that caused them to not be able to equalize the number of kills, and now, well, they are able to at least defend all their towers still, and because of the waves crashing onto Bacon Time's towers a while ago, and now they're looking to at least reset the waves, gain the advantage once again, but they have to be very careful of those flying spears. If one connects onto Shin or Zerui once again, it can be detrimental for them. While Bikertopia is just waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer. It's still a long way to go, 42 seconds remaining on the clock, while Shin is just trying to poke out the members of Bacon Time here. It's hard though because Tawex is very tanky, same as Marky. They have been doing a really good job blocking those snipes from Zerui, especially away from Kim Sensei and Muan, because if they're the ones who are gonna get hit, then it's going to be a GG for Bacon Time. 17 seconds on the clock, still the defensive formation here by Bacon Time. Will it go offensive? Well, not yet. They are waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer as well, which has spawned just now. Bikertopia attempting on starting it already, while Bacon Time still has to clear out the wave onto the top. Kim Sensei is doing it. P spots Bikertopia. They disengage on the camp for now, paying respect onto Bacon Time's follow-up. And Bikertopia, they need to be very careful. They have to land those knives. But Alpine actually starting the Dark Lord Slayer right now. They're trying to draw Bikertopia into the camp and they commit onto a team fight. Tawex is doing a really good job zoning them out as well. P, will he actually engage? The answer is no. They fall back for the meantime, takes a bullet to the shoulder as well. But Tawex actually might be in trouble. He is forced to disengage. Right now takes a snipe as well. And with the support relatively low, Bikertopia decides to commit onto this Dark Lord Slayer. But Pika might actually get caught up. He is popping out that second life, but will be stopped by Kim Sensei, and Muan finally catches Zerui as well in a blink of an eye. Bacon Time takes it all, and all they need to do is maybe push out this mid. They have a wave marching with them as well, and Almond P can actually tank for the minions. So the Dark Lord Slayer is marching as well. There is a lot of empowered minions blocking the path, but that's not a problem here for Bacon Time. They want to get this win. Richter is defending the base as well. Pika trying to defend desperately, chasing down Kim Sensei, but it's to no avail. He will get taken down, and Bacon Time gets the 2-0.
Oh my gosh, that probable outplays coming in from its Bacon Time did it for them. And with a 2-0 on the series, they have the advantage going into the second part. And with a 2-0, they actually prove a point that they're actually good in the latter parts of the stages of a game. And with this win, confidence is definitely rising into their hearts as they beat down BRO, who was actually taking all the advantages in this game. They did not fall off in the rotations, the strategies. It was all about Bikertopia, but it's Bacon Time overcame all of the odds, and they won game number 2.
That was impressive. That was impressive. They were down. All inhibitors taken out. Bikertopia complete with all the towers. They were up by a few thousand gold as well. And all they needed was the Dark Lord Slayer. But Bacon Time says no. Kim Sensei stole it out, and they got the best possible initiations towards the members of Bikertopia. Zerui got caught with a flying spear. Shin as well got taken down, and they piled all their damage onto all the members of Bikertopia. And with Pika, the only member remaining alive, and the long death timer for the remaining members of Bikertopia, Bacon Time knew what to do. Push into the mid, they sent out Marky and Tawex as well to defend the base, because there's a huge wave crashing onto their base as well. And that kind of split decision proves how big of a discipline Bacon Time has, and especially a big of an improvement they have developed over the past few days. And now they're looking for maybe a dominating revenge series against Bikertopia.
Yeah, this has been a wonderful run so far for its Bacon Time, and I'm sure a lot of the fans right now for the RPL are going crazy and ham over its Bacon Time, because they have been performing very well at the start of the series. But we've seen a lot of the RPL teams actually perform very, very well in the first 2 games and then lose out as the series progresses. I hope Bacon Time is not one of those teams that is going to be falling into that kind of situation. I still believe, because of this strong start, because of how they were able to overcome the odds, even despite the lineups that came for BRO, which was very, very strong, to mind you. It was a very, very strong lineup, to the point that it was so hard to get a kill. Zerui was always having the time of his life, being able to snipe safely. No one can actually go close. Pika was dealing a lot of damage using that Eon, and everything worked out well. Everything did work out well except for the last clash, where they were not able to secure the Slayer. Remember, if you actually kill the Dark Lord Slayer, you get a boost there, where you're going to be easily taking in a lot of the objectives. You're also gonna have the capability to, whoever starts the Dark Lord Slayer is gonna be suffering some damage. And they capitalize on that damage. Maybe the members of Bikertopia thought, hey, we're tanky, we can still actually sustain this, but they weren't able to expect that Sin and Zerui was targeted at that start of the clash. And once the damage dealers was out, of the team out of the equation, it was just
Then they're all out.
to be back massacring members of Bikertopia one after another.
It's an incredible performance that Bikertopia made in this game. That is a very definition of a comeback. One team fight to turn everything around. It's definitely a highlight for Bacon Time right now, and for Bikertopia, that's a big oopsie. Those are the things that you should not let happen in your games, because it can definitely affect your mental state, because they already had everything. All the towers, all the leads, all the objectives, and then one Dark Lord Slayer fight. Everyone got caught. And the game ended without even having a chance to fight back, because you're dead for the next 20 or 40 seconds. And 40 seconds is all it took for Bacon Time after that Dark Lord Slayer fight to end the game. It's impressive.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Only one clash to actually turn everything around. That's
Look at the gold.
That's classic. That's classic AOV. And you're gonna see here BRO actually having the bulk of the gold lead in most of the game. It only overturned into the last clash where its Bacon Time was able to wipe out Bikertopia. Only Pika was alive, but he was still killed on the defense, because he knew even if he lives, they're actually gonna lose the game because of the GG push from Muwan Kim Sensei, and the rest is definitely history. Bikertopia did well all throughout. They were the ones in the lead. They were the ones aggressive. They were the ones who was pummeling the members of its Bacon Time. See Ruby always taking a kill to Kim Sensei, but Kim Sensei had to speak his revenge. He stole the Dark Lord Slayer, and because of that, they were able to have the advantage. They were able to kill everyone on the side of the Bikertopia. Muwan is going to be the MVP of this game. A perfect KDA 204 all throughout, even with the suppression coming in from the members of Bikertopia. He did not surrender. He did not let himself be left behind in terms of the gold that his opponent was actually farming. Muwan being a solid ADC here on game number 2 was a big and focal part for them as well. Although the Flying Spear did not really connect in most of the scenario, as long as you're going to be able to actually contribute onto the latter parts wherein everything is crucial, that's where everything is going to be playing out. Game number 3 is going to be a crucial fight yet again. Bikertopia needs this to get back into the series, but we'll see if they have what it takes. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Kiyang Gaming. We'll be right back after this short break.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, UA will throw out 4 Bone Fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the Bone Fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. UA knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. UA will gain additional vision. UA is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using UA, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when UA overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, UA can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, UA needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of UA is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Follow your order, I declare. I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio. With me is Keon Gaming. We're already at game number 3 of the second series for the day. Bikertopia against its Bacon Time. Bacon Time already has a 2-0, and they need 2 more to actually close this with a strong case for their domination here in the AIC.
And Bacon Time, what's being constant about these 2 games that we have watched so far is that, well, early game, Bikertopia does have a sizable amount of control, but when the late game, mid to late game power spikes happen, or at least when the late game is reached, Bacon Time is able to take control of that match, even at the last possible minute. Just like in game number 2, Bacon Time and just one steal there coming in from Kim Sensei on the Dark Lord Slayer, and the Muan landing the flying spear onto Zirui. It allowed them to actually get those 4 kills and end the game. Similar as well to the first game wherein Bikertopia had a good amount of control in the early game, but then Bacon Time was able to come back towards the mid to late game. So Bikertopia right now, well, we do know the win conditions here of both teams as of the moment. Bikertopia has to really be dominating in the early game, and I'm not just saying that they should have some lead and taking some turns. No, they should be able to close out this game as quickly as possible because they're experiencing a time bomb right now. If we reach the late game, it's a big chance that Bacon Time can just suddenly turn the tides around, and they do not hesitate so in doing those kinds of plays because they know what it takes to win against Bikertopia, and they invest everything on the line to make sure they get that win. Coming to game number 3, both teams actually has a lot of options still on their picks, and we can actually see more still being available on the side of Bacon Time since they haven't picked up the Lorian just yet. They haven't picked up the Elsu as well, so it's going to be still tricky here on the side of Bikertopia for sure.
This is a surprise maybe for Bikertopia because they've beaten it's Bacon Time before. They were the ones to knock them into the lower brackets, and it's gonna be a big surprise as they are the ones being beaten down, and because of the momentum that they have, in terms of the draft, I don't think Bikertopia was actually losing out on the late game. It's more about how good Bacon Time was able to zero in onto the prime targets, the main damage dealers of Bikertopia, that actually led to their win. And moving forward, if they can actually still execute this kind of play with composure, I think Bacon Time is having their chances back into being able to dominate here in AIC. At least now we have an idea on what Bacon Time can actually do. It's just that I'm very, very afraid of what kind of draft they're gonna be showing in game number 3 and forward. We've seen KFC Talon actually lose themselves in the draft. We've seen Valencia CFE Sports actually losing momentum from game 3 onwards. I just really do hope that Bacon Time can actually do justice on what they're going to be presenting in terms of the hero composition, the hero pool, the plays that they're going to have. I hope it is still going to be the same Bacon Time and probably an improved Bacon Time because they have the momentum right now. Even with a 5-minute break, it doesn't really matter because they still have 2-0 on the board. And they could dominantly close this into a 4-0 if they get game number 3. They need to invest a lot into game number 3 and then invest more onto game number 4. Because you don't want to actually reach game number 5, game number 6 where anything could happen. Because, exhaustion sometimes plays into the part wherein decision makings actually become questionable. The drafts are also going to be affected. Game number 3 still has a lot for both teams. Game number 2, not much of big picks. Yan, Lilian, and Elsu is definitely the picks that have been expended here by Bikertopia. Lubu and Arthur are situational heroes. They're not really part of the meta. While on the side of It's Bacon Time, it is the Lombor, the Tulen, and also the Richter who has been taken. Slims and Tachi are both situational heroes. They do have, the capability to turn games, but I think in terms of the picks that are available, there's still a lot. You still have Elsu, you still have Lafil, you still have Hayate as well to be picked up.
Yeah, and double marksman composition still available here for both teams as well. So a lot of things to be considered here, especially that Bacon Time right now is onto the red side. So they still have the Lorian pick available for them, same as the Elsu. Lorian gonna be easily taken away here by Bikertopia. In terms of the other picks, like the Nakroth, it is still available for the taking here for both teams, and wondering if they are going to be focusing on it. Bikertopia with the first pick advantage is hovering it as of the meantime, and I think it's going to be a really good pick for now, although Bacon Time can actually respond with the Zuka pick. It is also not banned as of the moment, and they can actually still pick up the Elsu as well for themselves.
Yep, Nakroth being picked up here by Bikertopia says a lot on their picks. Zuka might be picked up here, but it's making time to actually counter that pick. But Elsu is already being hovered here, but I don't think that Elsu could, it could still be picked up. Not much that Bikertopia can do, even if they leave that pick open, because Elsu has already been picked up by Bikertopia. They're not going to be able to repeat that until game number 7. And with that, you're going to see a lot of long game suppression. The answer by Bikertopia is a standard answer, as they picked up on Iggy, who is definitely one of the anti-TCs of a Elsu. In the mid game, Ember's Gaze deals a lot of damage, and 2 Ember Gazes can actually kill an Elsu in the late game. So that's how big of an impact AG can have. And whenever Elsu is going to be stationary, he is going to be open for that, open to take the Ember Gaze from that AG.
Plus the Scud and the Nakroth. So that's a lot of backline access that Bikertopia is actually building their composition with. So a lot of threats onto the Elsu and possibly the mid lane hero here of Kim Sensei. I'm wondering what their last pick would be, since a Zuka is still available for the taking here, and might as well pick it up since it might be banned away during the second banning phase, and they are hovering it as of the meantime. So in terms of ban here, mid lane, Bacon Time hasn't picked up something just yet. With a flex pick here of Bikertopia, the Nakroth is gonna be in the jungle, the Scud can be onto the Darkslayer lane, and they haven't picked up their marksman just yet. So possible hyper carry here on the side of Bikertopia, unless they would prefer to have really good early game priority. They can also pick up the Slims here, which is a common matchup on the Elsu, unless Bacon Time is gonna be removing that, though it's not likely, as the Baldum, the Lumbar that we more so see being taken away during the second banning phase.
Yep, and the first 3 picks of Bikertopia is actually kind of scary, so to speak. One of the reasons there is that they have long range capability, and they have the backline access. They have some disruption on them, and that's gonna be playing a big part on how Bacon Time needs to protect that Elsu. If they're not gonna be able to give an environment for Elsu is to be able to snipe safely, it is a very scary prospect wherein Bacon Time could actually fall off in this game number 3.
I'm wondering if Bikertopia is gonna hover or pick up the Taara, because they haven't really picked up a support just yet, and I think Bacon Time sniffed it out. They take away the Taara, which actually one of the strategies of Bikertopia, when they don't pick up the support first, they have a lot of option on their final picks, which includes the Taara that can actually be detrimental here towards the lineup of Bacon Time. So good eyes coming in from Bacon Time, while Bikertopia is gonna be taking away the Crixie here, which has a lot of synergy with the current composition here of Bacon Time. And now, well, they still have a lot of options here. Honestly, not much mid lane heroes have been picked up just yet, and Bacon Time can just go with whatever they feel will have a really good synergy with the Elsu, and they are opting to have it picked up in their last slot as well. So this will give them a lot of insurance, especially for Kim Sensei, given that they have picked up the Varus as well. So far, 3 front lines already, like 3 fighters, and that is kind of like a bruiser tank here in a sense that can actually provide some safety as well towards the Elsu. So Bikertopia, what are they gonna be opting to get? They are so far invested on split push with the Nacross, good global presence as well with the Iggy in terms of burst and the Agnes and the Ember's Gaze. Late game scaling and also a sizable amount of aggression. This might actually work for them. The Paina and the Kafeni, with the support of the Paina, that's a lot of security being handed over towards the Kafeni. So they will have more confidence in this kind of draft, given the utility and the protection that the Pine actually provides. But Bacon Time, what will be their last pick?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a scary combination for Bikertopia. It's a lineup that's actually very hard to counter. You have a lot of survivability, you have long range capability, you have someone that goes into the back line, you have protection, you have some heals for yourself, but every time these snipes are gonna hit, you're just gonna be regenerating with a healing light. And it's also hard if you're not gonna be able to burst on the Pine at the start of the clashes, because he's just gonna be regenerating and provides a lot of mini crowd controls and some stuns with the Nature's Rally and Forest Sentry. So all in all, Bikertopia has a very strong balanced composition. From early to late game, I think there's not much that you're going to want with this kind of composition. Bacon Time is going to depend on a lot of the damage that they are going to be piling up here. If they're not going to be able to kill the Paina, the Kafeni, then Bikertopia might as well has game number 3 on their clutches already. So Bacon Time needs to play hard here, as they need a lot of intervention in terms of getting the kills that they want, because not the composition of Bikertopia is actually hard to penetrate with the Paina and the Scud in the front.
Yeah, it's a stable lineup, which actually suits Bikertopia as well. I think they want this time to have a much more better fighting power towards the mid to late game to match those of Bacon Time. And early game is going to be quite crucial here for Bacon Time, since the Nacroth can actually be countered with a nice invade. Bacon Time needs to pull it off really effectively if ever they are going to be opting to do so, because it will give Amon P that slight edge in the farming department. So far, it is going to be rather a standard start here for both teams. A vertical pathway here for both junglers, as Amon P starts with his blue and Thielen as well on his respective blue buff. We're seeing also a fast rotation here towards the bot side. Zerui nearly gets taken down there. That was an almost first blood, and Bacon Time actually switching their playstyle up towards an aggressive one.
Yeah, and definitely that is a good start there. Also, the time there is a Vera pick. I know it's a hero that's one-dimensional, just like what Aras can bring. You can burst down people with one combination, and that's the easy part about the Vera pick. As long as you're actually gonna be able to farm up some gold, it's so impossible that you're not gonna be able to secure kill with that hero. The ease of use on the Vera is definitely there. It's recommended for your beginners, and you know that says a lot, because if a hero can be used by even beginners, it just proves to show how how easy it is to maneuver that hero. You just need to click the skills, and you need to just point and click. And in terms of the capability, Vera is definitely something big. And on the top side, First Blood is going to be on Tillin's hands as Marky falls down. It is already too late for Kim Sensei and the others to join the party, but they are going for a complete overplay there as Taux goes for the Venom and Kim Sensei goes for the stun as well. And Zerui actually spots him out here. Burst Gaze has been used. Taux is ready to go back again. Venom's cooldown is just fast, so they can definitely spam this. T1 is in the area. Healing Light is going to be used. Zerui uses Disengage, goes for some exchanges in terms of the shots, but we all know that Kafeni is definitely going to win the exchanges there.
Yeah, short exchanges has more benefit towards Zerui's Kafeni, especially when he is able to kite out and dodge, especially those snipes coming in from Muwan. But they have to be very careful from the possible dives here of Bacon Time. They have attempted in the mid lane, they have attempted on the bot side as well, and good job by Bikertopia avoiding both instances as well. We had seen an interesting contest there by Marky on the Slayer takedown by Bikertopia, although it did not go well as they expected it to do so. But Pika right now might actually get taken down. That's Almond P getting his first kill. Marky actually survives there from T-Lin, and now he is forced to actually disengage. The quick retaliation though with a flicker invested there by Towers allowed them to secure a second. Now, oh, Muwan, you might be in trouble. Off goes the ultimate, and he is able to skedaddle away. If he was a little bit deeper there, he would have been taken down already. So good job there by Bacon Time. Bikertopia though not really trading that much behind, so that small hiccup can easily be recovered as they are just gonna be trying to clear up these waves for now. Scaling is definitely a big factor here for Bikertopia. They would want to extend this game since they do have a lot of sustain, they do have a lot of tankiness as well that can provide the necessary protection here for Zerui and Shin. While Bacon Time, they more so are pressured to be aggressive in the early game because they have to shut down these players. T1, oh, that sustain, that heal is just marvelous, and Tawek nearly gets taken down as well because of Zerui's damage. So now we're starting to see the possible problems here of Bacon Time whenever they engage. The healing of T1 is just too much.
Yeah, no attempt here as Kim Sensei went for a flicker play, but was unfortunately targeting Creep instead of Zerui. Very, very sad thing to see. Flicker has a 120-second cooldown, so definitely it is a talent where you actually save until the last moment. And Kim Sensei is going to be spotting out Pika here. Slow is going to be done. Alma P is just in the area. Taux is going to be starting it. He is going to have the capability, and they feel that as the Skyfall from the Zuka is going to be proc down. They have the advantage here because without T1 and Zerui, the damage coming in from Bikertopia is inconsequential. It's not going to have a lot of impact. But in terms of the gold farming of that Kafeni, he's already at 4.1k with a close Sancti, almost making a 16 or another attack speed item.
And fortunately, they are also able to pick up that Abyssal Dragon since Almond P doesn't have the punish available yet. So it's still on cooldown after he successfully stole out that blue buff from T-Lin. So not really the best trade happening there for Bacon Time, but they do have the Slayer available for them as well. They are attempting to at least clear out Almond P's camps first, but they need to be very careful because the rotations might come actually here now for Bikertopia. Almond P just stalking T-Lin right now. It's going to be really crucial if ever he actually is able to spot him out, but since he doesn't, they just opt to go with the Slayer takedown, and they are also rotating across the map while Bikertopia is trying to play this game pretty defensively. They have put a big amount of thrust onto T1 here, especially with the rotations of T-Lin, more so onto the top side to aid Pika as well on his lane. Now, Bikertopia, so far in this first 8-minute mark, is doing a really good job despite being behind in terms of kills and also in objectives. They're able to keep up in terms of the gold, which is what that matters here for this kind of lineup. Focus on the farming here for Zerui, and he will just be carrying out the rest of the game with the help of T1. Now Bacon Time is starting this Holy Dragon though. They are going to be attracting the members here of Bikertopia, but the question is, can they actually win this one as Kim Sensei gets dive upon here by T-Lin, use that orb and is able to disengage successfully. T1 does have a sizable amount of sustain, and Zerui is mad! Flicker onto that Puzzlon! And Muwan, despite that flicker, he is still caught out by that ulti, and now Bikertopia is accelerating this game with a turret takedown, and now starting this Holy Dragon as well. Given that it's uncontested, well, it's gonna be given for them for free.
Yeah, but not much that they can do at this moment. There is going to be a stun made here. Tonks goes in hot, but the damage coming in from the members here. But Zerui gets deleted with the Skyfall coming in from Almond P. There was not much that actually happened there. It's just that the damage from that Zuka is just too sizable. And right now, they have the shutdown kill onto Zerui with a 6.4k already to his name. This is gonna put some pressure. At least Muwan is gonna be able to get some gold up here as Bikertopia is going for a start. Talx is in the area. Pika is gonna be caught out with the Yena going hard there. Almond is gonna use the Skyfall, but Sin gets the steal from the members of its Bacon Time.
Oh, and now they are getting really confident. Tawex taking a buckload of damage there, and with the Slayer that they have stolen, they're going to be using it into the mid lane to push out another tower. That's a lot of damage the tower is experiencing right now, and taking singles for Marky, and they're being zoned away from their tower right now. Split push happening there from both Muwan and Almond P to kind of answer back with the pressure of their own, and they will be able to take down at least a turret here. But T-Lin is on the vicinity while Almond P is getting engaged here by Pika. That's a tough time to battle with a Scud, so might as well just give it up for the meantime. And Bacon Time now is a little bit behind in terms of gold. Can they actually engage here? Because Bikertopia will not hesitate. They have all the sustain and tankiness that they need. And all they need to do actually is just tank those snipes coming in from Muan away from Zirui and Shin, and they're gonna be able to muscle them out. But Muan actually doing a really good job landing those snipes onto Zirui. It's the second time that he did that, and T1 is forced to focus all his healing onto him for now. Bikertopia grouping up though on the bot side jungle, just waiting to catch out anyone. Tawex might be the victim here as he is getting damaged so far. Ember's gazing the HP there of Kim Sensei as Bacon Time looks to retaliate and split across the map. They're sending two once again onto the side lanes to kind of distract Bikertopia because they recognize Bikertopia wants to group up, but they are going to be struggling on isolated fights and small skirmishes. So what Bacon Time is doing right now is trying to attract their attention. If they can draw them away from the mid lane and maybe choke them out in a short amount of time, just like this, Zirui deleted in an instant. Insufficient healing there for T1, so he's gonna get taken down as well. T-Lin running for the high heals, and Bacon Time suddenly is on fire, taking this Holy Dragon as well, while Pika is trying to at least deal some damage here onto the turret, but it's not gonna be that much effective. Bacon Time right now took back control.
This is the start on the fire for Bacon Time, and this is going to be a problem for them because T1 can only do so much to actually save Zero in most of the instances. Because of the silence, he was not able to flicker out, and he was stun locked there by the combination of what Marky can actually bring to the table. As long as he's going to be zeroed in, he's going to have a hard time. Almond P definitely is going to be packing a lot of damage as well. And look at that combination. Once Skyfall and Zerui actually fell down, he was able to deal a lot of damage into Marky. But it doesn't matter because even if Marky dies, a lot of the damage dealers are still left here, and the Skyfall is going to be used. Pika is going to be taken down. He uses a Wild Beast charge, but still he's going to be slowed down. And the toothbrush actually lands into the back of his head. He gets another kill for Almond P. Zerui again is going to be zeroed in by Marky, but look at the damage being dealt here. One damage that's definitely going to be hurting. The cleanse is already used, and they have already baited it out. Without that cleanse, they are going to have some difficulty. Skyfall is going to be used. They are going in hot.
Oh no.
And one goes in. This is going to be used, but he is going to be taken out. He is going to take out Almond P as well. Ember's case is going to be used. Kim Sensei and the others are out of reach. I think that's going to be a miscommunication on the part of its Bacon Time. If you're going to commit to any type of take there, you need to take it with force.
Yeah, and speaking of force, he kind of forced out that kill onto a member of Bikertopia, and it cost them to lose 2 in the process, plus that Infinite Slayer in the top side. So now it is going to be much more challenging in terms of defending their base, as Tawex might actually be taken down as well. Ooh, that is another oopsie coming in from Bacon Time. It's hard to actually disengage from a Scud, and we have seen firsthand here for Tawex, and they can actually spawn the Slayer right now onto a lane, which will help Bikertopia secure yet another tower. And Bacon Time, they have to avoid those kinds of mistakes if they want to win this game, because Bikertopia is not going to hesitate punishing those mistakes. Right now, the Ember's Gaze is hurting the members of Bacon Time and the Almond P. I need to be a little bit careful here, as Bikertopia now is starting this Dark Lord Slayer. Can Bacon Time contest this? I don't think they will, and this is a big win for Bikertopia.
Yeah, the only chance that they're gonna get is if they get Zerui yet again, but you know, once or twice, shame. Once, shame on me. And if it becomes twice, wherein they're gonna be able to take on Zerui, shame on them.
Yeah.
And basically, it's Bacon Time, who is now on the receiving end. Pika actually goes for the face check, but because he's tanky enough, he's not going to be taken down easily. And Lapira only has a 7.7k to his name. That's not a good sign here for his bacon time. They're gonna need a bulk of the magic damage, and it's definitely non-existent right now. They're going in for the knife, trying to burst down here. The Pusillan is gonna be used. Stogs is dangerously low. One more hit and he's gonna die. The top third here on the middle lane has been destroyed already. Kim Sensei is gonna do his best, but he is going to
Almond P?
Almond P is going to be taken out as well. And I guess this might be the end as T-Lin takes out the kill. Moan is going to be taken out. And they take that Nexus in a dominating manner here for Bikertopia. They invested a lot in game number 3 and it paid down. Winning their first win of the series. It's a 2-1 already.
Bikertopia recognizes that Bacon Time is strong in the late game, and so they invested so well into the late game scaling, and it allowed them to secure a victory. Plus, they were able to actually punish those mistakes coming in from Bacon Time, and now it is going to be their very first point in the series. Very well job done.
A job well done for sure. And Bikertopia, this might be the start of how they're going to be able to turn this series around the heads of its Bacon Time. And I hope that, it's not going to be a characteristic wherein it's going to be an easy game forward for Bikertopia. RPL teams are very well-known teams that actually lose out the second part of the series. And usually, in this kind of start, it's kind of depressing as they had the advantages going into this game number 3. They had everything mapped out for them. They were taking in the kills that they needed. They were able to shut down kills, and a lot of the steals there was on the side of Bikertopia. Zirui was always in the thick of it. And this was the start of how they actually lost.
Yeah.
When they went for a 2v3, not being able to take T-Lin. If they were able to take T-Lin there, it would have been a GG well played, for in Bacon Time would still have the advantage. But because of that overturn in place, it became easier for Bikertopia to go for the comeback wins. And moving forward, Bikertopia now shifted the momentum, tilted it to their side, and this might be a start. But they did invest 5 big picks here in game number 3. They went all in. Especially they have a Nacron, they have a Scud, they have an Iggy, they have a Kafeni, and they paired it up with a Paina that really goes well with the Kafeni pick.
Yeah, well, the same goes for Bacon Time. In a sense, they invested 4 really good picks into this game. So, we more so see more fruits of labor coming in from a Bikertopia in this particular game. Especially in how they were able to counter Bacon Time, or at least punish their mistakes. Because those mistakes were actually weird in a sense. Because they made unnecessary plays in that game, especially in the top side fight. Moan trying to close the distance, flickering in, and he got caught. He couldn't get out anymore, and it transitioned into a 2-kill into a Dark Lord Slayer takedown by Bikertopia, which is actually the worst possible moment for Bacon Time, given that they don't really have that much wave clear. Since Kim Sensei is not ahead in terms of farm, he is 2,000 or 3,000 gold behind. He couldn't help that much in terms of the wave clear, and it allowed Bikertopia to easily penetrate the base of Bacon Time and end this game without Bacon Time being able to do anything.
And definitely moving forward, if they're going to be able to pin down Bacon Time at this point, wherein they're going to be forcing out a lot of the mistakes. And of course, I thought that Bacon Time really did well. I saw that they did bad in this game. It's just the decision making they had when they went for a commit on taking out T Lin. T Lin still had an orb, and of course, you're gonna expect that the movement speed coming in from his teammates are definitely there. That's an Iggy pick and also a Kafeni who has speed ups of themselves. So they should have taken into consideration as well. It was already a win once they popped the orb of T-Lin. If they could have maybe positioned themselves out, it could have been a different story for them. Or if they had support from the others like Tux and also Kim Sensei, then they would have the capability to actually contest that clash.
And while in this game, there's a lot of lessons that Bacon Time should learn, especially in the latter side of that game. And in this match, we do see now things turning around. We usually see Bikertopia being the ones ahead in the early game and Bacon Time turning the tides around in the mid to late game, but Bacon Time got to taste their own medicine this time, coming in from Bikertopia, especially with their mid-game power spike and their late-game handling Bacon Time in the latter fights. And we do see the kills being equal, goal lead being more towards the side of Bikertopia. And in terms of damage, Shin actually dealt a lot of damage, matching or even doing more than Muon. And Kim Sensei on this Vira pick definitely did not do much. I guess it's one of the disadvantage when you go with a one-dimensional hero, especially in the competitive scene. These really good players know how to dissect and prevent a particular hero from reaching its full potential, and Kim Sensei didn't really had the best of run here in this particular game, not having to be able to farm up, not being able to burst out anybody that much. And the MVP is going to be Shin, with a lot of damage being dished out in that particular game. One Ember's Gaze definitely prevents Bacon Time from pushing, and also he is able to clear out a lot of waves, is able to zone out the members of Bacon Time, and in terms of overall performance, he did relatively well. So this is his 4th MVP count.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a Nelsu Iggy combination for the side of Bacon Time, I think it would have been a harder fight for Bikertopia. But them not being no, they picked up a second pick Ian instead of that kind of opposition, and it ended disastrous for its Bacon Time. The momentum that they had going could have been cut there. They already committed an Nelsu, so why not commit an Iggy as well? They still have a lot of heroes that they could use. They still have the Orion. A lot of picks could actually be there. Liliana has been picked out already, and Tulin as well has been picked out. But there's still a plethora of mages that you can actually use in the middle lane, like the Dirac in situations. Raz not so much easily countered. Sata could have been viable as well, and them not committing for the GG win here in game number 3 actually spelled the doom here for Bacon Time. There's not much that they made a combination there with. They already used Izuka. I'm pretty curious why they didn't pick out the Iggy as well. It would have been different. I really felt that if you're gonna be picking up the Elsu, you should pick up the Iggy, which is its natural enemy, because you can make combinations with that as well, because of the long range suppression. We've seen that in the earlier series. The ones who picked up the one team picked up a Elsu and Iggy, they didn't care much because they were able to have a big hero pool. And I feel like its Bacon Time actually was trying to save some of its picks, and
yeah,
I don't think that's the right way to go in a series.
Well, I actually think they might have thought that Bikertopia wouldn't really pick up the Iggy away from them, so they just picked up the Varus instead initially. But I don't know. One thing's for sure, that them hesitating on picking up the Iggy in tandem with the Elsu allowed Bikertopia to create some holes in their lineup, and it definitely affected their performance in that particular game. So maybe in the next game, maybe in the fourth one, they need to really go in and invest so much in the lineup that they want to get, especially that either way, if they're not going to be picking the hero that they want to get, there is a big chance that their enemy team or like Bikertopia would take away that opportunity for them.
Yeah, Bikertopia has a lot in terms of composition. They actually field on the orthodox heroes. So if you don't, if you give ground, you can actually be burned. And if Bikertopia actually wins game number 4, I feel like it's the RPL curse all over again, wherein you see it 2-0 and then it becomes a 4-2, just like what happened to KFC Talent. And this is what I'm scared of. It's because of the compositions that it's Bacon Time actually did that reminded me of how KFC Talent actually played their second part of the series as well against one team, or they actually fell 4-2 from the upper bracket. It's the way they half-ass the drafting, the way they actually give ground in terms of not securing the picks that they want. There are a lot of compositions, and there are compositions that can counter you. So in that situation, you want you want everything to actually work well for you by securing the best 2 picks that could actually work for your team. And the best 2 picks right there was an Iggy and an Elsu, because Avira being picked up in game number 3 doesn't really, says a lot on what they were planning. They invested 4 heroes here: Ayena, Varus, Azuka, and Elsu. All of those heroes are part of compositions that are definitely gonna give you high win rates. And Vera is not the hero that you can actually put into that equation. Maybe a Ras would have been better, but Iggy would have been the best at that moment. They're able to actually deal a lot of damage before the clashes is going to start, but now it's not going to be possible. They're going to be able to pick out the Iggy, but not as effective with the Elsu tandem, which usually suppresses most of the compositions that have been fielded here in the AIC. Bikertopia is going to be the first pick. Omen has been banned out. It's Bacon Time still going to be banning out the Aya, and Lorian is being banned out by Bikertopia. Nakrot is definitely available for Bacon Time. Zuka is going to be their ban of choice. Now Bacon Time can actually lock into the Nakrot pick because they haven't picked it up yet. And if they ban the Zuka, they are effectively saying that they're good for a Nakrot pick.
Yeah, Bikertopia is like, oh no, Nakrot is available. No Zuka. This is for free right now for Bacon Time. They should not mess this up this time. Definitely that. Bikertopia does still have a lot of options in their lineup. They're gonna be focusing on the accuracy rip, so pick potential possibly gonna be built up here by Bikertopia. They haven't picked up the level as well, so this can be a good tandem that they get into this game. One of the members there just showing his guns, pun intended, as they're still not locking in this Roxy. Finally they do lock it in. Bacon Time this time can finally pick up the Nakrot. They can actually do it in their 3rd pick. So right now, well, with the Crixie is being hovered as of the meantime, but I'm wondering what they are gonna be hovering as well on their first one, the Nakrot. They're not gonna hesitate at all this time. This is going to be a good first 2 picks here for Bacon Time.
Yeah, definitely Nakrot first pick is a viable option because there's not much of any heroes that can counter the Nakrot pick. It is a pick that has a lot of potential, being able to split push, being able to rotate, being able to gank effectively as well. Bikertopia though is going to be hovering onto Tulin, who deals a lot of damage for their side, but they're actually hovering onto Dirac. Maybe we're going to see a Telenas combination yet again coming from Bikertopia using that Dirac pick. It's not going to be a surprise if they do, because there's a lot of protection. You are a lot of protection afforded to your team because you have a Roxy and you have a Dirac, who's definitely going to mitigate the long-range effectiveness of its Bacon Time.
And well, this is going to be one of the things that Bacon Time should prepare in their next few picks, and also the bans, because we also have seen a really good success with this Dirac pick during the previous series, with one team winning their last game against V Gaming a while ago with the same mid lane hero as well. So Bacon Time right now is actually preemptively taking one of the marksman that does have a really good synergy with the Dirac. They can pick up the Elandor, but they are changing things up for the meantime, hovering the Hayate, which we have not seen just that much yet actually today. I don't think it has been picked up during the first series, and now if this is going to be locked in, this is going to be kind of interesting, as they do have a lot of damage that can be dished out with the Kunai Blitz.
It's actually been picked out against a Florentino, and they lost the game from one team on the earlier series.
Alright, the Dark Slayer lane Hayate, that was weird.
I mean, it was situational.
It was so bad I forgot about it.
No, it wasn't that bad. I mean, if it was bad, they wouldn't have destroyed 9 towers. It's just that they weren't able to close it off in the early parts of the game, wherein the damage really spiked well for B Gaming on that series. But now there is a type here wherein Hayate can actually use a Kunai Blitz against Dirac, whose Genesis Bear is not going to be able to stop him, but the Genesis Orb can actually push it back. So that's also a thought that you need to look out for. Thane is being hovered here as the support for its Bacon Time. With the Thane being picked up, there's not much of any ADCs that can deal a short amount of damage, because Kafeni has already been taken out. There's just few heroes that could probably work against the Thane. Fennec is actually being hovered here by Bikertopia. Thorn as well. Thorn, so in terms of being able to burst down the Thane. He's not gonna be the fastest one to actually, deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time, but he's definitely gonna be working well against Thane because of the magic damage he's gonna be dealing.
Yeah,
in percent of the damage, in percentage of the health of the Thane. And Superman is hoping over there by its Bacon Time, maybe to add to the arsenal that he is going to be in a Dark Slayer lane.
So a bit of a 2.0 Superman this time, not in the support role, but this time in the Dark Slayer lane, and it can actually work quite well here for the side of Bacon Time, given the team fighting prowess of this kind of lineup. It's going to be tough and crucial. If Bacon Time can actually be ahead in the game, it's going to be tough for Bikertopia to actually dismantle them. But Bikertopia does have a few counters onto this, especially with the Dirac pick and with the Roxy pick, with the Agnes grip, and with the Thorn pick as well, dealing percent HP damage with the magical bullets. It can shred through the HPs here, or the health bars here of both Tauex and Marquis. So they need to be very careful in their approach here. I think early game is going to be really crucial, especially that both T-Lin and Almond P is going to be looking on making those picks towards the Dark Slayer lane, since both teams does have a good amount of setup on their Dark Slayers. So both players should be really careful, and same goes for their Abyssal Dragon laners. If one player or one member actually commits a mistake, a big punish is definitely possible here. So for Pika and Marky, they need to be really careful, especially that the Agnes grip, the speeding bullet, can aid so much into a team fight setup. And let's see who is gonna be gaining the lead here. Can Bacon Time move on towards their match point, or will Bikertopia equalize the score?
Well, that is something that we're gonna be able to witness. But based on the composition, there's not much that you're gonna be expecting, especially in the early game. The aggression is definitely not gonna be there. Zerui is gonna be seeing Kim Sensei and also Tox in the area trying to go and steal out the crab, and they successfully get it. And the damage right now from the Thorn is gonna be negligible, not that big, but he steals out that Seagull, and with the help of the other members of Bikertopia, definitely he is a harassing Muan here to the bot lane. It's a very scary prospect because T1 can actually pop off from the damage of this passive as long as he's gonna be hitting all of his skill shots. We are seeing Almond P already onto the bottom lane camps as he's speeding it up to maybe force a rotation already. 30 seconds left for the first objective to spawn. There's not much of any engagements because the damage from both sides are not yet online. You need some attack speed items onto Mu1's Hayate before he's gonna be effective. Taux is definitely gonna be tanky even without the defensive items. Marky is definitely gonna be effective in the early game, but level 4 is already up for most of the members. Ultimates are already up, and T-Lin is going in hard as he trades the Slayer for the Abyssal Dragon.
And Bacon Time is... Oh, both teams are actually playing this low for the meantime. They know that they can just wait for their power spikes, especially in the marksman department. Both Zerui and Muan will deal a substantial amount of damage later on when they do get their items. So it's not much of a rush here for Bikertopia and Bacon Time. What's more so gonna be a little bit scary is onto the top side and mid, because that's where both teams are gonna be investing a lot later on, especially that they do have a lot of setups ready for their plays. As Marky is able to keep up a little bit onto Pika's lane pressure, though their Pika is able to at least have a better lane priority, given that he's able to clear out his ways faster than usual. But now, that might be a nice engage coming in from Bikertopia. They need to be very careful though onto Marky. They are overextending. Oh, that speeding bullet dealing a bit of damage and crowd control, but the damage is still not enough. A bit too early for that team fight, and Bacon Time gets heavily punished. 3 casualties in an instant, and Bikertopia leaves with more gold.
Yup, and this is a start here for them. And T-Lin and Zerui are going for a push here. There is still going to be the turret plating, so they're not going to be easily taking that. Even if they win, they won the clash. But that's already a 1k goal lead for Bikertopia. and definitely they're gonna be feeling from what happened here. It's not much that they could actually do. This is turning to be a disaster for Uzbekistan time. Right now, we're seeing the aggression on the side of Bikertopia, who has every lead on every lane.
Yeah, we saw a lot of hesitations coming in from Bacon Time. Kim Sensei was keeping his distance. Marky was watching Tawex die before he actually casted that speeding bullet, and they were like, are we gonna engage? Are we gonna disengage? They engaged at the very last moment, but that's not how their composition work. They have to be really in tandem to fully utilize their lineup, and every time they hesitate, every second that they do, Bikertopia is gonna be one step ahead from them, and they will be really happy punishing every mistake that they make. So on to the next few minutes of the game as the objective spun up once again. Bacon Time needs to recover from this and have a better understanding whether to engage or not, because as the game progresses, Bikertopia also is scaling up. Now onto the bot side, Tax is taking a bit of damage there from a T1 as Zero pops out ult, but not much we're taking there from Tawex and Buwan, and Albon P is having the best time of his life, taking this Slayer down. Pika's in the vicinity, but it's not going to be attempting to steal out that objective because Bikertopia is happily taking these bot side tier 1 already. But there's a fight building up on top. Pika might actually get taken down. He does survive with a sliver of health, so they're able to avoid death for the meantime, and they can maybe transition towards the Abyssal Dragon, but they are actually committing on to Kim Sensei and Tawex. There's a lot of damage that Tawex is getting as of the moment. Another fight onto the top, a nice gank there by Amon P, and the crowd control by Marky will allow them to secure that kill onto T-Lin.
Yeah, that is something that they could take into comfort as they're getting some of the plays to their hands, forcing out Pika, forcing out T-Lin as well. And if they can continue to actually pressure Bikertopia in this manner, then definitely they can take back everything with the goal lead almost equalized already from the place of Almond P. Almond P is already at 4.7k. But you know, we still have someone leading onto the other side as Marky's gonna be slowing down Pika yet again. UCC Agnes grip, but it's not gonna be enough as Almond P zeroes in. T-Lin is not going to engage. He's gonna be late to the party. Muwan almost gets taken out here by Bikertopia. The damage definitely from the Thorn is considerable as he has an Omni Arms and Clay Sanctien with a flashy boots as well. So if you actually remember, Thorn's damage actually scales with the cooldown that he has. Tags almost gets taken out, forced to actually use the flicker, and T-Lin is going to be taking some small caps as well. There is going to be an invasion from Almond P. 5.8k already onto the Nacron. That's so fast for Almond P. They're going in for the defense. That is the football being used.
Oh!
They get a kill onto Pika, who actually overextends himself. T-Lin is running behind. He's going to be taken out. He's going to be pushed back by Talks. T1 does his best. Zerui is also going to be a target there. T1 is not going to be able to do anything at this point. Sin is going for the defense. Releases the Astral Orb. Is he going to be able to clear this, or is he not going to be able at this moment? He did get it, but the second tier turret here to the bot lane has been taken, as well as a push coming in from Buwan, and that is a 3k gold lead already in the book. It's Bacon time, and they're gonna be trying to secure the Slayer as well.
Yeah, that's 3 towers plus a Slayer takedown by Bacon time in a short amount of time. and it's helping them so much in terms of the economy. And Biker Tope has no answer for now. They need a proper setup, especially for Pika. And we talked about this so many times already. The Roxy pick, the Agnes grip has to be on point, or else you're going to be not the best hero to be used here, or you're gonna be rendered useless in this particular game. And so far, Bacon Time is making most out of this situation. Marky has been making really nice plays as well with his speeding bullet and those knockbacks. And now with the proper front lines, they're actually able to zone Bikertopia away and take 2 objectives for themselves. In total of the scorelines for objectives, they have secured 5 compared to just 1 Slayer takedown there by Bikertopia. And in terms of towers, 5-2 is not looking so bad here for Bacon Time as well. So if they can keep this up, and if they can keep the pressure going on, then Bikertopia will have lesser options. The Agnes Zip connecting here onto the Superman, but now he's actually aiding Bacon Time even more. Marky's onto the vicinity, dealing those chilling damage with a Frozen Breath, and now they will take Shin away. That's 1 kill, but what happens next is the big thing. They can just push the bot side. They're sending out 2 as well into the mid to take more towers away from Bikertopia, and without that much wave clear capability on this blue side team, they can't really contest Bacon Time right now. They lost all outer turrets right now. 10 seconds before Shin actually respawns, Muwan is positioning himself towards a possible kunai blitz here into the mid, but Bacon Time recognizes the threat. They retreat for now.
Yup, and Marky almost gets harassed here with the members of Bikertopia. The only chance that they could have was to take Sin. That's a Naval's Fury being used, and another turnaround here coming in from his Bacon Time. Fatal attacks can be used to clear the way. Marky almost falls down. Muwan is gonna be caught out by T1. Kim Sensei almost gets killed by Zerui, but the persistence is there. Almond P might be going in hot. Pika still has his Agnes grip. Right now, plays after plays are happening here for its Bacon Time, and Sin is definitely the one they are targeting hard in this game.
Oh, Bacon Time, they have a lot of tools right now in this game. It's up to their execution. Marky might actually set up for the team. That's a 2-man speeding bullet, but Pika is still able to disengage. Might not be the same here for T-Lin. Is able to skedaddle all away, but right now this might be a crucial one. Agnes grip pulling Marky away, and a big punish on his overextension. Bikertopia slips one up, and Bacon Time right now are forced to disengage. With lesser members, Bikertopia might actually be in a good position to start this Dart Slayer, as Almond P is gonna get caught. Thielen tries to chase him down. So gonna be a 1 versus 1. Who will win here? But both agree to just disengage for now, because Bikertopia does have numbers advantage. They're opting to take this Slayer instead. Bacon Time recognizes this. Can Towers get the steal? The answer is no. But Thielen might actually get taken down. He disengages successfully, and Bacon Time will just flee towards this Holy Dragon to trade off the objectives. But again, if they are going to be missing out on the Slayer takedowns, if they're going to be making those mistakes, it's not going to be good for Bacon Time, because Bikertopia can just answer back in a flash.
Yeah, that's still a 3k gold lead onto the side, and almost 4k gold lead for Bacon Time. It is still going to be sizable. 10.8k already onto the Nacron, the one leading the gold for its Bacon Time. So he's a big focal part why it is so hard for Bikertopia to go for the rotational and to commit rotations and to commit onto plays against its Bacon Time, because of the capability to clear up the lanes, shoving it to, you know, dangerous levels, wherein if they let the creeps crash into the towers, it's gonna be an easy take for its Bacon Time. Marky is on the top lane, actually dealing a lot of disruption onto the rotations. The Slayer has been spawned here into the bot lane, but it is easily gonna be taken. Bikertopia is going in hard for the defense. They're not letting up. Right now, they're just looking for a chance to take anyone on its vacant time. Astral orbs are being used here by Sin to actually deter and reposition the members of its vacant time here in the top lane. Marky is still doing a lot of work as he's not letting Bikertopia actually enter their camps.
And what's scary about this is that, well, Bacon Time, they're just patiently waiting for the Dark Lord Slayer as, oh, Elim might actually get caught. Marky is there in the vicinity, puts him back in this place. And Pika as well is gonna be a next victim. Everyone is dying in a short amount of time. And Bacon Time is not letting anyone escape, especially because of Marky. That is how you use a Superman. You don't let anyone escape. And with the long death timers right now, Bacon Time is looking for the game, and they're just pushing up the top. Marky is here as well. Even with the low HP members of Bacon Time, they're just gonna end this game right now, and they will be match point already.
Oh man, it's Bacon Time taking the reins back. You get one win in game number 3, but the RPL curse is definitely broken. One more win for his Bacon Time, and it's the first time that we're gonna see a very dominant RPL team here in the AIC 2022.
Oh, fantastic finish there, especially after that small hiccup by Thielen. He engaged onto 2 members there of Bacon Time. What he did not anticipate though is that Marky is right behind him, and he got pushed back towards the members of Bacon Time, and same went to the other members of Bikertopia. The push of the Superman is definitely a big hassle, especially because of the speeding bullet and all those CC chains that keeps interrupting the movements of Bikertopia definitely affected their team fighting capability there. If we check out the highlights though, Bikertopia was able to actually counter Bacon Time during the first few fights, especially because of those hesitations coming in from Bacon Time. But as the game progresses, we saw Bacon Time kind of having a more fluid of an action, them not being less hesitant on their movements, especially in their executions, and Bikertopia slowly weren't able to answer back. Sometimes they do so with a nice Agnes grip coming in from Pika, and a nice damage coming in from Thielen and Shin. However, due to the crowd control of Marky and Tau X, it definitely made a big impact into this game because Bikertopia couldn't really do much since they're constantly being put in a... They're constantly being pushed back, they're constantly being stunned, and where do you go? You can't go out.
Yeah, I mean, that clash was actually very disastrous for them, as we saw there was already damage hero members on the side of Bikertopia. Most of their members were already damaged, but they still went in, and that's basically it. Them actually going into the clashes where it's Bacon Time actually wanted them to be. They actually clash outside their turret ranges, and definitely it's going to be playing well for them. Dirac is not a hero that can maneuver well in the jungle camp. More so if no one's going to be able to protect him. And it's so hard to actually play heroes that need to be positioned well when there's a Superman, there's also a Darkron, and you also see a Thane actually just charging into your front. And that's basically it. It's just so hard for Sin to position himself up. After he uses the flicker, he's still gonna be chased down, and there was a lot of the positionings from the Superman, from the Thane, and the Darkron, which made it hard to use the Astral Orb to push them all in the same direction. Because it was going, if the Superman was going into his front, then you're gonna see the Thane in his flanks who's going to push him. So even if he uses the Astral Orb, or if he uses his second ability to reposition the people from the formation of its bacon time, it wasn't just enough. He was not going to be able to live that down. He's definitely going to be relying onto the others, like T-Lin. He's going to be relying onto T1. But all in all, it's just so difficult, even with the Roxy being into the front. He just can't slow down that Superman. Marky on a Superman was just too unstoppable. He was just using the speeding bullet over and over again. And definitely the cleanse, the cooldown of cleanse wasn't fast enough for all of the ground controls that was falling onto the hands of its bacon time.
Well, Bacon Time had like a 3, maybe 4, and an unlimited amount in general because of Marky on the Superman. They also had a knockback there by Tao X. They have knock-up by Kim Sensei. It's a lot to take into consideration in terms of team fighting, and Bikertopia has only a few actually, and they had to rely on Pika most of the time to land that Agnes grip. So it's not much options coming in from Bikertopia, and Bacon Time definitely had the late game potential in this particular match. This game actually turned out to be a battle of late games in the series so far, and this time Bacon Time has had the upper hand, and even having a whopping 8,000 gold lead at the very end of that match. And if we look at the kills, Bikertopia only had 4, which was because of the picks that they had with Pika and the mistake that Bacon Time actually had during the first team fight that happened. So after that, they were able to patch up their mistakes and were able to have a better execution in general in the laning phase, in their macro scaling, and their split push as well. So this game actually has been kind of fast, the fastest so far in the series between Bikertopia and Bacon Time. And the MVP is going to be Almond Peak with a fascinating performance, a lot of kills, 602, and this is going to be his second MVP after dealing a lot of damage as well, and a relatively good kill participation. Looking forward to might possibly be the final match here of Bacon Time. Bikertopia has to give it all. It's kind of different when you're just being behind in a series and when it's already match point. The pressure is really higher because you're forced to kind of give everything that you have in terms of the drafting phase, because what you can safely assume is that it might actually be the final game. So in this next match between Bikertopia and Bacon Time, Bikertopia has to give it their all. Yes, they do still have some options here in terms of the hero pool, but if they are going to be drafting a lineup that they think would suit them, then they should not hesitate at all. If they're going to be wanting to go with a double marksman composition, since they haven't picked up the Elender just yet, go with it. If they're going to try and pick up something which involves a 3 frontline and 2 damage dealers, then go for it. If they are going to be wanting to try out the Raz once again here for their mid, then might as well just do it, because Bacon Time is not going to hesitate as well on their possible match point.
Yeah, definitely. Bacon Time still has a lot in store in comparison. Bikertopia can only field so much here. They need to actually pour out all of their investments into game number 5 if they really want to win this, because it's definitely going to be an uphill battle moving forward. It's a match point already, and the pressure is definitely going to be onto the side of Bikertopia. And this is the first time that they're going to be feeling this yet again here in the lower bracket, because Bikertopia so far has had amazing games for them all throughout the lower brackets, but now it is kind of difficult since
Bacon Time has them cornered. It's a different kind of Bacon Time and they go aggressive as well. The drafts here in game number 4 was okay. They were definitely having the better draft, and the reason there is when they close out the Thane, almost all of the heroes were already picked up for the side of Bikentopia. They didn't have any much choice in terms of who's going to be able to deal damage onto that Thane, who was difficult to kill, so to speak. And then they added Superman to the mix as well. It really created a dilemma for Bikentopia. They were outdrafted in the last 2 picks, and that's a fact that Bikentopia knows. They were actually forced to actually pick up a Thorn because they didn't have any other ADCs in mind that could deal some damage that's gonna be substantial enough to make the Thane and also the Superman kneel. And they did the best that they could with what they had, but still being outdrafted, that's already some leverage on the side of its Bacon Time. If they can do it again in game number 5, I think it is we could say that 4-1 is a possibility that could be reached by Bacon Time.
It will depend on the performance here of Bikertopia for sure in the next one, because it is already the match point of Bacon Time, and both teams still has a lot of heroes available for their taking. It's gonna be tough, especially that Bikertopia has attempted so many times already in this match to try and turn the tides around. They have successfully done so during the 3rd game, and they were able to pull off a wonderful performance with the late game scaling with the Kafeni and the Paina, and when they actually were able to take out the Iggy away from Bacon Time. So they have to focus on where things actually went well for them, which was that 3rd game. And if they can mimic that kind of performance coming into this 5th game, then things might be better for them. If they can extend the series even more and take this to a game number 7, then they would have the better standing this time. Plus, it's going to be a reset of the hero pool since the global bans will be reset as well, which is going to be challenging since it is excruciating, especially on the endurance of the players. And well, everyone is kind of used to it already given their experience in the competitive scene, but it still takes a toll on the minds and the body here of the players. So they have to give it their all. This is the only chance that they do have if they want to win against Bacon Time, because everything is on the line. One win, it's all it takes for Bacon Time to push them away from the AIC 2022 and be the ones to actually challenge V Gaming in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, definitely. Whoever's going to be losing this is going to say goodbye to us, and possible game number 5 is the last time that we're going to see Bikertopia, unless we're going to see something different, something that could surprise its Bacon Time. But not much of the picks that I could think of can actually surprise Bacon Time, unless we don't have Lorian anymore. Zata is still open for Bikertopia. When in terms of the ADCs, they still have the Hayate as well, so anything could play out. They still have Zuka for Bikertopia. They could also play that. The Kira is still open for both sides as well. And definitely, for me though, in that last game, Bacon Time actually had a lot of advantages because of Alpha P being able to farm very, very fast using that Nakrod. And they still have Aoi, they still have the Kira as well to be picked up. Elander is also going to be a viable option for its Bacon Time. Well, Bikertopia, they've expended a lot as well. They still have Kira, they still have Zuka.
They have Tachi as well?
they use quick attack. I think Tachi is more of a situational hero. He excels against tanky heroes because he can be able to deal a lot of true damage and be able to actually penetrate shields. That's how you will actually pick up Tachi if you think shields are definitely going to be a problem if you want to deal a lot of true damage as well. You want to affect, sustainable heroes. Tachi is the hero to pick. In terms of the mid lane, they still have a lot to actually feel. Both sides are still having a lot of options. AG is going to be open for vacant time. Maybe they're going to be able to use it on game number 5 to actually secure their win. But that is a what if. As a first ban of Biketopia is going to be a Mina. Aya is going to be banned out here. And then for sure Lorian is still going to be banned out. It's not going to be open for vacant time. They're not going to let them have that zoning capability for Lorian. Kim Sensei actually uses Lorian very, very well. And it's a scary prospect if they ever release that hero onto the hands of vacant time.
I'm wondering what they will actually pick up first this time, as they do have, they still have a lot of options here for Bikertopia, but some of these are gonna be removed for now, like the Mina, like the Lorian. Omen actually hasn't been picked up here by Bikertopia, so there's going to be a good eye coming in from them in their first pick, and it might actually have a significant impact into this game, as Bacon Time does have a 2-pick advantage here on the red side. So if they are gonna be opting to go with the Elendor double marksman lineup, then this might be a good chance for them to do so, as they would really want to deal a lot of damage to try and take down this Omen. But they have to be really careful in their next picks, because they are now hovering the Baldum, and the Yorn gonna be hovered for the meantime, and this might actually be a good pick coming in from them, though Yorn is sometimes being challenged by the heavy frontline members or heavy frontline enemy heroes. But with the protection of the Baldum, he's gonna be able to shred a lot of those turrets down.
Yeah, definitely. That is going to be an option. They're going to be relying heavily on that Yorn for sure. Maybe they're going to be pairing up with the Dirac. The possibilities there. Dane is being picked up here by Biketopia. Those two scary frontline heroes already on just the first 3 picks of Biketopia. That's a lot of sustain yet again. But they're actually opting for a Tulin for Biketopia as a third pick. As I think if they do not pick the Dane, it's gonna be banned out in the second phase. So they really need to lock in on that and maybe utilize a different hero. They more that sustainable kind of composition where they're going for an invade, a possible invade. So Biketopia has a very scary front line on that Omen and Pain. And if they pair it up with an Annette, it is definitely going to be difficult to actually, pierce through. Because once you get pushed, you can be isolated by the Annette using her vacuum. And the rest is going to be history. You still have the Death's Embrace from the Omen as well. Florentino is actually the answer here by it's Bacon Time. They're gonna be locking onto the Florentino to face off against the Omen, and we've seen this kind of matchup before. I'm just pretty scared on what is gonna happen, because Florentino is definitely gonna be open to ganks, especially if the Omen is going to be able to use his ultimate, which is the Death's Embrace.
It does have a relatively high damage here with the Florentino, but what's scary is if Bikertopia is gonna land those CC chains onto the Florentino and is not going to be able to successfully negate it, it's going to be detrimental for Marky later on. Bikertopia is going to be respecting the possible Iggy pick by Bacon Time since it hasn't been used by them just yet. And because the Tulin hasn't been picked up earlier by Tilin, it will be banned away alongside with Akira here by Bacon Time. So I'm kind of curious how Bikertopia is going to have their final picks. Are they going to be investing on a double marksman one here for Bikertopia, because they were hovering the Joker a while ago and they haven't picked up the Elendor, so it can actually be one of the approaches here of Bikertopia. But what they should be worried about is that Bacon Time can actually do the same. So it's going to be really crucial in the next half of this pick phase, as they have taken away yet another hero here for Bacon Time. The Yui gonna be banned away, and Bacon Time does have this first pick priority this time in the second pick phase.
Yep, they could actually pick up a Elender for their jungle. Avoy is definitely going to be a viable option as well. Someone that could actually last, but L'Oreal is the answer here. But it's Bacon Time. I don't know what to say about the effectivity of L'Oreal at this point. She can actually dash from danger. We haven't seen the the full composition of Bikertopia, so I can't predict how effective L'Oreal can be. But Slims is being hovered here by Bikertopia to add another crowd control onto their side. They have someone to actually pull people in, someone to actually put people out. They have someone that can push you away and push you in as well. And then you have a flying spear from Slims. So a lot of crowd controls that you can think of is on the side of Bikertopia. This might spell disaster for Bacon Time if they're going to be able to connect every single crowd control. And then you add Volcat to the mix. They have a very scary combination in terms of the combos. But Elender is the one they are actually hovering in. That's a lot of damage in the back line that they're actually packing. You have the protection from an Omen, a Net, and the Thane. So definitely there's going to be a lot of free looks that's going to be created for the Elender, and also to that Slims.
Yeah, they have a relatively good pick potential as well due to the flying spear of the Slims later on by Zerui. So you have to be really careful. Almond P on the Butterfly. He has a big responsibility later on alongside with Marky to try and sneak their way towards the backside. If they can get a kill onto Tilin, Zerui, or maybe Shin, it would be a really big win here for Bacon Time. But the intended playstyle here for Bikertopia is definitely to scale up and kind of out-endure Bacon Time in the extended team fight. So it's going to be a tough one for both teams, but let's see who is going to be coming on top this time, because it's match point already for Bacon Time, and Bikertopia is looking to prevent that final win from happening. Here is the final look here of both compositions here for Bikertopia and Bacon Time, and we see the matchups as well from the Dark Slayer lane towards the Abyssal Dragon lane. So it might be an aggressive bot side for Bikertopia, given that they do have the Flying Spirit, but they have to be really careful as well coming from the aggressiveness here of Bacon Time, as we are going to be heading down into might be the final game of the series. Let's see who is going to be coming on top this time.
Yep, not gonna lie though, Bikertopia looks scary. This kind of composition will definitely scare you, especially if you're not gonna be able to zero in onto vital targets. The Flying Spear already being thrown out here. T1 and Sin is in the area. There might be a duel. Marky gets pulled in, and in turn, he is gonna be spotting out here the members. Throws out the flowers. They're going in hot. This is usually what is going to happen when you have, you know, big sustainable heroes on the front. The butterfly is not going to be able to, you know, do a lot of damage at this point. They are going to be securing all of the small camps here inside of his bacon time, and that's a very aggressive start for them. They know that they have the advantage against them. Zero is just keeping Muan in check, and right now it's bacon time is definitely gonna be in a difficult position, since without any camps for Almond P, he needs to make a play that could probably give him the advantage, because Sentinel as well is gonna be taken by Omen, and not much that he can do. There is a 500 gold lead onto the side of Bikertopia, and 1k already for the Ellender, 200 in gold deficit onto the butterfly, as they are taxing the lanes as much as they could to take the gold for themselves.
This is a very tactical movement that Bikertopia is doing in the early game, that is allowing them to actually control the members of Bacon Time, knowing that Bacon Time would opt to scale up, especially for Muan and later on. So this is a really good job that they're doing. Almond P is able to at least trade out an objective though across the map, while Bikertopia opted to take that Abyssal Dragon. But again, the cycle continues, invades keep happening, and Almond P keeps struggling with these camps being taken away from him. So it's gonna be affecting his damage later on, because he's gonna have lesser items compared to T-Lin. And Bikertopia, with this kind of lead, they are gonna be able to be at least more comfortable in spreading across the map, and also trying to land those damage skills onto Bacon Time, as right now they're just gonna be resetting towards their lanes, and not much gank is gonna be happening for the meantime. It's much so that Bikertopia wants to have as much resources as they can and take as much as well against Bacon Time. If we check out the gold, you know, we're seeing already 1,000 despite no kills, no towers, and an equal amount of objectives for both sides. That's how good the laning is for the side of Bikertopia, and how well they are able to actually take resources away from Bacon Time. Now Motion is on to the bot side, Flying Spear connecting on the Tao X, but it's not gonna be resulting onto a kill just yet. But maybe this time, as Tao overextends. Good job though with Wild Prison, preventing them from countering him and punishing his overextension even more, as now Bacon Time looks to retreat back to their base. There is a group up here in the mid lane, and well, T1 doesn't have an ultimate anymore and used already his flicker a while ago, so they won't be able to close the distance for now, and will be resetting for a bit and go back to the usual laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem we're seeing Almond P actually fall off against T-Lin, who's been capitalizing all of his buffs, being able to take a lot of resources. Definitely it's going to be affecting the stacks of Almond P, but it doesn't matter much if we don't see anyone actually taking the kill. It is still going to be winnable for anyone. 1k is already built here by Bikertopia, while we're seeing Muan doing his best at this moment. That's going to be some stuns as well. Muan might be taken as Tox is going to be able to secure them with a Wild Prison. So yeah, he's not really going to be suffering at this moment. There is going to be a clash here. Almond P repeatedly uses Assassinate, but he's just going to make T-Lin run. at this moment, there's not much that they can do. Kim Sensei is going to be helping them up here into the bottom lane, but with one of the members of low health, they're not going to be committing to the cautious.
Yeah, and Bikertopia is actually being really proactive in this game, getting the objectives as quickly as possible, and Bacon Time this time is not able to trade it out pretty early. They're also losing a tier 1 tower in the mid. This is huge already, and normally isn't the case for Bacon Time. Now, after losing 2 towers, Bikertopia is gonna have a little bit more access towards their bot side jungle and establish a deep vision against Bacon Time. Kim Sensei is gonna get caught out, and that's gonna be first blood here for T1. Pika as well is trying to chase down Tau X. He dodges the flying spear and flickers away to safety, but not as safe as this tower right now, as Bikertopia will take that second one. Market tries to answer back with a top lane push, and he will be able to get it successfully. But again, Bikertopia is still able to open up the map pretty wide here for Bacon Time, and it's gonna cause a bit of delay on the rotations here of Bacon Time for later, as now they're grouping up towards the top. They might actually engage here on the T1, but they got spotted out, and Bikertopia is answering with a split push by Pika on bot, which will force Kim Sensei to actually defend the tower, but he's not gonna be successful in doing so. That's 4 towers right now taken away at the 7-minute mark.
Yep, the rotations are definitely effective here for Bikertopia, but it's going to be a problem as its Bacon Time's map is slowly shrinking. They are going to be inhibiting Almo P and taking more stacks for himself, so that means less damage for the jungler, and less damage is definitely something that's going to be detrimental to them, as we know that they're going to be relying heavily on Almond P to actually catch out Zeruli and also T-Lin. But because of this, it is going to be a big problem. Tugs, while Prison is definitely going to be playing a big part here. If he's not going to be able to secure the right people onto the Wild Prison, it is already said and done that Bacon Time is going to be losing this.
Oh, with every tower getting taken down right now. Well, not everything, but a lot already. And Bacon Time only has 1 so far, so it's resulting to a 3,000 gold deficit. It's looking a little bit dim so far here for Bacon Time. And yeah, they can scale up. Yeah, they can deal a lot of damage later on, but with a lead in terms of economy here for Bikertopia, they're able to take this Dark Slayer, and now Amon P is taking a lot of damage. You have to be real careful because Pika and Shin is here diving into the front, and Bacon Time has to flee, but they cannot successfully do so. Kim Sensei and Muan are down, and Amon P is running on the wrong side of the map, so he's just gonna get taken down as well. That's 3 kills by Bikertopia, and even though Bacon Time has successfully taken out that Slayer, it's not gonna be helping them at all in this fight. And Bikertopia is just gonna be trying to open up their base this time. Mid lane already half health. That's going to be Marky trying to do a lot of damage, but it takes a lot to himself as well because of Bikertopia funneling all those skills onto him. And now with the mid lane opened up, Bikertopia is knocking already on extending the series.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you picked up a L'Oreal fourth pick, when you could pick up an Elender jungle. But still, this could actually play out into the idea that maybe they're just trying to waste the picks of Bikertopia. Maybe. They still have Iggy, so I'm already discussing the next game. But because in terms of them actually winning this, it's actually very low. In the scale of the power index, I don't think that they have anything in the tank to actually finish this off unless We see Buwan getting consecutive crits. And that's still going to be
Miraculous play.
difficult. That's still going to be difficult, so to speak. They are going in for combinations. The spear is going to connect. L'Oreal as well is going to be able to clear that as fast as they could. There is going to be an engagement while Prison has been used up. He's not going to be getting hit. Tux is going to be taken. That's a kill again for Zirui. Zirui kills Buwan as well. Kim Sensei is going to be eliminated. Marky gets that kill onto T1. Kim Sensei was able to get a kill. And they are going to have a 1v1 scenario, but Almond P, he's not going to be able to win against T-Lin just at this moment because he needs more damage for himself. And how can he build damage when we're seeing T-Lin actually taking all of the resources for Almond P?
Yeah, he is down 2,000 gold here against Thielen. If we check out the replay, well, we do see an equal amount of kills here for both teams. But what's interesting is that Bikertopia was able to actually take down the top lane inhibitor tower as well. So they were actually diving into the dangers of the core tower attacking them as well. That's what led to Bacon Time winning in that team fight. But now Thielen bursting out Marky, so suddenly it's a 4 versus 5, and with lesser members, they cannot really escape right now, and it's just gonna be a dominating sweep here by Bikertopia in this game, and they're just waiting for the minutes. They're not gonna be waiting at it anymore. They're just gonna end this game and extend this series to a next one, a possible game number 5.
Game number 6.
Game number 6.
Yeah, it's already 3-2 for this. It's still a match point for it's Bacon Time, but Bikertopia actually winning this game number 5 is gonna be pushing that game 6. If they win game 6, then yeah, we're gonna see a game 7. Game 7 is gonna be a different beast because it's basically a best of 1 wherein you can pick any hero that you want, any hero that is in the realms of your comfort, any hero that is in the meta as well. This is definitely a choice for game number 7. And as game number 5 concludes, Bikertopia, there's nothing much to say. It's just the lineup sucks for the side of It's Bacon Time. They don't really have the strength. In terms of what they have a L'Oreal, they have a Yorn that's hard to protect. They also have a Butterfly that's been so far underperforming in the AIC.
And what I'm kind of confused right now, especially on the side of Bacon Time, is that they didn't really go all in on this lineup. They kind of maybe attempted to save up a little bit, but well, I think it would have been better if they were the ones who took the Elendor instead, but that's not how it went, and we do know the result already because of that, especially with Bikertopia having the better draft, and also them having the Omen and this really nice of a high sustain composition against Bacon Time's lack of damage overall. So maybe in the next game on our on the game that is going to be possible on extending the series to a game number 7, well, both teams has to give their all, because if things go south here for Bacon Time, it's going to provide Bikertopia with a much more better composition to beat them, and Bacon Time already is match point. They come so far already, and they should not let these defeats happen anymore, or else they're gonna be they're gonna continue to lose momentum. Bikertopia is gonna gain more momentum, and they're just gonna build up even more to beat them in the next succeeding games.
Yeah, I mean, this type of composition is we already know. We already have an inkling what's gonna happen in game number 5. It's just that the L'Oreal pick their work first pick Yorn.
definitely not going to work with the type of composition that we saw.
Yeah.
It actually had some chance since they picked up the Paldum. But third pick was so-so with the Florentino pick, I guess. But the first pick Yorn was so nonsensical because you don't need to actually first pick the Yorn. There was a lot of heroes that you could actually use. Iggy was open. Lorian wasn't open. It was banned out in the first phase. And Ellender was definitely open for the fourth pick as well, but they didn't want to risk it. So it's kind of difficult to actually know why. Only the coaches know why they actually drafted this kind of lineup. And the only logical reason for us is that it is more for expending the picks of Microtopia. So in game number 6, definitely, if Bacon Time cannot field a better kind of lineup, then I think what they did in game number 5 is definitely for naught. It's actually wasteful. They could have closed this, at least they could have tried to close it, but they didn't because, I don't know, maybe they wanted to take it easy in game number 5. Best of 7s are all about brains, so the more that you can actually use, the more rounds that you have an advantage. Maybe because they thought that they have their round advantage. The 3-2, they still have going in game number 6. But if they do lose game number 6 because of this, it's just going to be a shame because game number 7 can always go both ways. We saw game number 1 and game number 2. It was very, very close. It's not like Microtopia was actually losing out hard against its Bacon Time. They actually were on par in most of the situations. It was just how the game progressed, how the split decisions made an impact. It's not about how good they play, it's about how they were able to capitalize on the situation. And its Bacon Time was able to capitalize on the situations in game number 1, 2, and the other games that they played. But that will not always be possible in games like this, unless we're gonna see a clear difference in the draft. We're gonna see here, it is more for Microtopia. It's a 13-4. That's 9 kills in deficit in favor of Microtopia. We've seen a lot of the damage coming in from Sin, 73k, Zerubi as well, 74k. Muan did the bulk of the damage, and no one else actually stepped up to the plate because that's how bad the draft was for its Bacon Time. It's a draft that actually doesn't make sense. It's more for losing instead of winning, and that's my take on it. You guys may hate me for saying this, but it is a draft that is made for losing for its Bacon Time. The goal difference over time, it's impossible that Bacon Time would have won this. So it's definitely just going to be one-sided. The graph is all the way onto the side of Microtopia, 6.1k goal advantage. The MVP of this game is going to be Zerui on the Slims. You know, in the series today and the series now, everyone who actually used limbs won. And that's kind of a fun fact. Zerui having a 418 KDA, KP 92.3%, 7 already on his MVP count. So that is going to be a strong case for Zerui if ever they actually win the series. Game number 6 has everything on the line for Bacon Time. Are they going to be able to close this out, or are we going to go for a free-for-all melee on game number 7? That is something that we need to think about. And as we ponder, are we going to see another draft like this coming from his Bacon Time?
I hope not.
I highly doubt. I highly doubt, Young. I highly doubt that it's going to happen. And I hope it doesn't happen. And before we move on to game number 6, this is already a 3-2. My name is Vittorio, and this is Kian Gaming. We'll just be going to a very, very short break, so don't touch your browser. We'll be right back.
To review what you have learned, use your left hand to move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear Lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no hold up
and welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Kian Gaming. We're already in game number 6 of this best of 7 series. It's a 3-2 for its Bacon Time and against Utopia, and its Bacon Time already has a match point lead. If they win game number 6, it is already going to be ending as Utopia is going to say goodbye to the AIC. But if Utopia wins game number 6, they are going to keep the dream alive and force a game number 7.
And it is very much possible, but more probable if Bacon Time is gonna be having a mistake again in terms of their draft. I think they wanted to I think they didn't invest fully in that last game, and it definitely had a negative effect in terms of their performance, picking up the Butterfly, the Florentino, the Yorn as well, did not pan out as best that they intended in that game compared to the ones of Utopia with the Omen pick, with the Slims, having a lot of frontline power, and the Ellender as well. That double marksman definitely worked out for them. Bacon Time again hasn't gone with the double marksman lineup just yet, so they can actually pick up the Ellender in the next game. I think they're gonna be on the blue side this time, since Utopia has been consistently on the blue side, so they will have the first pick priority this time, as we are gonna be seeing on the screen the global bans coming into play. That's a lot already. This is gonna be the last time we are gonna be showing this onto the screen, because next game, if Utopia is gonna be pulling off another win against Bacon Time, we are now gonna be having a reset in terms of the global ban, so everything is gonna be available for them. But that is only gonna happen if Utopia wins in this game.
Yep, and looking at the global ban and picks, a lot of available picks are still available for Bacon Time. They weren't able to expend a lot. They still have Lorian available to them. Dirac is also going to be a possibility. Iggy as well. You also have the capability to pick out the Ellender onto the jungles. They still have Kira, they still have Awoy. Omen is still open as well. So I'm pretty curious to see what is going to be the poison of choice of Utopia in this drafting phase. Are they going to be banning out the Omen, or are they going to be banning out the Lorian?
And what's irritating about this for Utopia is that, well, they are on the red side, so they have to ban out the Aya. So yeah, pick your poison. Which one are you gonna be letting open here for Bacon Time? And whatever is gonna be let open here is going to be the ones picked up here for sure by Bacon Time. This might actually be a Lorian pick coming in from Bacon Time, but they have invested on the Hayate already, so not much. It's gonna be one of the heroes not gonna be able to be synergized anymore here with the Lorian, although they do still have a couple of options here in terms of the marksman department. I'm kind of curious though what they are gonna be picking up instead. Maybe the Laville can be a viable option for them, which has a lot of damage and a nice setup as well with a double trouble. Utopia having to opt with the Tullen, and this actually might be first one that we're seeing, but okay, this one is a better pick for now here on the side of Utopia, since they haven't picked up the Baldum just yet, and it will give them a nice anti-engage, honestly, with a Wild Prison.
I guess, you know, in the bans of Utopia, Omen is the more sensible ban, because there's not much of any Darkslayer lane that can make an impact like Omen. And with Lorian being open, there was still a lot of mages that were available for Bacon time. They're able to actually pick up Dirac or Iggy as well to match their combination. So Lorian definitely being left open is, the better option instead of letting the Omen be on the hands of Bacon time. Violet is being hovered here for Bacon time, and in terms of the support though, not much that is gonna be open. They've already expended the Tain, they expended the Baldoon, but they are hovering onto a Sentinel pick, which is I don't know, a situational hero. They need someone that actually goes in to make this work. If the Sentinel is going to work, they need someone that's going to be able to sustain the clash for Bacon time. Utopia is going to be hovering onto the Hayate, and definitely it's a hero that's going to be able to counter the Sentinel.
Yeah, that's a lot of shredding power, especially with the Kunai Blitz. And a lot of damage, honestly, within the marksman end with a Tulin pick as well, which can be used in the mid lane, can be used in the jungle as well. It depends on how Bikertopia wants to opt this out. Bikertopia gonna be removing the Elendor as well to prevent that possible double marksman lineup here for Bacon time. A wise choice coming from them, because if the Elendor is gonna be picked up, that's a high damage composition that Bacon time is gonna be able to draft. But Bacon time right now is removing some of the frontline members or heroes that can be actually picked up here by Bikertopia. Wukong, it is also gonna be removed, and I'm more so wondering what Bikertopia is gonna pick up in their 4th slot, because so far they have a relatively high damage and they have invested on a tank already. So maybe another tank would suffice and have to save the last pick for their mid lane or their jungle if they are wanting to have these mind games against Bacon time.
Yeah, and they banned out Richter, they banned out Azuka, Allender, and Wukong is also gonna be out of the question. So Aoi and Kira is still available for Bacon time, which I'm still not sure they're gonna be picking. Kira is definitely gonna have some trouble against the Tulin, but if you can maneuver it well, it definitely is a hero that has a lot of ups and downs, especially when you can use a Fading Phantom to actually traverse the obstacles in the field. And I just hope that its Bacon time can actually convince us with the last 2 picks, because they threw hard game number 5. So I guess they need to justify very, very well the picks that they have in game number 6, just because they wasted game number 5.
It was a big upset, especially in terms of the picks as well. I think they would have better performed with maybe this kind of draft that they have right now in this particular game, plus the others that they have picked up in the previous one, the AOE and the Irie gonna be hovered right now, which is actually a very nice lineup being drafted here by Bacon time. This is a better one compared to the previous game, and Bikertopia, since they have picked up the Kira right now, so the Stolen is gonna be in the mid lane. What's left is their Dark Slayer lane, and they have limited options right now with their Dark Slayer lane since the Richter has been removed a while ago. Now, what will be their choice here? Because, well, this one is gonna be the most crucial of them all, since this is match point yet again here for Bacon time.
Yeah, I mean, game number 5 still plays in my head. In the drafting, they could have picked, instead of the Yorn, they could have picked up the Elder immediately, or they could have picked in the 3rd pick, instead of Florentino, they could have picked up the Iggy, and then they had the Baldoom, and Then you have a lot of solid picks that you can use into Dark Slayer, like the key. But anyway,
Calm your horses.
but anyway, these guys always have I don't know, disappointed me, especially the RPL teams, which show a lot of rubbish compositions.
Murad though.
Forward from the Best of 7 series, Murad has been picked up to actually match out against the IRE. This is definitely. I've seen a Murad before being used in the Dark Slayer, but this is the first time that we're gonna see Murad here. The AIC, let's see if it's still gonna be something that can bring effectivity on its role. He's being used up in the Dark Slayer lane. You have a lot of utilities there. You have some stunts, you have some slows, you have invulnerability. You can actually be safe in a far area while you're dealing a lot of damage. So Murad is a hero that could excel in providing disruption in a safe place.
It's going to be very interesting. A real nice team fighting based composition and a nice scaling lineup here. This time by Bacon Time, a well drafted lineup, honestly, by Bacon Time, which could have been the one they used during the previous game. And for Bikertopia, they have a solid lineup as well. I think the crucial one though is gonna be the Murad, especially when it is gonna battle against the IRE. So it's going to be a big responsibility for sure for their Dark Lord Slayer lane for Pika, because if he's not gonna perform that much well, or if he's gonna lack the damage and not be able to zone out, or at least win the lane against Marky, then it's not gonna be looking good for the side of Bikertopia, and they won't be able to push this to a game number 7.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties on the side of Bikertopia, just like what we saw on home teams first series. Yeah, we're just gonna be waiting. Let's wait for the optimal conditions for these players to, strut their stuff. We're just gonna be waiting for a bit. And while we're waiting, let's just discuss here on if Bacon Time actually fails game number 6. I'm actually gonna be laughing at myself just because
It's gonna be kind of disappointing in a way, because they gained a lot of momentum already with a lot of wins,
definitely a big disappointment on how they drafted it. They haven't used Iggy in the series just yet, and it goes to show if they actually picked it up in game number 3, we wouldn't be here in game number 6.
Yeah,
they're just a big disappointment in terms of that draft. I don't know. RPL team has this kind of
actually in the previous game, the Iggy has been banned away by Bikertopia. That's why
it was banned away in the second phase.
The second phase.
In the second phase, Florentino.
Yeah, they picked up the Yorn in the first pick phase as well on Bacon Time. So that's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, that's like it's not like when you're playing ranked games and then you're gonna see a Valheim and a Yorn together in one team, and then you're gonna have 4 marksmen. That's the same kind of feeling that I felt when they actually first picked Yorn. What a disappointment! And we're already starting here. Pika is going in hard, going in for the normal attacks. Neruli is gonna be zeroing on to Wuhan, and that's a big damage coming from Tox when the shield exploded in his face. And there is going to be a song kind of engagement here, but Kim Sensei is not phased. He knows he still has the magic spell bomb that he has on his passive. It's not gonna be taken easily. There is going to be some exchanges though. Pika is going to be losing some of that, and Wuhan is going to be the first blood. Tsurui takes it.
Oh no, that's a bit of an oopsie there. coming in from the side of Bacon Time. It was actually a really good job a while ago by Tao X, saving Kim Sensei with the heal. However, on the bot side, you know, Muwan overextending a little bit. You have to be really careful for that engage of Zirui and T1, and that overextension definitely cost him quite a bit with the first blood secured there by Zirui. And this is not really the best kind of performance that Bacon Type is having in the early game, and they should avoid those kinds of mistakes, especially after that interesting questionable performance during the previous game. And I think this time, if they are looking to redeem themselves with closing out this series with a win, then they should have a better early game than expected, as the objectives are now going to be spawning up. Abyssal Dragon here prioritized by Bacon Time, while Mark is actually trying to prevent T-Lin from securing or at least starting this Slayer quickly, and he's able to delay his stake at least. So that's already a nice start here for Bacon Time. They are able to at least catch up a small amount of the gold they lost from earlier due to that first blood by Zirui. And now they're grouping up. This is where Bacon Time actually should be strong whenever they group up, especially when Tawex has the Angelic Splendor, because that's gonna be their safety net in terms of diving. If they're gonna be saved here by Tawex, then they can actually make these really nice outplays.
Yeah, and you're gonna see here the boots of Moran. That's a flashy boots for the shell cooldown, and magic piercing boots for both Kira and Tulin. They're not afraid of the crowd control that Bacon Time has. Maybe they're gonna be relying hard onto the cleanse of T1, or they're gonna be able to micros most of the skills of it's Bacon Time. The only pick that I don't like is on Pika. Pika's Murad. They force out Zirui's Kunai Blitz, and we already see T-Lin. He's not gonna be able to take Mark easily. The Ryu gives him 3 dashes, and that gives him a lot of space. Pika is going in for a cut lane here. Not gonna be able to kill everyone though. T1 is in the area. He used, and Sin uses out this Thunderbird to harass Kim Sensei. Pika is just in the area, just using his time traveler abilities, getting the momentum up. There is gonna be the turbulence ready for him. They are spotting out Toxin Muan though, who is helping Amupi clear out his red buff as fast as he could. Muan right now has the ability to actually burst down Zirui as long as he's gonna be in a safe area. Thunderbird again is gonna be used by Sin. No exchanges just yet. While Prison is gonna get a hit. Maybe this is going to be a big danger. He is gonna be stopping there. The Mali is not gonna be on time. Kim Sensei almost makes a play here. Angelic Splendor is gonna be used. That was kind of a mistake from Taux. If Taux was able to use Malleus to hit Zirui, I think that was already a set play where the shield burst is going to be able to kill that Hayate.
Yeah, I think he anticipated that Bikertopia or Zirui and T1 might actually go back into engaging them, given that Muan is already low, but that wasn't the case, and it allowed them to actually have that space away from Tau X. And now, no kills just yet here for Bacon Time. This might be the fight onto the Abyssal Dragon take, while Bikertopia is actually pushing out the mid lane as well to have that lane priority in terms of having a good rotation towards bot side. T1 and Zirui actually doing a lot of damage there onto Almond P, and with that happening, Bikertopia now has a good access towards this Abyssal Dragon. White Prison also gonna be used. Can Tawek survive? The answer is no. Zirui gets the kill. That's his second right now into the game. So a pretty good early game here for Zirui. If he keeps getting these kills, then he's gonna have a much bigger damage towards the mid game, and T1 actually is able to steal out that buff from Almond P and even kills Kim Sensei right now with a help Ocean. That's a bad scenario there for Bacon Time, and even Marky is having not the best of time of his life towards the top. Muwan is gonna get obliterated right in his lane, and Tawex being a little late there on his follow-up will cause an ally being taken down. And now that's a 6.5 minute mark. We're already seeing a 2,500 gold lead here by Biker Utopia. This is the standard Biker Utopia that we know. An aggressive early game. They have done this to Bacon Time already in their last series, and now it's materializing once again, and Bacon Time has no answer.
Yeah, definitely no answer. And if they lose this, I'm just gonna be laughing. They kind of deserve if they do lose this. And a wild person is gonna be used here by Geartopia. Not much that we can expect. Late game is still not there for them. The mid game spikes are not working well because of the lead that Geartopia is actually making. Most of the resources have been secured here by Geartopia. They're going in for the Slayer take, and that's gonna be the easy take for themselves. Because he's just in the area. He's gonna be dashing in with a lot of the skills available to him. He's just gonna be spamming his skill shots here with the turbulence always ready for action. It's gonna be a 1v1 here onto the bot lane, but a lot of the plays here are happening. Kim Sensei is gonna be connecting the Star Sky, but it's not enough to actually get that kill. They are going to be converging here onto the bot lane though. Pika is not going to further his engagement with Marky, as the Slayer has been taken yet again by Geartopia. The turbulence is going to be done in again, and they're having a hard time against this Murad Slayer lane, who almost has his cooldowns already maxed to 40%, and that's actually difficult because whenever you have a 40% CD on the Murad, you're just gonna be spamming his skills crazily in those instances.
Yeah, and it's causing a lot of problems across the map here for Bacon Time. They haven't acquired a proper team fight setup yet for them, and one of the reasons is T1 actually landing those fantastic wild presence onto the crucial members here of Bacon Time. Now with a Slayer being spawned here into the mid, it's not yet the power spikes happening here for Bacon Time as well, so they cannot really contest what's happening right now across the map. That's two lanes being pushed right now. They have Almond P split pushing onto the top, but he's battling against Pika. That might be Marky getting caught out. That's still a lot of damage being dished out there by Shin, nearly obliterating Marky in the process. Muhammad actually gets taken down and gets killed there in a blink of an eye, and Tawex tries to retaliate, but to no avail. Here comes Almond P on the flank, but with a Kunai Blitz, dealing a lot of damage onto the front. There's nothing that Bacon Time can do right now. Biker Utopia is just too strong. They're still complete as 5, and Marky cannot do anything anymore. We're going to a game number 7, and Bacon Time right now is shivering in fear.
Yep, and a well-deserved win for Biker Utopia. Winning game number 6 and forcing a game number 7. That's a dominating match for Biker Utopia. This is the first time that we have a very early finish, and it's very evident that Biker Utopia is definitely gonna have the momentum going into the last game. Game number 7 is a best of 1. I assume it is a best of 1 because definitely it is a moment where you can pick out any type of combination that you have in mind. Your strongest composition should always fall down into game number 7. But here in game number 6, with the picks already onto the hands, Biker Utopia still had a lot of picks that were saved up going into game number 6.
Oh my gosh. Bacon time definitely. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it anymore. They messed up big time in this game number 6. They messed up a lot in the game number 5, but this time they had the chance already with this kind of draft, but unfortunately they weren't able to follow up with the execution that it needed on this kind of composition, and we saw more of a smoother gameplay coming in from Bikertopia, and they're on fire right now. We have said this a lot of times already because they have been consistently winning on these latter games, and right now they're just wanting to get on this spin. They have everything on the board right now because they're gonna be having the reset on the global bans. All the heroes are now gonna be available for the taking, and well, if we compare the first game though, it was actually Bacon Time who won the game number 1, but with the momentum shifting towards Bikertopia's favor, it might be different this time.
Yeah, different. If ever Bikertopia winning this series, is already. I already expected it here in Game 6. It's just that the picks that they had was better. They had a Baldoom, they have a Tulin, they have a Hayate still left for them. They still had an Irie. They actually countered the Irie with a Murad pick, which is kind of funny because you don't usually see Murad, but they made it work because of the matchup that they had. 40% CD Murad just doing most of the work, using the turbulence, always punishing anyone that actually goes into his sights. And then you're gonna add Kira as well. So that's still 4 big picks. And then you have a niche pick onto the Murad that they use against Irie, which was very, very effective as well. And what you had on the other side, a Senil. A Lorian, you have a Violet, you have an Awoy, and you have an Irie. Supposedly, in paper, this is gonna work. In paper, that if the heroes of the other side actually suck, but it didn't suck. They still had a lot 4 big picks that they had in game number 6, and that paid off well for Bikertopia because now they have the momentum, and game number 7 is still within reach. It is anyone's game in game number 7. But all I can say is, up to game number 6, because I still consider game number 7 as a best of 1. It's another whole series wherein you're gonna see all of the heroes available. But in game number 6, I could say that it's Bacon Time actually deserved that loss. Game number 5, they could have done better, but also in the draft in game number 3, they could have done better. They could have picked Iggy all throughout the series. They didn't have that capability, but they keep on picking, and those picks that they had, like the Vera pick that they paired up with the El Su, didn't really work out well. It wasn't hot for them. In game number 5, you see a draft that, in a sense, is a throwaway pick. Throwaway picks in game number 5. Thinking that maybe you're gonna have the advantage in game number 6, but that is not how you draft. You always draft to win. You don't. We are already in a phase here in Arena Valor wherein there's a lot of heroes that you could field, a lot of heroes that you could pick out, a lot of heroes that you stage as well. And I think Bacon Time drafting like that is, kind of an embarrassment. I'm sorry to say for all of its Bacon Times fans. I think they are an embarrassment in terms of how they drafted in game number 3, them preserving it to the maximum. There was a lot of mid lanes left going into game number 6 for the side of its Bacon Time, and it's very, very evident why they actually banned out the Omen over the Lorian, because the DS lane didn't have a lot of picks left, but the mid lane did have, so they let the Lorian slip, because even if they ban the Lorian, there's still going to be a mid laner like the Iggy that they're actually going to look out for.
And looking at the stats, it's a 0-9. It's Bacon Time in paper look mighty. That's a very scary composition. An Ivy, an Avoy, a Lorien, a Violet, and a single. You usually see this in game number 1, and they still lost with this. And you can actually attribute it to what they were facing: Akira, a Tulin, Hayate, a Baldoom, and then you had Amura into the mix as well. It was just so bad for its Bacon Time. The game 1 type of composition was overridden because Kim Sensei is going to be countered by the Tulin. A lot of the reason there is that Tulin excels in short range. If you're going to be using Lorien, you're mostly always going to be in a spot where you're close to your enemies. And Tulin is just going to be happy that you're just going to be teleporting into his face. If you're not going to hit the Star Sky, definitely Tulin is going to have the better time in the mid lane. And you're going to see the MVP of the game. It's going to be Zeruvi yet again. 304 KDA, 8 MVP counts already to his name, 40.1% damage that he's dealt, 77.8% KP. Let's see what's going to happen. Game number 7 is a best of 1. So it's still going to be a new day. I'm not going to be expecting much momentum speed damned. I think in the best of in game number 7, it's all about how you're going to be playing your comfort picks. The best picks that you can feel, the best type of composition that you have. It's about who is stronger, who's going to be able to counter each other in the drafting phase. Any of the picks are going to be available. The bans and the global bans have been reset, and the only thing that will hinder you in the drafting is definitely going to be the bans, the 4 bans on each team on phase 1 and phase 2. So let's see how Bacon Time and Backytopia is going to be playing this. For me, Bacon Time is not a dominant team in game number 1. We saw that in game number 1 and game number 2. And all of the games that has been played in the series, they actually struggled against Backytopia. It was a fact of the matter that the moment that they actually won was because of, an opportunity that opened up. And not always will there be mistakes. Not always will there be any gaps that you can always, take advantage of. So in this terms, Backytopia is going to be equal grounds with its Bacon Time, regardless if they lost game 1 and game number 2. That's how best of 1s are, and we all know, we've experienced it in the group stages. We see people actually excelling in the group stages and then falling off in the playoffs just because it became a best of 5, a best of 7. But here in the group stages, we saw whoever has the ability to go for their comfort picks, the ability to be confident on their picks. They are the ones that excel in best of 1s.
It's just too much right now to handle for Bacon Time. I think they need to really repolish everything from scratch right now, because the hero lineup is reset and anything can be picked up right now, except for the ones that they are going to be banning out into the game. But one of the biggest factor right now is going to be the mental state here for both teams, and I think we can both agree that Backytopia has a better condition right now in terms of the momentum and the mental state right now, due to them consistently winning on the latter stages of the series. And for Bacon Time, it's kind of the opposite. So if they're gonna be letting these losses affect them, then they're gonna be throwing away the 3-1 lead that they had already. This is really crucial in a sense, and it would not feel good in a sense if they would be losing out in this series. And Backytopia is more than just excited to come back in this series and make this reverse sweep, because they've been building this up so well, they had a fantastic run already against the Valencia CF before this series, and they already had a good amount of experience taking down Bacon Time. I think they just got shook in the first few games that they had because Bacon Time actually adjusted their playstyle and also their picks, and Bikertopia took time to adapt towards Bacon Time. But now that they are reading them properly like a book, it's causing Bacon Time to be pushed back again on the ropes and pushed back onto the wall, and they have to, well, again, we said this before the series started, they have to come out of their shell once again. It's gonna be another challenge maybe for Bacon Time. I would say that it could be possible for them to finally redeem the series again back into their favor and win against Bikertopia, but it's equally as possible as Bikertopia silencing them once and for all.
Yeah, that's gonna be a possibility as we're starting game number 7. No, all of the global bans have been resetted, and it is gonna be a thing to see if we're going to see the same Bacon Time here. They're gonna be the first pick on game number 7 at 3-3. And so going back to what you said, if it was a waste for a 3-1 lead to actually reach this kind of moment, then definitely yes, it is a waste. It is, you're just opening up the possibilities. I think it's more of not being able to draft effectively that actually hindered Bacon Time. If they were able to get more of the resources in the earlier games, I think it would have been a different kind of setup. And they still failed it in game number 5, where they
and
could
6,
have closed it on 4-1. And game number 6, they did their best in the draft, believe me. The problem is that they didn't have enough in the gas, and so them failing it up in game number 5 and expending picks was, I don't know, a show wherein Bikertopia was just given a free pass. I'm not saying that Bikertopia did have a free pass, but it was an easy bulldoze on game number 5 and an easier game in game number 6, because in this series you don't see them actually fall off before the 20-minute mark. They actually fail. The games finish at the 21-minute mark, close to 19. But that game was around 12 minutes, and it already closed down into Bacon Time. That's how dominating game number 6 was, and that was the best kind of lineup that Bacon Time could have mustered in game number 6 with the picks that they had remaining for themselves. And moving forward, Bacon Time actually went for the first pick, Richter. Richter has been a hero that, has the mobility, has the capability, the adaptability. It's a flexible hero. He has parries, he can avoid stunts, has silences, can probably slow, has that long range as well to reach the backline using his sword sweep. But Bikertopia is going in for 2 big picks for themselves. Pika actually using the Yan is one of the big factors why it was hard in game number 2, because of how big of a damage Pico was actually dealing in the DS lane. And then picking up the Lorian as well, it's gonna have the zoning capabilities that they have, and the counters that Bacon Time actually thought of is to pick up a Tulin and to pick up an El Su. Tulin, so far from its Bacon Time, is a big factor. They're able to use that to its fullest potential. The third pick, though, for Bikertopia is going to be a key factor. Who are they going to be able to pick? If they pick up the Paina, then it's going to be understandable that they might be picking up a Laville or a Kafeni. And I don't know if I actually want my support hero to be the Paina pick at this point.
Especially that Bacon Time is gonna be investing heavily into the damage department. What's interesting about this as well is that the talent can also be in the jungle, so Bacon Time can actually put another mage here in the mid lane, which will substantially increase their range here. And they still have an option to pick up another support tank, which can be a Thane, unless Bikertopia actually bans it out. But even if they do have a lot of options here, like the Baldum or maybe the Lombard that can prevent those engages. They have taken away the Baldum as well, so that's another -1 on the tanky support picks here of Bacon Time, as they are also removing some of the high synergy marksman heroes here on the Paina. Kafeni taken away. They might as well take the Telenas as well, but they are hovering the Hayate for now. And I'm wondering what Bikertopia is gonna opt to pick up on their 4th slot this time. They can actually invest on a possible jungle or Darkslayer Link, depends on where they actually want to put it up. But they are hovering the Slims here, which is actually a common matchup on the Elsu, so it might work out for them, and have another crowd control in their lineup, as well as the Lorian. And the Flying Spear definitely will help them catch out the members of Bacon Time.
Yeah, so far Slims hasn't lost a game on both series. Everyone who picked up Slims actually ended up winning, and one of the biggest factors there is a Flying Spear. It is game-changing ability. When you can actually spam it, it's actually very, very scary, because even if you have cleanse, sometimes you're gonna be forced to use it just because of the duration of the Flying Spear. Especially if he actually releases a Flying Spear from a very far area. And it also is a fact that Slims has been a good counter against a Elsu. Yes, you can actually shut down the Slims in the laning phase, but the problem here is that when clashes actually start. So the key here is, if Bacon Time actually goes to the point where we see a lot of the clashes will happen, I think we can already decide that Bikertopia is going to be taking this game, because you're seeing on their lineup that they're investing heavily on damage, especially in the early game. You're not gonna be expecting the Elsu to deal insane damage on tanks in the late game, just because he needs to position himself far away in clashes to just be able to snipe people out. And Bikertopia actually finished up their last pick with a Scud that could actually soak up the damage that's going to be dealt here by the Elsu. It's Splitting Earth is definitely going to be something that's a key factor for its Bacon Time. Are they going to be able to use it to deter the entry of the people from Bikertopia, or are we going to see a late game disaster waiting to happen for its Bacon Time?
A very interesting composition here for both teams. A 2 frontline, 3 high damage dealing heroes here on the side of Bacon Time, and for Bikertopia they have quite of a balanced lineup here with a lot of front to back side team fighting us, and a relatively good amount of sustain as well that can help out T-Lin, Pika, and Shin as well as they look to engage towards the members of Bacon Time. What's crucial about this though is that one setup can actually be causing that victory for either team. If Tawex is going to be landing their splitter onto the members of Bikertopia, then it would be a good setup for Kim Sensei, Amon P, and Marky. But if it's going to be the other way around, especially that if Shin is going to be able to land a nice knock up, if T-Lin is going to be able to close out the distance, if they are able to get that kill onto Muan, Kim Sensei, and Amon P, or at least one of those 3, then they're going to be able to dissect the members here of Bacon Time and take out this win. So let's see who's going to be coming on top this time. It's match point for both teams after an extended series. I think this is the first game number 7 that we have seen so far in the whole of AIC 2022.
You actually jinxed this because you said it in the earlier part of this broadcast. Maybe today we're gonna see.
Well, don't blame me.
number 7.
Blame the team that lost.
But anyway, we're seeing a very conservative start here because they have Thielen using that Scud, so he's not going to be able to make aggressive plays because he's going to be a slow starter for sure. Kim Sensei is going to be joining them here in the area. Zirui is going to be sniped, and the Flying Spear is going to connect. They are going hard here. The Flicker is not going to be available now for Kim Sensei for the next clash to happen. The Forest Sentry is going to be used. The Flying Spear is not going to hit though. And Zirui is just going to be regenerating it with the Healing Light. And they've been sharing the snipes of Muwan. So every time they get a proc onto Healing Light, they are actually just going to be regenerating it. See, they don't even need to go back into the well.
Yep, they can just heal up every time due to T1's healing, and it's kind of irritating Muwan in the laning phase actually, as Marky right now is gonna be pressured here by Thielen's gank, but it's just to deter his movement for the meantime as the objectives are about to spawn in the next 10 seconds. Muwan struggling in this early game so far because of those healing, and he has to dodge all those flying spears coming in from Zirui as Biker Tope is grouped up on the bot side and Bacon Time is on the top. They are going to be changing these objectives for now. Bacon Time actually a little bit early in securing that Slayer, so maybe they are gonna be able to at least try and set up something here on the bot side. Whenever they decide not to, as Tawex does disengage as well, they have to be really careful because this Flying Spear is gonna be a big problem for them. A nice dodge there by Zirui from that snipe of Muwan, and now that's a nice knockoff onto Kim Sensei. Mark is on the fight as well. Sawek closes the distance, and that might be the first blood now onto T1. Bacon Time takes the first kill of this game.
Yep, and Pika actually missed one wave for himself, so Biketopia is actually gonna have an equal amount of gold with its Bacon Time, and that's such a shame as we're seeing no one actually taking up the advantage right now. Bacon Time has a very slow start still with T-Lin in the lead. They are going for a fast clear though, and Marky is not going to be risking himself at that moment because he knows that there is a lot of the crowd controls that is there available to the Force that he's going to use. Amon P is going to be missing out his ultimate, and T-Lin is just going to be taking that damage. He's not scared because he knows he's just going to, regenerate most of the damage that he's going to receive. That's how tanky the Scud is. The Leviathan is going to be his first item of choice. Kim Sensei gets a spot onto Sindo. He is going to be harassed slightly. Taux is going to hit T1 in this area. The Flying Spear is not going to connect, but he does get the last hit. That's the important part though. And they're just going back again in the lane. Late game, maybe they're looking for the late game, especially for Biketopia. Because I feel like in the late game fights, they are going to have the upper hand. We have someone that can burst down, that can zone people out as well. That's the Splitting Earth actually stopping Sin from procting out his ultimate. He's not going to be able to connect it, and Kim Sensei is going to have the better time here as Muwan is going to be able to take that turret without any type of contest. Of course, Sentry is going to be used by T1 to get some stunts in, and this is going to be a growing problem as Bacon Time is actually not in the lead. This is kind of surprising. They got the first objective, but they're actually not the ones with the gold lead in this game.
Yeah, Biker Tope is able to catch up in terms of the economy because of their farming rate and the big focus onto the the Dark Slayer lane as well. We saw Muwan struggling in the lane too a while ago due to the flying spears of Zirui. So now they are trying to get more resources across the map. Another trade-off objective here for both teams. And now, as Biketopia is grouping up onto the top side, Market tries to prevent them from taking a tower. Here comes a Tau X as well. Marky heavily into the front. Can they actually land the crowd control? They will disengage instead, and respecting the possible retaliation here of Bikertopia, especially that T1 is also here. They do have a lot of sustain in their lineup. Kim Sensei take a lot of damage. Marky as well here in the front, and while that is happening, Pika actually got caught up. Same as Marky after overextending. That's a bit of an oopsie there coming in from Bacon Time, and they should avoid doing so. Zirui might actually be in trouble there, but good job by T1 and Shin actually in blocking a possible snipe again from Muwan.
Yeah, and still the Goldie is going to be on the side of Biketopia. Not big, 100 to actually speak of. So no one's really having the upper hand. But this type of game, the better lineup that actually works in the late game is gonna have the advantage, and I think the advantage is simply gonna go on Biketopia because of how big of AoE stunts that they have moving forward, and that's the splitting Earth. They are not gonna connect the they're not gonna connect the snipe though, as T1 body blocks it. It's just we're seeing more of conservative plays, no one really going in for the dives, and we know why. And T1 goes in with a forest sentry. There is going to be a push there by Taux and knocking over Zirui in the process. But here in the mid lane, we're seeing the Star Sky connecting to Marky. He's not going to be able to take that kill, and T-Lin and Pika just tanks most of the damage coming in there. Almost killing now with Pika's ultimate Mana Crusher. He's not going to be able to get that kill, but that's a scary prospect. Once Pika pops off more, he gets more of the items that he needs, he's going to be able to burst down Kim Sensei and also Almond P.
And this is starting to be a problem here for Bacon Time. Yes, they do have a lot of folk, but because of the sustain, because of the tanks here of Bikertopia and the engage capability here as well by Bikertopia, they're not having much options other than just poke. They have pushed up bot lane, but it was answered earlier, and now in terms of objective taking, they're being threatened. Alex tries to close the distance, but the knock-up there by Shin is actually amazing. No follow-up though coming in from Bikertopia, as we're seeing a different fight onto the bot side and some onto the top as well. So now they are forced back here on the side of Bacon Time, while Bikertopia is luckily getting this Slayer for free, and the Bacon Time not having that much options right now due to them being zoned out. They have to give this tower in the mid lane right now, and Towers might actually get caught. He takes a bit of damage, but able to disengage successfully. Now with the Slayer again marching, Thielen actually dives onto Marky and Almond P, and with the crowd control that Bikertopia has, Bacon Time cannot stop them from pushing. The Slayer has taken minimal damage just now, and with the tower, tier 2 tower already taken out, Bikertopia is gonna let it die. They already got what they wanted. They have a 2,000 gold lead. They can even take this Holy Dragon for themselves. Bacon Time, on the other hand, can't do anything. All they are left to do is just defend their base and shove up this waves, because if they overextend just a little bit, Shin, Thielen, Pika, and Zirui can just set up for Bikertopia.
It's a very good clash coming in from Bikertopia. They know that they're going to be able to regenerate it with the healing light. The tanks, especially, are getting the advantage here, as Zirui also gets attack speed. So you're seeing a lot of the efficiency going up with the Pineappic. They have a lot of tanky heroes on their side, so it definitely works out great for them. There is going to be an engagement here and an almost take onto Sin, but the damage is not going to be enough with just Kim Sensei alone. Pika is going to have, using his ultimate, the Flying Spear is going to connect. He is going to actually proc that cleanse, but without the cleanse, it is going to be difficult moving forward because the next clash might be the last clash if they actually try to fight it out with Bikertopia. They're now going in hard. Sin is still low in health, but the healing light is going to be procting much of his health, boosting it up to 5th. And without this, there is going to be a clash. That is the Splitting Earth being used. There is a Star Sky as well. They don't have Cleanse here. Moonfall is going to be used. Pika is going to be in the thick of it. And that is no Star Sky yet available there, but Pika is going to be targeted as Almond P was able to use Thunderclap to go close to Pika, who actually oversteps his bound, thinking that he is a tank.
Yeah, that's a bit of an overextension there by Pika, especially for Bikertopia as a whole. They already got what they want with bot lane, outer turret. They have no Slayer to aid them in pushing, so they should have disengaged earlier than that and prevent Bacon Time from getting those free kills, as they're constantly going to be trying to poke out the members of Bikertopia. Tawex actually taking some damage there, while Amon P is desperately trying to secure this Slayer. It's a good defense that they're doing right now, but they're being zoned away, and Thielen says thank you for the leash as Almond P gets obliterated. Shin as well here is in the front. Star Sky is already invested, so no knock-up already, but they will be able to take this top lane tier 2 tower down. It might even translate into an inhibitor tower take because they have the Slayer for themselves. Bacon Time doesn't have that much wave clear. I mean, they can try, but can they actually close a distance? But since the answer is no, that's going to be a free push here by Bikertopia. The Flying Spears just keep on connecting, and Tawex is gonna be the first one to fall down. Amon P 2 seconds before the respawn back up. But now I think Bikertopia is just attempting to go on this game, and there's nothing that Bacon Time can do. They threw it out in the latter games, and Bikertopia says we come back and take you down the second time.
Oh man, Bikertopia winning game number 7, outlasting It's Bacon Time. They are knocking It's Bacon Time out of the AIC. And definitely, it is going to be a sad day as champions do fall. The RPL champions, It's Bacon Time, gets eliminated by the 2nd seed of the GCS, Bikertopia.
Fantastic performance by Bikertopia, coming back from a 1-3 scoreline, and a well-deserved victory here for this amazing team. They are gonna be the ones to challenge V Gaming in the lower bracket finals, and whoever wins there is gonna be the ones to challenge one team at the grand final. It's gonna be one incredible of a series, but in this particular one against Bacon Time tried to redeem themselves, but they couldn't do it that long. And like what you said, Bikertopia outlasted them in this series, and they definitely performed a whole lot better in the latter stages of this match, as we saw them coming back from a 1-3 deficit in this particular game. We saw them having a better performance, especially for Zirui, who keeps landing those flying spears, and T1 negating all those pokes that Muan tried to deal towards the members of Bikertopia. And when they got the steal on the Infinite Slayer, they just happily pushed out the top, and since they know they can just engage onto Bacon Time, there's nothing that Bacon Time can do anymore. They can't clear out the wave since they can't close the distance because of the threat of the dive. And in this match, it's just so sad for Bacon Time right now. They won't be able to take home the bacon. Bikertopia wins it.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a sad time for its Bacon Time. I'm not laughing because, you know, I really love RPL teams. It's just that they are the last representative of the RPL, and then that's the kind of series that we saw. I think it is going to be the time of another region right now. The closest runner to actually dominate this is the GCS. They still have two representatives of Bikertopia in one team. V Gaming has something to prove. If they can beat up Bikertopia in tomorrow's Best of 7 series, they're going to be facing one team in the finals. Again, V Gaming has been the team that, you know, has been consistently performing internationally. I guess it's too early to say that Bacon Time, although they are the RPL champions, they have the capability against their countrymen. But how about the international scene where it's not the same meta that you're gonna see? It's not the same the macro plays, it's not the same micro plays that you actually experience. Here, it's a different kind of experience. Bacon Time as the RPL champions, that's something big. But internationally, they actually failed to perform. And it's not a surprise with this kind of drafting from the RPL, from KFC Talent, from BCF, and from Bacon Time. They actually failed spectacularly well in the AIC. It's a shame to actually see a team that supposedly has the lead, has a 3-1 lead, supposedly could have made a 4-0 sweep as well. It's just them actually overestimating their capabilities in the drafting. They're not investing very, very well. I've said this before. A lot of the teams that actually win out here in the Best of 7 is those teams that actually go hard in the opening stages, wherein they invest a lot. They're not just about smart about picking up in game 1 and game 2. They actually invest in game 3, game 4. They don't give some some time unless there is going to be a 5 hero investment from the other team. And that's not what happened here against Bikertopia. They were the one that overestimated themselves, thinking that they didn't need this kind of meta picks. And at the end of the day, they use a Vera. They actually use Butterfly with a Yorn. That doesn't make sense. Yorn could actually be good if you pair it up with a mage that could give protection. Dira is definitely an open choice onto game number 5. And then as we go and progress to game number 6, they thought that they had the better picks, but they didn't know there was a lot more better picks on the other side. Bikertopia had the Tulin, they still had the Hayate, they still had the Baldoom as well. They even picked out Murad and Adias Lane. They won against the Irie. Then Kira was still open as well. And moving forward, Bacon Time needs to internalize. Why did you guys draft like this? There's no reason that you could actually tell me that, you know, there was a lot of options that was left in game number 6, because that's how wasteful they are in the drafting. That they weren't able to maximize the efficiency of the hero pool. That wasn't the AIC meta. They are in the AIC meta for a reason, with a high pick rate. Even if it is the win rate of those heroes that has high pick rate is very, very low, it doesn't matter. There's a reason why those heroes are picked up. They are heroes that actually conform to what kind of playstyle we have. The playstyle that we have is a question. Iggy is a hero that's very, very well used because of his range, ability to actually affect clashes, even if he's actually not there, he's not near. And definitely, we're going to see here on the stat line that it's a very, very big defeat for its Bacon Time. 13 minutes, and they were beaten up by Bikertopia with a 5.7k lead in terms of kills. There's a half of the kills of Bikertopia in terms of the advantage that they had over its Bacon Time. In terms of the objectives as well, it's all about Bikertopia. And the MVP
the one that actually taught Kim Sensei how to use, actually showed Kim Sensei how to use the Lorian. A 404 onto Bikertopia Sin, and a perfect KP, 100%. That's a very big advantage that they got because of Sin's Lorian. And if this was the kind of gameplay that we saw coming in from Kim Sensei using that Lorian in game number 6, it could have been a different story. But yeah, we've seen game number 7, Bikertopia pushing it hard because they were hungry for the win. And that shows whoever is desperate, whoever wants to get the win is definitely going to be taking the series.
It's just a well-deserved victory here for Bikertopia. And again, for Bacon Time, maybe good luck on the next one. Definitely, I hope they would redeem themselves on the next tournament as they will attempt again to qualify in the next AIC 2023 this time. But in this next series, I'm more so excited on what's going to happen as V Gaming is gonna be battling against Bikertopia. It's going to be an interesting one because both of these teams have an incredible amount of experience already in the AIC 2022 and had a dominating of a streak as well. I would consider this previous series to be dominating as well with Bikertopia against Bacon Time because in the latter parts they came back strong and hard, and now they might have a good fighting chance against V Gaming, and whoever wins there is gonna be the ones to challenge one team at the grand final. So this is going to be the schedule tomorrow: V Gaming versus Bikertopia, and next week is going to be the grand final. So it's going to be an exciting one, another best of 7 series, and it's gonna start at 4:20 p.m. tomorrow. GMT 7.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, are we going to see a GCS versus GCS team here in the finals? Because so far, GCS was actually falling off in 2021. But here in 2022, they actually redeemed themselves. They are part of the top 3. V Gaming still has something to prove. They need to lift up the AOG region. They're the only team that actually performs well from the AOG. Team Flash and Saigon Phantom spectacularly failed. Group stages, Saigon Phantom was gone. Playoffs, we actually see Team Flash actually being taken out as well. So it has been misfortune after misfortune in the AOG region, and V Gaming is their only hope to actually come back as a strong region. But the GCS definitely very consistent as one team already waiting in the finals. I'm excited to see Bikertopia against V Gaming tomorrow in the best of 7 series. But that is all, folks. We already finished the first the semi-finals for the upper bracket and the semi-finals for the lower bracket. As we move on, we still have a lot to watch in tomorrow, and before anything else, we would like to say goodbye already to everyone who's viewed. We're very, very thankful, and in behalf of Tencent, Level Infinite, VSPN, and Garena, my name is Vittorio. This is Kiang Gaming. We bid you all a good night.